days, like let me know and I can go through the video. this around here, then. Over. They call them multitasking. Multi-skilled operator.
I love kind of the same thing. That's good to put on your CV.
Absolutely. As long as there's no production shots of you standing there doing sound,
Is this the Ideal Home show, the Ideal Home exhibition?
it's the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show. I got hauled over the coals over permanent TSB Ideal Home Show.
Right, okay.
And yeah, constantly say that. Don't constantly say when you refer to it as the permanent TSB.
Are you dealing with anybody in permanent TSB?
I am. Not that I thought of.
I'm looking for a sponsor.
Look at that. I'll tell you what you do need to do. You need to get there about 8 months before you need it. Yeah.
But I'm looking for a sponsor, any sponsor going. The company that does, the radio and TV programs for the Aer Lingus flights.
Yes.
The company that does that have asked me to do a radio program of Irish music for all the transatlantic flights to America and Canada. There's 12 million people across the Atlantic every year. So can I get anyone to do the money?
I'll tell you where you need to go. You need to go to bank business.
Yeah, no, I just need someone who might would say talk about $3 grand a month.
Like a basically, I sit down to someone.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to figure from there. That's the one figure.
What I'm finding is just for the people that are
Yeah, but if you can go with like what shuts them all up, if you go fucking metrics that they all know about.
Oh yeah.
This is it, this is what I'm going to give you, guaranteed. But that's all I'm doing and stuff like that. But I'll sit down with you because I'm learning, I'm on a steep learning curve with this in terms of sponsorship. I've learned a lot in the last couple of weeks. I was dealing with Colour Trend and Harbin Orman. So did Ash go through what you're kicking off with?
Well, I'm just doing a brief, spiel along the lines of, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show here at the ODS. We're here until 6 o'clock this evening.
5.
Sorry, 5. It's on again tomorrow, isn't it?
It's on again tomorrow. The show is Bernard.
Yeah. And blah, blah, blah. Lots of people to meet. Jim McGavin will be coming in later on. It's the month of April. People are looking at doing up their houses, spring cleaning, giving their gardens a new look, blah, blah, blah. But to get a flavour of what's happening here, I'm joined by Laura Butler. Laura, you've been out on the floor. What's caught your attention? And then let her say a bit, and then follow.
She says her bit then, and then so you kind of wrap Laura with saying, so Laura's going to get out and run there and keep us informed of what happens.
Yeah,
whatever. But for now, we're going to go over to whatever teaser it is.
Yeah, all I just need to know is what's the first VT?
Yeah, that's actually going to give you that detail, but it's not going to be VT. It's going to be a live from over at one of the theatres.
Who's going to be there?
It's just I don't know who's doing it, but I'll confirm now. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That's where you're going to throw it to. That's going to give me 40 minutes long, and that gives us time to catch up here.
All right.
So that's the general.
That's it. Yeah.
And then from there, Ken, we wing it.
Talk in the past. Okay, so I suppose the first thing I'd say to you, so Laura, you've been everywhere, I've been around before. Give us a flavour of what's here, and say a bit, and then I'll follow up question, what's caught your attention? And if there's any stand here that's offering something new, and this is, that's a really good one. Any meetings with Christian McCashin?
No, not really. I just kind of see him coming in the office sometimes. He doesn't really operate in the office anymore.
Yeah, I found Christian. I met him there last week. Christian's good mate of mine.
Okay.
Because he used to be out of the Sun in Europe.
Oh, did he?
I was one of his columnists on stage. He'd probably be alive.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
He keeled over one day in the office.
Stroke, you know?
Mini stroke or something.
Yeah.
But he's paralyzed on one side.
Yeah, he's a cane. He's quite relatively slow now. And I never met him before I joined him. He came in.
Christian's a good guy. I like Christian.
Yeah, apparently he's very nice. He loves to chat apparently.
Yeah, no, he's a
Whereas
really,
the opposite.
he's a very down to earth guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Laura not in there? Is she gone?
Well, that's the truth.
a loose connection there somewhere. Hello, good morning and welcome from the ODS here in Dublin for the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show. My name is Ken Murray. I'm with you until 5 o'clock this evening, and we're going to be bringing you the latest designs, the latest gadgets and the latest people, if you like, who are shaping the world that we live in. Lots of people here in the home renovation area, areas like landscape gardening, areas like electrical design, and indeed areas like carpentry, woodwork, electronics and so on. We're going to give you a taste and a flavour of what's to come very, very shortly, and as I said, we'll be with you until 5 o'clock this evening. Lots of celebrity guests dropping in as well, including Dermot Gavin. So if you're into the whole area of garden renovation and so on, Dermot will have plenty of tips on the do's and don'ts of doing up your garden over the next few weeks as we wind our way into summer 2015. But to get a taste and a flavour of what's happening here in the ODS this Saturday morning, first of all we're going to go over to the Insulec stand where Michael McCarthy is giving a demonstration on insulation.
How you doing, folks? My name is Martin McCarthy and I'm a heat loss consultant with Insulex Insulation. What I'm going to talk to you today is about keeping heat in your home. It's not so much about insulation, it's not renovation. The topic is a minefield, so I can't hit on every single note that is actually needed. So I'm going to just tip along, go through certain aspects of the do's and don'ts in what you need in safely insulating and renovating your homes. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about is actually going to apply to new builds as well. To maximize heat retention in your home, you're basically keeping air in. So we're going to touch on how to safely retain heat in your home. Identify heat loss areas, insulation options for your home, how to prevent damp, mold and condensation, which is actually a huge problem. What happens when you carry out work and it's done wrong? The right approach to renovation and heat loss. And lastly, the most important thing is the questions to ask contractors, architects, engineers before inviting them into your home. So let's start. Heat retention. Heat retention, insulation, you name, put a name on it, it's all about one thing, keeping warm air in your home. And you may ask, what's a tyre got to do? It's the same thing. They both keep air in. So if you had a tyre and you had 5 nails in the tyre, and you go down to the garage and you fix 3, will the tyre get hard? Of course it won't. It still has 2 more punctures. Well, that's your house. A house is a combination of different punctures. And you need to identify your punctures before you can carry out a safe and quality process. Another thing that most people think that is warm air rises. Warm air travels to cold air. It doesn't rise. So it rises to the cold temperature in the atmosphere, but if warm air rose, it wouldn't be going out windows, it wouldn't be going down through floors, it wouldn't be going through walls, it'd be just going up to your attic and staying up there. So we have to find the cold areas and look where they are and then fix them. So some of the cold areas in a house, and this is just a sample few. You've got a chimney, and most people would have fireplaces in your home. But if I was to go into your house and drill a 9-inch hole or a 225mm hole out through a wall of your house and walk away and leave it there, you wouldn't be very happy. But you're doing it yourself every day of the week. And that is a simple fact. A lot of air goes out through a 9-inch hole or 225mm hole. There is products for blocking them. There's dampers, there's stoves. There's a lot of different products. Sorry, my phone went off. So there's a lot of different products that you can use. Dry lining. How many people have converted rooms and roof? A massive source of heat loss. It's very, very difficult to get a project actually done correctly in a dry lining, because they're doing it from a building process, not from a heat loss. Garage. How many people have converted garages and built up on top of them? You insulate the garage properly and you do a lovely job on it, but you never insulate the floor. A garage door won't keep any heat in. It's still the same problem. Like you've heat loss, you've got to identify where you're losing the heat and keep that in. Conservatories. So many people have built on sunrooms and conservatories, and they say, oh look, let's open a new big door into the conservatory, and they put lovely timber doors in that are single glazed. Glass is a very weak component to keeping heat in, even modern glass. It's nowhere near as good as solid walls or insulated walls. So you've got to be careful in what you're doing. How many people have built on extensions at the back of houses, are going to build on extensions, with the idea of maybe taking out the back wall, building out a lovely glass roof, or maybe putting a flat roof on top of it. In my experience, and I've visited over 5,000 or 6,000 homes, flat roofs are nearly always very poorly insulated. So you've got to look at where you're losing the heat. Cavity wall insulation. What's to say about it? It's where you have 2 walls and you inject in between it. Is it good? Of course it's good. They're all good if they're done right. But the trick about cavity wall insulation is it's only as good as what's inside before you. If the walls are badly built and there's dirty cavities, insulation isn't going to burst through them. So you may not get a guaranteed 100% success on it. Dry lining, what's good about dry lining? It's a fantastic product, to such an extent that it's so good, it's actually causing a lot of trouble. Unless you know what you're doing, or the contractor knows what he's doing with dry lining, he can actually destroy a house. Because the insulations are so good, they're standalone. And if there's no heat getting out to your wall needs to breathe, your wall needs to be warm. If there's no heat getting at the wall, it could be very, very dangerous. So you need to keep the insulation board a little bit away from the wall. External wall insulation, a fantastic product if you're using good system. It fixes nearly everything, bar a cavity wall. If you have a cavity wall and you don't fill it and make it solid, external insulation doesn't work. You need the heat. It's working on a thermal mass, so the heat needs to get through the wall. It needs to get out into the insulation. It stores up and it releases back in. That's how external wall insulation works. And any one of them will never work on their own. A house is a combination of different punctures. Identify the punctures, even when you're building. Make sure you take care of the roofs, walls, windows and doors, floors. Altogether, a fantastic job. On their own, percentages only. So how do you know what you have? If you don't understand the type of house you have yourself, you need to get somebody who does and can survey the house for you. This picture here is a cavity block or a hollow block. You cannot inject a hollow block. You cannot put cavity wall insulation. And I was actually asked this question about 20 minutes ago on the stand. I want to inject a hollow block. It is not possible to do it, because in here you see little bridges going between all the walls. They're cold bridges. So you cannot pump cavity wall injection into them. That's a cavity wall, new build, you can do a fantastic job, it's an empty cavity. Stone, solid walls, hollow blocks, dry lining, external wall insulation, they're your options. My preference with stone is always external wall insulation. Let the heat out through it, let the wall build up, let it stay warm. It works fantastic with those. Attic insulation. Everybody has an attic, everybody understands, look, let's fill the attic and we're done. What's the biggest thing about attic insulation is there's two things. One is the product that you use, and two is the ventilation that you allow for airflow in the attic. You can't insulate a house without ventilating it. You'll destroy it. This is where people get, this is where people get really hung up, is I have an attic. I want to fix the attic. In a majority of houses, there is a combination of 2, 3, 4, 5 different attics. This house is a main attic across here. It is a dormer roof here, a flat roof extension there, and a sunroof there. There's 4 different attics in that house. Fixing one won't fix the problem. Again, flat roof, a really, really bad source of heat loss. And bay windows, same story. That's an attic there. The small things make a big difference. So define an attic insulation. Looking at this one here, this is a standard bungalow. It's a very simple fix. You can put wool insulation, insulated flooring, put it straight down on top of it, a semi-detached, it's done. This is where people get stuck. They've made a room and a roof. So they put insulation in here, they put insulation up there, insulation there. You've now fixed a third of the attic. You need to insulate up here and insulate up here as well. To do that, you have to dry line on the inside, because if you jam any or push insulation down here, you're going to block the ventilation flow going right up and down. And now you've now created a problem. Airflow is critical to roofs. If you don't keep airflow circulating in your roofs, you're going to get dry rot. So it's critical. If you're living on a street and you see Mrs. Jones up at the top of the street and she's getting her house insulated by a company, and you run up to them and say, will you come down and insulate mine? Wrong. There is never a situation where 2 houses are exactly the same. There is always going to be something different in your home. You may be in an exposed area. You may be in a sheltered area. You may have a conservatory. You may have a flat roof. You may have a converted attic. Your house is always different. You need to look at your own house and find out what's wrong with yours, and then start fixing it from that point of view. If you understand what you need to do and you get them fixed, if you don't take care of the ventilation and if it's not done correctly, it's a huge problem. And it's so dangerous, it's actually destroying houses. Condensation, water running down windows, mildew, fungus growth, stale musty air, possible health issues and structural damages are all the repercussions of bad renovation and bad insulation. You can never insulate a home without taking care of the ventilation and the balance between heat and insulation. And that's about keeping a correct approach. There's no point going too far in one thing. I've had people ask me and say, I want to put 200 mil of insulation on the walls. You have a single glazed window. You're back to water streaming down the windows. You have huge problems. Too much insulation in the attic, not enough on the walls. It's balance. You got to keep the heating right with it as well. If you get it wrong, then these are true pictures of a job we visited. A lack of ventilation causes that. That's mold and fungi building up in an attic, or in walls actually. And the story behind this is that I was called out to see this house about 12 months ago. And when I went to look at it, I saw the mold and fungi and everything building up in the walls. And I looked around, and it took me ages to find out, because the vents were in the walls. She had fitted a new stove, and I was saying, Vents are there, stove is there, like everything seemed to be right. But eventually, I figured out what was wrong. I took off the cover off the vents. And when the contractor had arrived out first day to insulate the house, he'd seen that the vents covers were in place, but he never bothered to check to see where the sleeves from inside to outside, which is a pipe that you actually fit to maintain the airflow going in. And he blocked all the ventilation. In 12 months, the last photograph was the damage that was seen. It cost €1,500 to insulate the home. It cost €8,500 to fix the problems. We had to remove all the slabs and dump them and redo the whole lot again, replaster it, put it back to square one and ventilate the house. So it's not fun and games, folks. Do it right the first time or don't do it at all. So insulating is about ventilating. Make sure your air pads are in. If you won't put them in, the contractor shouldn't carry out the work. It's too serious an issue. Always insulate, like if you're buying new windows, there should be natural ventilation on the windows unless you're getting a mechanical recovery system in. If you're going too far with insulation and renovation and you're keeping the house so airtight, maybe natural ventilation won't work. You may have to go down a mechanical system. You have to get the balance right all the time. Sometimes the house exactly as it is more balanced than when you start to get work done. You can never take on a process on its own. So if you don't know what you're doing and if you can't understand the whole process yourself, then find somebody who does. Get an architect, get an engineer, get a BR assessor, get a heat loss consultant like ourselves. Come out and say, look, A, B, C, and D, with the ventilation, with a proper heating system. And sometimes the heating system may be just balancing out what you have. In my opinion, in 90% of the cases, that's a lot of what you need to do. Half the times the problem in houses is yourselves. You're not heating the house properly, you know? And that's just an educational thing. You're starting to take on extensions, which is happening quite a lot. We've been asked this a lot today and yesterday. And you want to put an extension on the back or convert the roof. When you're renovating a house, there's first and foremost is structural, second is heat loss, and thirdly is cosmetic. Not the other way around. I went out to Wicklow about 6 months ago. A person had spent 12 months in planning. They had planned out for an extension facing north. They were taking away the back wall of the house and they were putting the whole back wall in glazing. Glazing, even the best glazing on the market today, is still weaker than wall insulation. So a lot of times you're actually weakening the job. How many people here understand what U values are? Do you all understand it? Or is it just even idea? Okay, this is what it's all about. U values is, to explain it as simply as I possibly can to you folks, heat goes to the cold. How fast it goes is calculated in a terminology called U value. If something has a U value of 0, it means it's retaining all the heat and nothing is being lost. And after that, it gets worse. So if you have a standard double glazing windows, there'll be a U value of 1.4 to 1.8. That doesn't mean a lot to people, but if you think of this as digital, think of it as 180. The best window you can buy on the market at the moment has a U value of 40. The best wall insulation you can buy at the moment has a U value of less than 20. Where 0 is being the best and 20 is the best wall insulation. You can even get it a little bit lower. And 40 is the best window insulation. The more glazing you have against the more wall insulation. Do you see where I'm going here? Right? You need to get the balance right between glazing. So sometimes you can mix double glazing with triple glazing, depends on the size of the windows you're dealing with. So that's how heat loss is calculated. You can get attic insulation down to less than 10. Again, so you need to look at what you're doing and calculate it properly. Like there's some typical U values. Nearly every product in building terms has a calculated U value at the moment. So I can give you them if anybody wants to ask me for them later. So just remember about the glazing, as I said, wall insulation and roof insulation has stronger U values. Glazing is brilliant if you have a nice view, but sometimes if you want the view and you want to put in the glazing, maybe a good decent curtain with it at night. It helps, with heavy linings. These are things that it's all about the small things. So if you are down to the stage or you're ready to go to work, what should you be asking contractors? The very first thing, and it's something I'm very, very seldom asked, what am I fitting into your home? What's the product I'm fitting in? Ireland has a big difference in day temperature and night temperatures, usually about 10 to 15 degrees between warm and cold. So there's a lot of expansion and contraction going on. Natural products will last a lot better than manufactured products. And it's a thing people should take into account more and more. We also have a lot of rain in this country. So if you're putting in likes of external wall insulation in, the first question you should be asking is, how will it stand up to the elements? If you're registered with the NSAI or the SAI, every contractor is audited. They're also tax compliant and they're certified. So straight away, there's a process where there's a little bit of control over the contractor. And there's also a backup where you can go back to if the contractor isn't behaving themselves, for want of better words. Always ask for the warranty, not on the contractor, but on the products. Is the product NSAI certified, which means it's certified for use in Ireland. There's a lot of products that are certified for use in Europe. Eastern Europe is dry, hard and cold. Ireland, England and Scotland is wet and dry. Big difference. And always look to see if you can see samples of their work. And usually if people will give you samples and give you references and give you warranties and are NSAI certified, you're pretty much on a safe bet. And even when you're getting quotations from the like-by-like contractors, there's probably very little difference between those contractors because there's a standard they have to keep. So I'm going to conclude with right advice. It's before you carry out any work, doesn't matter what it is, in renovation, in installation, design of the product you're using and why you're doing it and what's the end result is critical. Every house is different. Doesn't matter where you are, I can guarantee you there'll be some little difference in your house than your next door neighbour. If you're taking on insulation or ventilation or heat control, you can't take one on its own. It's the balance between all three will give you a successful job. I hope you understand it. I hope it helped you. And if you have any questions, I'm on L61 or I'll answer any questions for you there now. My name is Martin McCarthy. Thank you very much.
Very old house, and of course it isn't insulated, and insulation can be the difference between having excessive heating bills or not, insulation being very much a thing of the present. And of course, if you are getting your house insulated, there are various grants you can avail of through Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland. Check out the SEAI website. Well, if you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you live here from the RDS in Dublin. Do with living in a modern ideal home. We've lots of people to talk to throughout the day. Spread the word, of course, that you can watch the show here on www.catchexpo.com. Now we're going to go out to the floor, and our reporter Laura Butler is at the Harvey Norman stand.
So we are here now with Angela Connolly from Convu Interior Design. Hello, how are you?
Hiya, how are you?
You designed the Harvey Norman Connected Home Show House. Now we're outside the front door, or what would be the front door. Can you take us through the house?
Yeah, I will, yeah. So as you approach the front door, you notice it's slightly different to your standard front door. It's actually a pivot front door, which is pretty cool because it opens quite widely, and it's just secured into the floor or whatever, you know. So it's the folding door company actually supplied these, and they're in Dublin. You know,
it's such a feature. As soon as you get to the door, literally, you've got your first big feature right there. It's fabulous, and I love the way, the angle of it and everything.
That's it. And then when we come into the hall, you notice that it's quite dark, but we have this feature light. They're bulbs.
And a lot of people going for this hanging pendant light, very industrial looking.
It's
trend
very
at the
on
moment.
trend at the moment or whatever. So these were all individual cables that are available from Harvey Norman, and these filament bulbs also are very on trend. So we just created a feature out of it, and we just kept everything very dark on top, and then just the light just shines out.
And I noticed the panelling as well. Paneling traditionally has always been quite traditional, so to speak. This is very modern. Absolutely love the pattern and the look. Why did you decide to go for this?
Well, we decided to go to add, because we wanted to brighten up the space, and we wanted to add a bit of feature to the hallway, and we decided that, look, rather than go for traditional, because the house is no way traditional, that we would go for something quite modern.
Would this be quite popular yet, or are people still a little bit nervous about taking this step?
It's very popular at the moment, and if you look at the colour trend stands, 3 out of the 8 designers actually have wall panelling, so it just shows like that the trend is there. People want it, but they just want different types of panelling, other than the traditional form.
Definitely more modern look. The blind. This is a very cool feature. Definitely want this in my own home.
Yeah, exactly. So these are actually a laminated blind. So instead of having your standard roller, these are actually called a Twin Tex from Corcoran's Furnishings Limited. They supply these with the lovely pelmets. They're all motorised, so they can either be battery operated or wired, remote control,
have a go there, will we?
or from or from a switch. Now you just do this, and then you just stop it wherever you want it, or when it comes to the floor, it'll just stop automatically or whatever. I suppose nowadays, because of the cords and stuff like that, which unfortunately there have been some fatalities with children tangling in the cord. You've no cords or anything on this.
Definitely no cats swinging
so
out.
it's much safer, for a family or whatever. So as I say, you can have a remote control or from a switch. Which is really good. Yeah.
So you've gone for a wooden floor in
so
here
this is,
before going into the concrete.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is a laminate, a walnut laminate floor available from Noyax Newman's. It's Chrono Swiss is the brand. It has texture, so it's not like the old-fashioned laminates that used to be very plasticky looking. This actually has a texture. You can see the grain in it. You can actually feel the grain in it. So, and it's I think it's about 30-year warranty with it, so it's not going to actually, you won't have to replace it.
And it looks fantastic. The finish
looks
on it is great.
yeah,
Just even when I'm rubbing my foot against it
so
there
it's
now.
not like the old plastic ones or whatever, so it feels like a real floor.
And is it a lot more cost effective to go this route?
It is, yeah, because that, they range in price from 24 upwards per metre. The semi-solid floors, for a good one, you'd probably be starting at maybe 60 a metre.
There's a big difference there.
And you've maintenance on that,
And 30-year warranty, as you said on this.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So it's great, yeah.
So lastly, in the hallway, our very this is our understairs, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So we have these sliding robes from Harvey Norman. These are a new range. They're a German brand called Jutzler, but this is actually glass, an anthracite glass at the front of it or whatever, and I don't think they're that badly priced either. But then you can get whatever internal fittings you want, and with the lighting and everything, if you had it in your own home, you'd have to, switch it on and off yourself, but it's just set to be on all the time.
And it's all very practical, is it? Even the finish on the door there, the way it blends seamlessly into the wall colour and everything. I mean, that's kind of what people want. Seamless.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's venture into the kitchen, the open space. Absolutely adore this. Even the colour scheme now, totally on trend. The greys and the yellows.
Yeah. Well, grey is the new cream. The new neutral, and my brief was to create something with a very muted colour palette. So greys, whites, taupes, and that sort of thing. So we went for the grey tiled floor to give it that more kind of like industrial kind of a look. But it's a beautiful porcelain tile, Durstone from Avant-Garde Limited, but it's just really nice, and the size of the tile is actually a little bit different. So it's.
Is it easy clean?
Yeah, very easy. Yeah, porcelain and hard wearing.
This.
Yeah. So
this is amazing.
Yeah. So the whole kitchen was designed by myself and manufactured by Enigma Design, and we decided the worktops are provided by Miller Stone down Rathnew, and to display the different types of worktop. This is a silestone worktop, but we've got a 50 mil counter on the island.
Very luxurious.
Yeah,
isn't
it's very luxurious, very high end. And on this area, it's a 30 mil, so they're both polished worktops. And then in the utility, which we're going into in a minute, that has a suede finish. So it's just to show the different finishes or whatever.
So it is an option, and people shouldn't feel just if they're doing the island in the 50 mil that they have to do the rest of the finishes and the rest of the counter worktops the same.
That's it. And I mean, this is low maintenance. It's not like your marble or your granite.
Yes.
You know, you can do anything that's going to last. It's not going to. The only thing, just don't put, anything with an abrasive, that it scratch it. But other than that, it's going to last a long time.
Worthwhile surface to invest in,
exactly,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So obviously over here, then we've got the open display. Is
So
this quite not having so much cabinetry, but also every the clean lines? Is this very
clean
popular?
lines, it is very popular, and not having the handles or anything. So we have all our handles are made into the doors.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And then this is a feature that millers can do as well. So actually build in your sink and everything. So it's all one product.
What if I dropped a pot or pan in there?
That's not going to.
Okay,
Yeah,
nothing's
it's
going
not
to.
make
I won't have any
difference,
cracks or anything like that.
No, you won't. And for this kitchen, we decided to go with a timber, and it just spray finished the timber in the anthracite as well, just to bring it out.
I love how that pops.
It just adds a bit of a feature rather than having to tile or put glass on it. Then we have all our LEDs, which are part of our home automation. So they're all connected to the home automation that was actually installed by Lightvolt. And so they can all be controlled from either your screen here or
let's
from
take a quick look at that actually,
yeah.
So this is your central hub.
Yeah,
lighting
exactly,
across the
yeah.
house.
So, I mean, it shows you the temperature actually in the house, your time, and then you can control the lighting from this. And they also do these lovely surrounds, so you can change these plates to different finishes. So, I mean, you could have white, or you could have like a crocodile effect skin, or you know what I mean. So you can change these to something and just change.
So
the
you
look
can
of
have
the
it
room.
blending in with the walls if you want, or as a stand.
Yeah.
I quite like it in the chrome
No,
silver though.
they're lovely, yeah. And they're very high end, yeah.
So in here now,
Yeah, into the utility. So
is
in
it
the
this is my
utility-
favorite room in any house. Is
Yeah,
that weird? I don't know, but just
exactly.
it's so practical, and now
Exactly, yeah.
people are investing time
Yeah,
in it. It's not
exactly,
just an afterthought.
And in here we went for much more kind of more a sterile look, like it's much paler colours and stuff, but it's very practical. You know, you have all your appliances. If you like your wine, we have a big wine cooler or whatever. And if you just have to hang something up, we have like a little section for hanging your clothes. But there's plenty of storage in here for everything, and we have a glass splashback. And as I was saying, on the switch, the sockets there, that's just a different finish. You know, so it just shows the different finishes available from Lightvolt.
The
They're very
detail that's gone
luxurious.
into all of this is incredible, really,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I know it's all thought out and planned.
And all the
yeah.
Samsung products
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. And this is a Wi-Fi washing machine, so you control it from your phone or your touchpad
A
or
Wi-Fi washing
yeah,
machine.
exactly. Yeah. So I mean, if you were in the car driving to work or something and remembered you hadn't switched on the machine,
There are no excuses
No.
anymore.
absolutely none whatsoever. So you
Fabulous.
switch it off. And it
My
does your
goodness.
robot.
And the robot
Your
vacuum cleaner. I'm going to have to tell himself about that when we get home.
Exactly. Yeah.
Can I just touch on these?
Yeah.
I suppose these could be kind of a bit of a Marmite situation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, look at you either love them or you hate them, but they're very kind of on trend at the moment. They're available in Harvey Norman.
They're great. No, I think they're very interesting. They're modern. They're kind of a feature in themselves. Add that little bit of something extra, don't
and
they?
These pendant lights as well. They're available from National Lighting. And they just add a bit of interest. You know, you don't have to go for something with a shade, but you can actually put a shade on those as well. But I just think it's kind of interesting seeing the bulb. And everybody's into more energy efficient lighting now at the moment, and that's hence, you know, we've used LEDs wherever we could, and they're kind of energy efficient.
And
as well, you know,
the pendant lighting, it is very much kind of like a piece of artwork now,
yeah,
isn't
it? Is,
it?
yeah,
It's
yeah,
very
it's
much.
a big feature.
It's as much
you
a
know.
feature as
It
a
is,
table
yeah,
or something like that.
exactly, yeah.
Lastly, in the kitchen, I just want to ask you about having an island. A lot of people are having islands in their homes now when they can, and having the cooker
Yeah.
in the middle as opposed to the
Yeah.
hob over you and tucked away in the corner
Yeah.
where you can't
Yeah.
chat to people as you're
Exactly,
entertaining.
yeah.
A lot of people
So
obviously
it's
want
much
this.
more social, you know, where if you're cooking, you can have a conversation with people or whatever. And this whole open plan way of living, really, is much more social. Like if you're getting to dinner or whatever, that you can still watch it, especially on your 65-inch TV.
Because we all have those at home.
We all have those at home. Yeah,
But it gets the family involved, doesn't
exactly,
it?
Yeah.
So seamlessly,
Yeah.
again, I mean,
Into
the whole
the
thing just
dining,
flows,
yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah.
Walking from our kitchen to our dining area
Dining
to our
area,
sitting
yeah,
room. Talk me through what you were thinking when you were designing all of this, Angela.
Okay. Well, we had certain products that we had to include. So the range of furniture. This is an Italian range of furniture which Harvey Norman are only launching this week. It's a Dom Italia range of furniture. This dining table, it's actually a ceramic top.
That feels great.
So, like, I mean, if you got a drill bit to that, or kids got, a nail or anything, it won't scratch. The only thing that will break it is ceramic.
Right.
So,
okay.
like, if you wallop ceramic off it, it's going to break it or whatever. But it's just very stylish, and on the pedestal, the chairs as well. We just added the pop of colour, so it's very muted colour palette, and then the pop of the mustard just to add a bit of warmth.
Mustard seems to be a real hit at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's nice warm, just gives it that bit of warmth. And as well as that, the sideboard from Dom Italia as well. All the doors, everything on this, like you can have a different colour plinth, you can have different coloured doors, you can have different coloured tops. So there's thousands of variations.
So you can really personalise and customise everything.
You can personalise everything, And we have the blinds then just picking up on the mustard as well.
The same blinds, the same company as in the hall.
Same company, yeah. Corcoran's, yeah.
And moving on down to the sitting room then.
So
Is this unusual having a freestanding lamp in a sitting room now?
No, I don't think so, especially with open plan living. I mean, with the concrete base on this, it's not going to be knocked over.
Absolutely,
It weighs a ton.
And it still adds that, like you say, it feels that element of industrial, doesn't it, into each room.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a new range. This sofa, I mean, if you feel that leather, it's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Like, it's just butter soft, I would call it.
Super
like
soft.
It is, and it's so comfy or whatever. And then we've got the chrome detailing on it, which keeps that real modern look, and it ties in with our other chrome. And our technology from Harvey Norman, like the likes of our the computers that can be bent down and put flat, or instead of maybe having your laptop on your lap, something like this on a small coffee table in front of you or whatever. And this range with your TV, and that's another range. That's the same range from Dom Italia. So we've kept all the main parts the same colour. We've just added a panel just to show
Just
that
as an
you can
accent colour?
change
And
the
that
surfaces.
range
That's
is launching
Dom
this
Italia.
week.
It is in Harvey Norman.
It's spectacular, really,
It
isn't it?
is,
It's very
yeah.
high end.
It is very high end, and it is very luxurious. Onto
The
our
fireplace.
This fire is actually an Irish-made fire. It is
An Irish-made fire.
Yeah, so it's made in Ireland. So Dimplex make it. LEDs. So it's based on LEDs and mirrors. So what you're looking at there is actually a reflection from. So all your logs and everything are up on the top, and that's just reflected down.
Really? Is
Yeah.
that unusual? Is that some kind of new
It's a
technology
new
that they're operating these
technology
days?
that they've actually developed in Ireland.
And I can
you
see there
know,
when you look underneath,
yeah,
you can.
yeah.
That's very clever.
Isn't it? Yeah. And it doesn't actually give out any heat.
Just purely for effect.
Exactly, because nowadays, a lot of people don't go for open fires or anything like that, and they've underfloor heating, so they don't actually need the heat in the room, but they need a feature.
It's more about feeling comfortable and cozy,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And because people, like when we were standing in the showroom looking at this, we were actually getting warm, even though I wasn't getting off any heat.
My feet are feeling less cold.
I know, yeah, exactly. And like you don't want the focal point in your room to be your TV.
No, of course not.
You know,
Yeah.
so I mean, at least it's a bit of a feature
And I love
in your
the
room.
fact that it's built in, and
Yeah.
like you said, you have this mirror effect underneath.
Exactly,
Yeah. It
So
just
it's
really brings
cool,
everything
yeah,
together,
yeah,
doesn't it?
Yeah. It's really
Bedroom.
cool.
I'm
Yeah.
very excited to see this.
Okay, yeah. So the bedroom, I suppose it's every girl's dream, isn't it, to have a 6-metre wall of wardrobe space.
Angela, we need to sit down and have a
I know,
chat.
Yeah, exactly.
This is amazing.
Yeah. And this is the same company who made the robes in the hall, Jutzler, the German company. And like that, the doors are an anthracite grey glass with, the handles, which are just a little bit different. you
it's
know.
just the finish.
Yeah.
The finish and everything
It
is
is
really a selling point, isn't
It is, yeah.
Because it just goes
Yeah.
that extra mile.
Exactly.
It's that extra detail.
And I don't think they're astronomically dear for the quality that you're actually getting. And as you can see, the internal fit out, they left the doors off this part just so people could see the combinations, you know, that people can actually do. Again, the lighting in here is from National Lighting. The bedroom, all the bedroom furniture, the bedding actually is from Harvey Norman as well, and the rugs and everything, the flooring from Noyax.
The thing I always find with bedrooms as well, you have to be so careful, particularly if it's a couple's room. You don't want it to be too feminine, but not too masculine either. And grey really seems to hit that spot,
It does,
doesn't it?
yeah, exactly, because it's very universal, you know, male and female. These lockers and things like that were specially made for the show, and I think Harvey Norman are going to have them in stock. So they just will blend in with the whole look.
And the knob handles are lovely too.
Exactly, yeah.
Quite quirky.
Yep. Exactly. And in here we have the touchpad as well, to control heat, light, so we can, and these are from Lightvault, you know, the home automation, so we can dim down our lights here, you know, so just creating a different atmosphere in your room.
Quite Bond-esque gadgety, isn't it?
So you could have that beside your bed and switch off your lights from your bed or whatever, you know. Yeah.
So we're running out of time, but this is a fabulous room. The garden.
The garden is the next place. Yeah.
And again, this is the same dooring company who provided
the folding door company or whatever did these. So these are actually, I won't open them, but they're actually bifold, so they fold all the way back.
whole thing back.
Yeah. So
dimension.
they are gorgeous and they're really good quality doors or whatever. We painted the outsides actually the same colour as the doors, you know, so it actually all just blends in. So it's a colour trend paint or whatever. It is, yeah.
It's you know, quite natural, everything blends.
Everything
kind of
just blends or whatever,
yeah.
And then, like, I mean, the garden here is just like another outdoor room,
Yes.
Another room in the house or whatever. Again, furniture's from Harvey Norman. It's a new range that they're going to be bringing in. The table, I don't know what the warranty was, but it's a long warranty. It won't actually disintegrate in your garden, so you can leave it out.
No repainting or anything?
No. Just maintenance free. Same with the chairs. They're outdoor, indoor. You can use them in either location or whatever. I think the garden, you know, the paving and everything is fantastic, isn't it? Kilsarn, and then with just the little strips of, you know, the imitation grass, it just really gives it.
I really like that.
Yeah,
detail.
It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, and
whole
you don't
thing is
have
so
to have a
practical.
lawn, and you don't need to own a lawnmower either.
That's the
Because
thing.
it's imitation.
My goodness, there's literally no excuse anymore in a
Exactly,
home.
yeah,
I mean, there's so
yeah.
much stuff that you can do.
And people are so time poor, aren't they?
They
you
are.
know?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Everyone wants. They want all the nice elements, but they want
Exactly, yeah.
very little time.
And then we've this lovely oven here, you know, for cooking your pizzas or whatever in your garden. Hopefully we get the weather this year.
Fingers crossed. We're doing well so far, anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant.
And this, like, sculpture, I just think, you know, having the daffodils, you know, the nice pop of yellow, and then this yellow sculpture, I just think it just brings it to life, doesn't it?
As
The
you
whole
said, it's
thing.
another room. This is a piece of
Exactly,
artwork to go in a perfect home.
Yeah, it is.
Angela, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you
for
very
bringing us
much.
through
Yeah, hope
this
you
fabulous
liked it anyway.
Connect home. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
There you go, that's our reporter Laura Butler there at the Harvey Norman stand. Well, if you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you here from the RDS in Dublin. If you're in the business of building a house, redesigning a house, knocking a house, looking at perhaps building an extension or anything to do with the whole business of your home, this is the place to be this weekend. We're with you until 5 o'clock this evening, and of course the show is on here again tomorrow until 6 o'clock. And I suppose, being the month of April, when people consider either painting their house or perhaps dressing up their garden with new flowers and so on, it's a time when people are on the lookout for new ideas, new suggestions. If you're in that zone, so to speak, everything you need for the modern home is all here under the one roof at the RDS. And if you are thinking of coming along, well, tell your friends, of course, that you can watch this show on www.catchexpo.com. Okay, well, we're just going to take a look at the scene here at the RDS on this Saturday morning. We're going to cut to our live camera. 9 o'clock this morning and milling their way around the place and getting a feel of what's on offer here at the show. Dermot Gavin, incidentally, will be popping in a little bit later on if you're interested in looking at new ideas, new concepts and so on for garden design. Well, Dermot will be telling us what's hot and what's not. Okay, I believe we're heading over now to the theatre here, the design theatre at the ODS, where the whole area of insulation and grants and so on is being discussed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Conor Fitzpatrick. I'm here to talk to you about the energy efficiency supports for your home. We're representing the SEI at the moment, and what we're going to do is do a brief presentation, and we can take a few questions and answers afterwards. So what the contents of the presentation is what we do, energy saving tips for your homes and grants from homeowners. So that's really what the contents of the presentation will be about, what SEI do, energy saving tips and grants for your homeowners. And the last one really there is the one that you're probably most interested in, is what grants are available. And we have plenty of brochures. We have a stand down there at M95. It's right down at the back there, so we'd more than welcome you all down there, and you can get all these brochures and literatures, and there's technical information down there as well. So we have people from SEI and we have inspectors representing the stand. So what we do, our mission is to play a leading role in transforming Ireland into a society based on sustainable energy structures, technologies and practices. So how do we do that? We make houses more efficient. We're into renewable electricity, renewable heat and renewable transport. But the one I'm mostly here to talk to you today will be about is the energy efficiency of houses and what grants are available for it. So some tips. There's lots of information out there at the moment. There's lots of websites. A lot of the energy companies have websites out there, but the one we would be promoting is www.sei.ie, Power of One. It's a very good website. There's a lot of technical information on it. There's energy tips, there's videos, there's detailed information. So if you have a question, more than likely the answer to that question will be in that website, so it's well worth it, browse through it. Once you get familiar with the website, it's very easy to go through it. A couple of tips will come to mind. If you drop your stat by 1 degree, you're going to save 10% on your heating bills. So if you drop your stat, also if you have a cylinder and it doesn't have a jacket, you can put a jacket on it. There's other tips on it on the website. Like if you have a big house and you're not using rooms, just close the doors in and put the curtains at night time, so don't let your heat all out through the windows. So there's various tips like that on the website. And again, this brochure here that we have down at the stand, it's very good and it's well worth taking home with you. So we have loads of them down at the stand. Heat loss of 30 to 35%, and through the walls 25 to 30% of heat loss through the walls. Windows is 15% and ventilation is 25%. Again, if you have an open fireplace, you're losing a good bit of heat through your chimney. A lot of people these days are putting in stoves, so that will stop that. So that's a typical house. There's a garage there on that house as well, so if you have a door leading from the house into the garage, you will have a lot of heat loss. It would be well recommended to put draft proof in there. How you improve the envelope of the heating system. The wall insulation is 20 to 30%. Roof insulation, you can save up to 20% in roof insulation. High efficiency boilers, you can save up to 30% there. Solar panels, you can 60% on your hot water. So for all of those measures there, and you can see the substantial savings that you can make, there is grants available for all those items. There's grants for the walls. Some houses might have cavity walls, some might have, might require dry lining if you have 9-inch cavity blocks, or if you have solid walls. So that would take either dry lining or external insulation, and either one are very good. Roof insulation, we would recommend that you put 300mm insulation in your attic. A lot of attics, people think that they have insulation in the attics, but it might be only 50mm or 100mm. What we'd be saying is 300mm insulation. Now when you're doing your attic, you just need to have all the pipes and tanks and all that insulated, and make sure there's good ventilation in your roof. So what you really need there is a a contractor that will know what to do and advise you on what is required. And that's why we'll be recommending that you use an SEI registered contractors. There is some houses out there, you might see there's mold and items like that, so if it's not done right, your attic or your walls, you will end up with problems. The high efficiency boilers, there's boilers out there at the moment, you can get up to 93, 94, 95%. So what I would say is have a good look around, and if your boiler is old, could be 70, 80%, it's definitely well worth upgrading it. And what you do is, down the road, it's a long-term investment. Solar panels then, there's lots of them on the market. So again, you can see 60% of hot water is a huge savings. So the grants then, what we're seeing is the primary objectives of the grant: support homeowners with intelligent choices, reduce energy use, greenhouse gas emissions and costs, and build market capacity, standards, quality and innovation. So that's really what we're trying to do and achieve with the grants. And to date, we've 285,000 homes upgraded to date. We're hoping by the end of the year about 300,000 plus. So, and how we're doing that is through the Better Energy Home Scheme. And this is this brochure that everybody should, there's a few of them on the chairs down there, but definitely go home with that, because there is two schemes on it. You have the grant scheme, and then there's also a scheme here, which is the second item on that list, the Better Energy Warmer Home Scheme. And that is a free scheme to people that meet a certain criteria, like if you have fuel allowance, job seekers allowance, or an FIS policy. So that is a free scheme to do the attic, the cavity walls for free, insulate all the pipes and tanks, and have a look at the ventilation in your house. So that's a free scheme. So if you know of anyone on that, just if you can take home that brochure for them. The other scheme is the Better Energy Home Scheme, and that is the grant scheme. And what I have down there, I've left out a few of these sheets, but it is a comparison between last year's grants and this year's grants. So the grant scheme has been relaunched in March of this year, so there was an old value on it. So if you have that sheet there, you can look through it. What we're also doing is Better Energy Communities, which is a scheme for villages around Ireland, or people that might have a group of houses. So SEI will help on that as well. So all you'd have to do is give SEI a call if you have any queries on anything like that. But the one here is the Better Energy Home Scheme, which has been relaunched and started there in March. So that is this grant scheme. There's a couple of changes that have been made. Previously, you would have a €400 minimum grant that you would have had to apply for. Now that has been gone. So a lot of people that would have had attic insulation would have required to go for maybe the dry lining, or go for cavity wall pumping as well to meet that minimum requirement. But that is actually gone now at the moment. So you don't have to apply for that. So you can do the attics or do the walls separately. There's also a bonus scheme if you're going for the attics, the walls, and if you're going for a boiler, what you have to do is there's €300 payable as a bonus for that, and if you're doing a third measure, you get €100. So there's a couple of differences in the scheme that was there before March. And in the grants amounts, if you look at that sheet that you have there, if anyone that's not on your desk there, you can see the grant comparisons. So there's previously it would have been €200 for attic insulation. Now it's €300. Just apologies if you can't read that, but that's on your desk there. The wall insulation, it would have been previously $250. Now it's $300. And say for apartments, for dry lining, it has increased from $900 to $1,200, and semi-detached house at $1,300 to $1,800. So heating controls has changed from $560 to $700. External insulation, you can see detached houses there. It was $3,600. It is now $4,500. So solar heating would have previously been €800. Now it's €1,200. So there is quite a substantial increase in all that. And what we're seeing is the grant values there would be approximately a third of the price of the finished work. So in any terms, it's a very good value for money if you do apply for a grant. And what you'll be doing is getting an SEI registered contractor who is familiar with the scheme at this stage and will be able to comply with all the standards. So if you can take away a copy of that with you and have a good look at it, and please stop down to the stand as well, and we can go through more of that stuff with you. So the Better Energy relaunch, again, the minimum grant at €400 has been removed. Homes can apply now for the attic on its own or the cavity wall insulation only. So that is a big change in the system, because some of the houses, that would have been easier to do the attic, but if you had solid walls, it was a bit more difficult to do the solid walls. So now that allows that to happen. Second item, there's the bonus for the third and fourth measures. Like I say, this is going to encourage new applications for more measures and returning applications for additional measures. So if you have done measures last year, you got 2 measures and you want to go again and you want to put in your oil boiler, you'll be entitled to that, because SEI will account for the measures you've done before. So you will get a bonus of €300 in addition to your, say if it's a boiler, it'd be €700. The overall upgrade, this is going to upgrade more homes and save more energy with CO2. Then also we're going to make the houses way more comfortable and hopefully they'll be way more energy efficient. So how do we apply? It takes literally 5 minutes to apply. There's a few steps that you have to do, 7 steps that we name out here. First of all, you decide on the measure that you're going to do. Then you get a contractor from SEI's website. So you will have to get familiar with that website. Just browse through it, pick a contractor that's in your area. Once you decide on the measure, look for approval. It's very important that you get approval before you do the work. Some people come to us at the stand and would have put in a boiler a couple of weeks ago, and now trying to get it retrofitted, it's very difficult. So what I'd say is get approval first, get your contractor on board. Once you have got approval, you have 6 months to do the work. So in the time you got approval to the time you finish, you have 6 months to do it. So after that, once you have all your paperwork completed by the contractor, you need to get a BER assessor on board, submit all that paperwork into SEI, and they will pay the money directly into your account. So it's very straightforward. It's only a matter of going through the websites, just applying online. If you're not familiar with the computers, just call SEI and they'll direct you, they'll send the paperwork out to you and give you any help that you want. So definitely you have a couple of options there of how you do it, but the easiest way would be approval straight away online. So the energy tips, then top tips would be only, this is for some conditions here, only for privately owned homes built in 2006. Grants must be approved before work commences. Works must be completed by an SEI registered contractor and to SEI standards. You have 6 months in when you get grant approval. Works must be completed, BER published, paperwork submitted to SEI. So that's really the conditions of the house. So any house built before 2006 is the key, can apply for that. It's not means tested, and you can have a couple of houses. So it is based on 2006 houses. And it's a huge advantage to using an SEI registered contractor, which I'll just go through with you later. This is the website then. If you take the time to go through that website, there's technical information, there's also information about all the grants that are available. Definitely worth the time just going down through it and finding out whatever queries you'd have. Why we use an SEI registered contractor, it's insured and tax compliant, meet relevant certification and requirements, commit to install to SEI best practices, subject to regular quality inspections, deregistration if quality is poor, required to do reworks where necessary, and their works on the better homes are granted. So it's really advantageous to use an SEI registered contractor, because at this stage all the contractors are familiar with the standards, and with the new grants now they'll want to stay on the scheme, so the quality of work will be maintained. So it's definitely worth it. There is a lot of houses out there that we would have visited, and there has been problems with mold and all of that. So it's definitely, to have the backing of SEI behind you, it's very good in that point. Again, that's just another website there, and you can see what grants are provided and how you apply. So again, it's just a clip off the website. It's Better Energy Homes website, www.sei.I Better Homes Energy. That's the one for the grants, and when you go into that, that's the front sheet that you're going to get. Or again, you can call that help desk at 1-850-927-000. More than helpful, and they'll answer any of your queries, and they'll send you the right direction, whatever questions you have. So that comes to the end of the presentation. Again, if you just flick back there to the grant schemes, that one there, you know, if you have any queries, we're more than happy to take them off you. Yeah.
There you go. That was Connor at the KSN Energy website, and making some very interesting points there, that if you own a house or live in a house that was built prior to 2006, you may or may not be aware that there are actual government grants available that will assist you in putting in insulation that will make your home a warmer place to live in. There's money available, but you must take on the services of what are deemed to be officially registered contractors in your area. But do check out the SEAI website, where there's lots of information about grants that are available to make your home a warmer place. Anyway, if you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you here from the RDS in Dublin. The crowds have been milling in since 9 o'clock this morning. A vast array of stands and exhibitors here at the show. And if you're in the whole business of buying a house, selling a house, upgrading a house, or even designing a garden, or making any adjustments whatsoever to your home, this is the place to be. Now, if you're to read the commentary in the newspapers in the last 12 months or so, we're being told that property is on the up. It's a combination of demand being greater than supply, but there's a feeling and a sense that things are on the move again in the Irish property market. Well, to find out more, we're going to go out to our reporter Laura Butler, who's at the Acorn property stand.
Property Preservation. Hi James, how are you? How are you? Now listen, talk me through what exactly you guys do here. You're here for the 3 days.
Yeah, basically what we are is Acorn Property Preservation. We survey houses for damp and timber decay and different problems, we'll say like that. And Property Care Ireland is a range of products that we sell to the public for dealing with the problems that we find after our surveys. But more often than not, a lot of the problems we find are problems that the householder can actually solve themselves. I'd say 80% of the problems we come across are condensation problems.
That's the most common problem.
That is the most common problem. So mold control kits is a kit that householders can actually use themselves, and it has everything that you need, from the bottle of mold spray, the sponge, gloves, goggles. Everything you need is all in the one.
All in one package. Is it easy to use?
It's very easy to use. Very easy to use. Instructions are in it, and there's 2 little bottles of anti-fungicidal additive to add into your paint, which actually turns your paint into an anti-fungicidal paint. So the mold,
it's lasting more than anything.
So the paint or the problem doesn't come back, you know.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much a lot of the thing. What we were doing was, initially when we started up Acorn Property Preservation, we didn't have the intention of supplying products to people. But we found that there was a gap in the market, that there was a lot of people couldn't actually find the products. So we decided we'd get the products for the people, because it's no good telling someone this is what you need to fix the problem, and then they say, where can we get it? You have to be able to give them something that they can use. So it's a professional range of products.
How's the demand been since you came out with this line of products?
It's going very well, going really, really well. The majority of our sales, it's online. We have a walk-in shop in Clonmel in County Tipperary, but like I said, the majority of the products is actually online sales. As for the surveys, we're based in Dublin and Tipperary, so we cover pretty much most of the country. Pretty much nationwide.
Yeah. So if people want to come to you, they approach you, ask for the survey, then you come out, send your team out, they tell them what's needed.
Exactly. So they get a full report telling them exactly what's wrong, how to fix the problem. The products are there if they so wish. If they can find similar products, we tell them exactly what they need to use. So they don't have to buy from us, but at least we have the range of products, which makes it easier for them if they want to.
Yeah, it's simple and effective.
Yeah, it's easier for them.
It is a one-stop shop. Is it a one-time use, or is it?
It's one-time use. One of the things that a lot of people will get a bit of kick out of, if you even just put your hand on one of those and then onto the other, and see if you can see any difference.
Yeah.
In temperature.
But that one's totally different temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this side here is much warmer. One of the products, again, like I said, dealing with condensation. Anti-condensation paint, what it does, it acts like a thermos flask. It's a specially formulated paint with miniature glass bubbles. It works the very same as a thermos flask, and by painting it on the wall, it stops condensation forming.
That's incredible.
And it can actually reduce your heating. So it's absolutely a fabulous paint in that sense.
There's so much logic in that. Reducing your heating bill alone is one of the reasons why to do it.
Yeah. So.
And is this a common problem for you?
it's like I said, nearly, I could safely say 80% of the houses I go into, I have people ringing me up and they say I have a problem with rising damp. You go in and it's condensation. Misdiagnosis is probably one of the biggest problems that people have. They have a local builder, which there's nothing wrong with them. They all can be very good, but if you misdiagnose a problem, it can be very costly. Like someone could say you have dry rot, you mightn't have dry rot, you could have wet rot, and it's two completely different treatments.
And you end up spending a fortune before you realise what's actually wrong.
Exactly. Like I go into a lot of houses where they have tried 3 and 4 different things to fix a problem, and in the end up, they give up. Usually, people were leaving it as a last resort. They'd contact a specialist, but now they're starting to get a little bit more savvy, and they're saying, you know what? Before we actually start fixing the problem, we'll know exactly what it is we're going to fix. So it makes a lot of sense from that point of view.
Absolutely, fantastic service. Is there a promotion of some kind this weekend over the Ideal Home Show?
There's a promotion for the weekend. A lot of the products are reduced, but apart from that, we actually have a competition where basically anyone can give their name,
email, contact number, okay.
And we'll do a draw on the Sunday, and there's a free survey to the value of €350 and 2 €50 vouchers for products for some lucky winner on the end of the day. At least they get the insight as to what's going on in their house.
Absolutely. And is there a website that people can get in touch with you on as well?
Yeah, you can use acornpropertypreservation.ie.
Perfect. James, thank you so much. Lovely meeting you. Enjoy the week.
There you go, that was Laura Butler there at the Acorn Property stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show here in the RDS. If you've just joined us, welcome along. We're with you until 5 o'clock this evening, and we'll be taking you around the floor throughout the course of the day to take a look at the various exhibitors that are here at the show. Everything from designing a new home to upgrading a kitchen to designing or upgrading a garden. Anything that's associated with the modern home, it's all here under the one roof. And of course, when people talk about designing a new home or living in a modern home, they tend to focus on everything from the furniture to the kitchen to bedrooms, the cosmetic look of the house and so on. But of course, a home perhaps doesn't have the cozy feel unless the artwork is to the satisfaction of the owners. Well, one man who knows a bit about artwork is Pádraig McCall. Pádraig is from Dublin, and some years back he took the unusual step of moving to Achill Island in County Mayo, where he is now a full-time artist. Pádraig, thanks very much indeed for joining us. What makes a man move from Dublin to Mayo?
Also, I've been painting Achill and the west of Ireland for the last 10 years, so I've been going over there regularly, and so that's been the source of most of my inspiration. But I've got 3 young children as well, under 7, and so really the house in Dublin was just too small. We needed to get space, and so that was a big driver in moving us over there. But it's the perfect place for me to be based for my work, for what I do, and so it's great to be living there, to be actually to be taking it in every single day. Every time I go to the studio, I'm walking through through the countryside.
And was it for a draw or a love of Mayo, or is it just that the landscape down there, is amenable to good art?
Well, it's definitely amenable to good art, particularly Achill Island. But no, I just fell in love with Achill. The very first time I went there about 12 years ago for the first time, and completely fell in love with the place. It has everything for a landscape artist. It sums up what's best about I suppose the west of Ireland, what Ireland has to offer, just in terms of scenery, and particularly in weather like this that we have today, it's just stunning. And for my work, it proves to be, it really is the best source of inspiration for me to be there. And now I've got 3 young children, and I'm starting to introduce them into the paintings. I'm doing a lot of sort of family portraits, but they were very sort of semi-abstract. But I'm in some ways, recording our life in Achill in the paintings, at various spots and that.
So you have one of your pieces of work here with you. Is it Keem Bay? Is that what you call that place?
No, this would be Keem would be a very, very popular part of the island. This is actually over on the Duiga. So it's on the Atlantic Drive, and so this, and again, I'm using the landscape. All my paintings are about the landscape. Right? So I'm either putting figures into it or I'm putting buildings just as focal points. In this case, it's the family painting. You might notice the Mayo football jersey. And so you can tell a lot in with small, giving the viewer small ideas, but you can put a lot of information into the painting. So, and even I suppose the heights of the children will be very similar, relative to my own children. You give a sense of age.
I'm not an expert on art, but is that what's called a modernist painting, on the basis that while they look like human beings, they're not actual human beings in the way they are painted?
Exactly, yeah. And I'm a self-taught painter. My passion is music, but my second passion is painting. So I wouldn't have the history, or I wouldn't have the background of an art student to be able to discuss this in full detail. All I know is that this is how I communicate through my own art. This is what I want to paint. But it'd be a very, very contemporary way of, I suppose, displaying and showing people. So it's not about giving direct, very explicit sort of features and that. It's just about, I want to get the atmosphere and the feel of the landscape. And by using very simple, just very, very simple characters, I can put lots of colour into it. So it all adds to creating a sense of harmony and colour in the painting.
So when someone like you moves to County Mayo, how difficult is it for an artist like you to develop a market and to let people know that you're in Achill, and if they want a painting of, Croagh Patrick or Ballina Main Street or Westport and all its colour and all its splendour and so on, how difficult is it for you to get the word out that you are there, and if they want a painting of a Mayo landscape, you can do it for them?
Well, it's like any business. I'm a self-employed, one-person business. The thing with me, one of the reasons I'm living in Achill is because my business allows me to set up base. I could set up base anywhere, set up a studio and work away. When it comes to actually bringing the work out of the studio to an audience, I look at the year over the full 12 months. I mean, I do a lot of the art fairs. I do the art fair up in the RDS here every November. I do the craft fair in December. I do the Wexford Opera Festival. These are all big art fairs that give me an audience of, say, between 10 and 15,000, a potential audience. So you pop up shop, for a weekend or a few days, and that's why I'm doing the show here, because it's a perfect way of getting to an audience in spring. It allows me to promote exhibitions I have coming up over the summer. It allows me to promote my painting workshops that I run over in Achill as well. So by living in Achill doesn't really have an impact on how I market my work. Because the marketing is all done through the art fairs like this, and through the galleries. I work with about, say, six or seven galleries around the country, and then I do a lot of work online as well. And of course, once you have broadband, you can be anywhere else. Once you have broadband, you can promote yourself online.
True. So, are Mayo immigrants in Australia or Canada or America, do they get in touch to say, look, could you do a painting for me of the main street in Claremorris?
Very seldom. I do commissions, but not. I mean, most of my 95% of my work is through the studio, and I sell through the galleries and through the shows here. I do the occasional commission, but a lot of that wouldn't necessarily be Mayo people. But it's more because my paintings are more about. They're Irish paintings, I think. I mean, they capture the landscape, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a Mayo landscape that people are looking for. It's just they want the feel or the atmosphere of Ireland. So about 40% of my work actually does go abroad. Goes to the States, goes to the UK. We're shipping a painting to Australia, down in Cork, through a gallery in Cork. So it's going worldwide, but it's all done from Achill.
Just two more questions before I let you go. I mean, is it difficult to make a living as an artist in Ireland at the moment?
It is challenging, but I mean, I've been making a living for the last 8 years full time, and my business has been growing upwards, slowly but upwards over the last 5 years of recession. So I think if you treat it as a business and actually market it and drive it as any other business, you will actually find your audience. But it's about getting out there to find your audience. So that's why a show like this is perfect. You try and match what you do and who your audience are to a show like this, and say, okay, I'm pretty sure I'll find some of my audience in a show like this, and it's about doing that,
Last question: if somebody wants to get in touch with you and sample your work, where can they find you?
Simplest thing is the website, so it's padraigmccall.com.
padraigmccall.com. Okay, well, Pádraig, thanks very much indeed for coming in to talk to us. It's a lovely piece of work, and continued success for the future.
Great.
That's artist
Thanks, Ken.
Pádraig McCall there, who's based in Achill and moved to there from Dublin some years back, and is making a fine living as an artist. If you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you live from the RDS here in Dublin. We've lots more people to talk to throughout the course of the day, involved in the whole area of home development, home building, home reconstruction, and of course garden design and maintenance. Right, flooring is something perhaps that wouldn't be high on people's priorities when designing or buying a house, but it is of course an important element of a modern home. So let's go out to the Carndine flooring stand, and I believe Laura had some people to speak to.
So I'm here with David Flood now from Carndine Design Flooring. David, thank you for chatting to us.
No problem at all, nice to see you.
So luxury vinyl flooring, talk to me about this and tell me about your product, please.
Carndine is basically, as you say, a luxury vinyl tile. It's manufactured out of vinyl product. It's warmer underfoot than wood or stone. We try and replicate it as best we can, the look and the feel of a real wood or a stone floor without any of the natural drawbacks. Basically, it's never going to chip, splinter or crack, and it's very easily maintained.
And vinyl flooring has come on in leaps and bounds, isn't it, over the years? I mean,
yeah.
it's really a popular number now for people.
Technology allows us to create the floors that look as realistic as they do. And obviously, as you can see, we've got over 100 different styles and different effects available.
Is it very popular in homes now?
Yes, yeah, growing every day it's growing. Massive growth in the last number of years over here as well as the UK. Yeah.
And as you say, aside from the maintenance, it's very cost effective too, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it lasts for years and years. It's got up to a 20-year guarantee as well on the floor. So
now there's a new range in particular over here that you want us to have a look at. So take me through this, please.
Literally just launched in the last number of weeks a Paleo Click, as we call it, Paleo Click by Carndine. Which is basically, it's the same effect on top as any of our other products, except that it's used a click mechanism, which Neil is demonstrating here behind you.
So what exactly is the click mechanism?
Click mechanism, it basically allows anybody who's anyway handy to fit themselves if they wish. So it just basically click locks in together in place. So there isn't the same need for subfloor preparation with plywood underneath or with screed on the floor underneath as well. And quite simple and easy to fit.
Fantastic. And this is the new range, and it comes in how many different styles, did you say?
We've got 8 wood planks and we've got 4 tiles. The size of the tiles are 18 by 24 inch and the planks are all 7 inch by 48 inch.
It's amazing how even when you feel it on your foot, you know, just the texture of it, it's completely different from even 5 years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot softer underfoot as well, and the most other finishes that you can get. And as I say, it's not affected by moisture as well, so it's very, very easy to keep clean.
And let's maybe venture this way. Is this a lot of bathroom tile or?
Well, it's just a different range. We've got 2 ranges here, our Van Gogh and our Da Vinci range, so the mid-range products. The product itself has 5 different sub-brands as such. So it starts from Art Select at the top end of the ranges and works its way down through. So we've got Da Vinci here, we've got a range of 3 by 36 inch planks and various different sizes tiles from 16 inch square up to 18 inch square tiles.
And obviously all inspired by wood and stone, different colours and effects and everything like that.
Exactly, and all the design elements and all the design features are all individual. So as you can see, we've got various different borders, design features through the tile. They can all be either inlaid with the product as they are there, or it can be designed as the consumer wishes to have it done.
Are these click to fit as well?
They're not, no. These are all stick down product. These are, as we call it, dry back Carndine.
Look absolutely wonderful.
And we have a few more products around the corner there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Take us around.
What
would be one of the most popular in the Da Vinci range, for example?
Well, in the Da Vinci range, it varies. You know, it depends on the consumer's tastes and what they're after themselves. Probably the tile effects would be the most important, most popular in the Da Vinci.
It is amazing though how the wood. I mean, a lot of people might have had a common misconception about vinyl way back when, but the wood, it looks so clean, it looks so authentic, it looks so raw, it looks realistic. You just said it, took the words out of my mouth. It looks amazing. So Art Select.
Art Select. Well, we've seen a massive growth over the last number of years with these parquet ranges. This is probably one of the biggest growth areas for ourselves at the moment. A lot of people are after this parquet effect, it's become very, very popular in the last number of years in this country.
And why do you think that is, David?
it's just the style. It suits people's homes, and it looks a bit different. It'll never tire for a pattern either. So you don't have long strips of wood plank in the house. You've got these lot of different tiles laid in the herringbone fashion.
You don't see the long strips as much anymore, do you?
No.
It's all in the detail, I suppose, isn't it?
That's it. And as well as that, you can see again the design elements and the features around the edge of the board there. So again, it can be as individual as the consumer likes. It can be laid with or without these strips.
Another popular element, obviously. And this obviously ranges down to the tile too.
This is another new launch. We launched this at the start of last year, so we refreshed what we call our Art Select Stones range. And we've launched some random effect tiles. So basically you'll have 9 different effects of our sizes of formats and tiles in there, all inlaid inside the boards.
I think that's one of my favourites, actually.
Nice.
I just can't get over the
Yeah.
feel of them.
Yeah.
They feel amazing, and just even every little crevice on them and every little
the detail
is just extraordinary.
Texture,
It's so
finish,
intricate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, listen, thank you so much. And is there any offers or promotions you're supplying this weekend for customers at the Rydal Show?
No direct offer, but what we're doing is actually just promoting, as I say, the new launch with the Paleo Click, and then also re-promoting the loose lay end of it. So that's what Neil is there doing at the moment.
Perfect. And will there be demonstrations throughout, obviously, the whole weekend with the click effect?
Neil is there the whole weekend to show off the click and the loose lay.
And what's your website? Are you available nationwide?
Yeah, www.carndine.com. And any network of retailers around the country, they can all be found on the website there.
Perfect. Listen, thank you so much for chatting to us, and enjoy the weekend. Thank you.
A butler out there at the Carndine flooring stand. Well, if you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you live from the RDS here in Dublin. Everything you need to know about the modern home is all happening here under the one roof. Everything from, as you just saw there, flooring to heating to plumbing to new kitchens to electrical gadgets, insulation, it's all happening here. And of course, another dimension now to the modern home, of course, is the design and maintenance of gardens. And we'll be talking to Dermot Gavin a little bit later on. Now, we're moving on to an area, once again, very important in the modern home, and that's the area of slide robe wardrobes, the installation of wardrobes. Years ago, you just went into a shop, you bought a wardrobe, you put it away in the corner, and it did as it said on the tin. But the whole area of wardrobe design now has become a little bit more sophisticated. And one company that specialises in this is Superior Wardrobes. They're based in Navan in County Meath, which of course is a furniture hub in this country. And I'm joined by Gavin Connolly of Superior Wardrobes. Thanks for joining us, Gavin.
Welcome.
First of all, can I ask you, how busy are you at the moment?
We're very busy. We're a new startup company. We started 3 months ago. Myself personally, I have about 15 years experience as a cabinet maker, fitting wardrobes. 2 other chaps with us as well started up the company, and we're very busy as we started off.
Do you sense a pickup in the economy?
Yes, definitely, yeah. There's definitely, anywhere you go into, any suppliers that we use, you can all tell that they're all a lot more busy now, so they are. People are building, even since Friday, since we started here, people are coming up to our stand with plans of houses that are building, in the process of building. So yeah, it's definitely, there's a new pick-up in the economy.
And is it that more houses are being built, or is it just simply that people might have put money aside to wait what was going to see with the economy, and now they're sort of saying, okay, I have an extra few quid, I'm going to splash out in a new wardrobe?
I think it's both. Like, people probably same as ourselves that bought houses probably 2007 or so. Now they're realising that they have a few pounds to spend. People are more stable in their jobs, and it was certainly the building as well. The new houses are being built, starting to be built, because there's a demand for them. So certainly, it's a bit of both, but definitely the private building. People that mightn't have got planning permission a while ago are maybe getting it now. I don't know if it's laxed a bit, but certainly the building is taking off again, so as.
So in the area of wardrobes, you know, do people go to you and say, I like that wardrobe in the corner, I'll have that? Or are people now a bit more sophisticated? They're saying, I want to design a wardrobe that has a particular look, has a particular type of wood, and it can either be a walk-in or not. What are people, if you like, doing in terms of trends when it comes to wardrobe installation?
People have a basic design in mind. They might have it, but they don't know how to get it down on paper. Like we offer over air stand, we offer upholster doors, we offer wallpaper doors, we offer picture signature frame doors, so they can. There's any amount of designs that they can go for. But people have a basic design in mind for their certain long hanging, double hanging shelf stacks like that. But they just want something a bit different that everybody hasn't got. We can offer up to 20 different colours of glass finishes, up to about 16 different colours of wood finishes. So we've something for everybody. So we have.
My other half, Tracy, would die for the proverbial walk-in wardrobe. Apparently, it's a big thing with women.
Yeah.
Fellas, I don't think particularly care. But is the problem with walk-in wardrobes all determined by space in a house?
It is, but any of the plans that we've seen or we have seen, every house nowadays has a walk-in wardrobe off the main bedroom with an ensuite one-side walk-in wardrobe. But what a lot of people are doing in a standard 3-bedroom house, when they get the kids out and they're gone, they're starting to turn the box room into a walk-in wardrobe. So we can facilitate that because a lot of the box rooms have the head of the stairs in the bedroom, and we can utilise that for space as well. You can put shelving and stuff on top of that as well. But a lot of people are turning the box room into a walk-in wardrobe, so they are.
In terms of wood, what's popular? Ash, chipboard,
it's surprising, you still always have the walnuts, the natural, the tobacco, the oaks. They never went away. But a lot of people are using the ivory, magnolias. There's plain finish, there's Dakars, there's grey colours. But the old oaks and that are still always there. But a lot of people like the plain finish, the plain ivory, magnolias, whites, that they can decorate the colour of the room to whatever style. You don't have to stick to a certain type of colour when you're using traditional wood colours, so you can.
And what would the average wardrobe nowadays that's being, if you like, custom made to fit in, what would the average custom made wardrobe cost?
Because we price it per foot or per metre, but we're very competitive with all the other competitors that are out there. Like we supply a free rip-out service, so if you have existing wardrobes, we'll take them down, dispose them and get rid of them for you as well, no extra cost. But you'd be talking somewhere in a standard, say 3-door wardrobe, probably 12 foot, you're probably starting off around 2,200, something like that. Then we price all the accessories individually, so your baskets, your pull-out shoe racks, tie racks, all that. So you have a rough guide of what you're going to be spending when you want to add all your bits and pieces into it, so you do.
And do you find now that when people, say, are building a new house, the walk-in wardrobe or the custom-made wardrobe, it's as important as the front door?
Probably after the kitchen and the bathroom, the walk-in wardrobes are coming in. Definitely, they're up there. As it says, the fellas are fine, they don't mind, but the women certainly want the walk-in wardrobes.
Sure, but what I'm trying to get at is, there was a time in Ireland, if you built a bungalow, you would kit it out as money allowed.
Yeah.
I know of one guy who built a house in the 70s and he still hasn't got round to putting a bed in his bedroom. It's sort of, I'll do it when the time is right. But people now, do you find people now, they want all the mod cons in from day one?
A lot of people do. See, when you're building, before the house is finished, it's the right time to get us in. Because before skirtings and everything go on, we can fit, if there's certain alcoves made to suit, we can have them all done. So then you just literally have to skirt up to the wardrobe. So you don't have the hassle of taking skirtings off and stuff like that. But yeah, no, certainly the people want the wardrobe. You don't want to be moving, if people are moving from a house to another house, you don't want to be moving in boxes and black bags. You want to be moving in to be able to hang up your clothes straight away. So yeah, no, they're certainly up there with.
And do you have, if you like, a catalogue of wardrobes that people can say, I want that one on page 4, or are all custom-made wardrobes subjected to, if you like, a personal design list?
They are, well, I've always taken pictures of jobs I've fitted since I've been in the trade, but as I said, we're a new startup company, so we've done a lot in 3 months. We've got our labeling and our brand and all that. We've been in here as well. We've been actually fitting jobs we've happy customers already. So the brochure and the website is the next thing to be done. But we're getting there, but we have jobs that we've done that we can show people.
Right,
so we have.
And in terms of the competition, I mean, this must be a very competitive business to be in.
It is, but we have had people into our showrooms in Navan and we've called out to them. They've had competitors in and we've called into them and we can beat most of the major players in the market with our guarantee our service and our quality of work, so we can.
Okay, well look, we're going to leave it there.
Right,
Gavin
thank you very
Conley, your
much.
company is Superior Wardrobes.
In Navan.
And you're based in Navan. Are you on the internet?
We are. We have the website and everything. We're on Facebook as well, and the website will be up and running in a couple of weeks. Or they can get all the details on the Facebook page as well.
And of course, there's no harm in people just ringing you just for a quote.
Just for a quote, we can do a quote over the price. We do a free home appointment service. I'll call out, go through the designs, and give them a price there and then.
And
So,
are you specific to the Loud Mead area, or
no,
are you
we
nationwide?
travel everywhere. We go nationwide. Well, people over to stand from Mayo, from Cork. We fit it all over the country, so we have it.
Very good.
So we travel
Okay,
around.
that's Gavin Conley there of Superior Wardrobes, and they are based in Navan in County Meath. Well, if you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you live from the RDS here in Dublin. It's a show that shows you everything that's, if you like, necessary for the modern home, everything from flooring to doors to insulation to kitchen fit outs to electrical gadgets, you name it, it's all here under the one roof, and we'll have plenty to talk to between now and 5 o'clock this evening. Okay, we're going to go back out to the floor, and I do believe Laura is at the discount store.
DuffyDiscount.com. Shane, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. You were going to give me the A to Z on shelving. Start.
The A to Z in shelving.
Right. So talk us through what you've got here.
Basically, we have we're Ireland's largest shelving company at the moment. We're based in Ballinasloe. We've very competitive prices with regards to shelving. It's all very, very solid compared to a lot of the other companies we have. The one on show at the moment is a laminate board shelving unit. It retails at 120. That's including VAT. As I said, very solid laminate board, so it's not corrosive or that. We've numerous workbenches. We've bin racks also as well. I'll just take you around here to the bin rack. Again, very competitive pricing with regards to our bin racks. Mechanics, even a lot of ladies have bought this for their garages and that, for utilities and stuff like that.
I was thinking that myself, just the organisation alone, it just is so appealing looking at this.
It is.
36 bins, 9 shelves, can't go wrong.
No, it's brilliant, and it's very rock solid as well, and we have a smaller version as well also, but our pricing, as I see, is very competitive, and it's the writing's on the wall basically with us with regards our selling, because there's nobody in Ireland that can beat us at the moment.
And is it home self-construct, or do you guys send a team out?
It's home self-construct. It's very easy. It's all rivet click system, so there's no screws. There's nothing like that at all.
Easy for a girl like me then.
No, well look, you'd have no problem, I'm sure. You'd be fine. So it's nothing like the flat packs you'd have in IKEA or that, or etc. So it's very, very, very easy on the hand of that, So my grandmother could set it up.
So what would be the most popular product that you have here on display this weekend?
Our most popular product probably would be the latter there I showed you, the very first one, and these two units here. Again, they're very, very hard wearing. As I said, they're very non-corrosive, like the laminate board on is very strong. Also, to the right of them, we also have, for pantries and that, we've more of a kind of a lesser valued model, which is kind of a glue-based board. Again, be ideal for pantries if you have vegetables or anything like that in your utility for storage. That'd be more of a lesser valued one. But and then we've smaller bin racks also. So, with regards pricing that for the 3 days that are in it, basically with our shelving and that, we're given a free delivery anywhere in Ireland. So it's unbelievable pricing and that, So it's onwards and upwards for Duffy's discounts, really.
Absolutely. And what I was going to say to you is that instead of maybe adding in a new vintage dresser or something like that, or building in a built-in wardrobe or something, people are being a lot more practical and a lot more cost effective. This, as you say, could go in a garage, it can go in a pantry, so there's an absolute must and need for this now, isn't there?
Oh, there is massive, because the amount of people have come up to us and said, look, they've finished with the whole mahogany-based stuff out in their garage and wasting money and are rotten and that, where these are for life. They're rock solid, as you can see. You can actually stand up on top of it. It's very sturdy, and it's practicality people want nowadays. Practicality, and what more is practical than something based like this.
And can be used as a workbench, obviously, as well, can it?
Workbench, and we also sell, actually, as your cameraman is standing on, we actually say you're working at a workbench. We've these mats that are on sale also. They're basically a good mat would be 10 millimeters. This is 14, so we're €90. You can't go wrong. It's good in the heels. If bad ankles, if you've ever played hurling or sport or anything like that, you have shaky ankles and you're working at a workbench, this is ideal, So, as I said, you hit the nail on the head. Practicality is the main thing nowadays people want, and value for their money. and they get it with Duffy's Discount.
Duffy'sDiscount.com.
Correct.
Enjoy the weekend. Thank you so much.
Too. God bless. Thank you.
From the show, we're with you until 5 o'clock this evening, and of course the show continues tomorrow. So if you're in the whole business of either buying a new house, building a new house, renovating an old home, or perhaps in the whole area of garden design, build, maintenance and so on, everything you need for the modern home, it's all happening here at the RDS. Now we'll be talking to lots more people throughout the day in terms of the different aspects involved in modern home building and modern home maintenance, everything from flooring to the type of doors to insulation to the vast array of kitchen design, for example, and we just had Gavin Conley in there from Superior Wardrobes, everything from bedrooms to the slates on your house. Anything to do with the modern home, it's all happening here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show until 5 o'clock this evening. Okay, coming up a little bit later on, we're going to be talking to Dermot Gavin, who is one of the best known garden designers in these islands. Dermot is here today and he's giving a number of lectures at the theatre here in the RDS, and I think if we can cross over now to the design.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Great to see you all here on this absolutely wonderful spring day when we really should be outside digging the garden, shouldn't we? What a great year start it's been to our gardening year, and the forecast, according to Edwin O'Rourke, if you believe those things, is for more of the same for another 3 months. We have the most fantastic country to garden in. And why is it the most brilliant country to garden in? One reason: rain, climate, of which rain is a part. We have a temperate climate, so a lack of extremes of hot or cold or wet or dry, even though it doesn't seem like that all the time. And we can grow plants that have originated from right the way around the world. So also we have a background in working the land. We're an agricultural people, and we know the land and we know how to grow things. So I'm going to talk about how gardens have changed. I'm giving 2 lectures today. This one is on tips and inspiration on how to create the ideal garden, and we'll look at how you draw the flow between the house and the garden, how you draw people outside to use the garden. And then later on at 3:20, we'll be doing the 15 ideal plants to use in your garden. So if you're around for the planting lecture, please, if you're still in the RDS, please come back for that one. So the way we garden has massively changed in the past 20 or 30 years. And I always like to think back to the first garden I ever saw being created. And that was on a road where my parents bought a house, Fairways in Rathfarnham in South County Dublin. And the house they bought, let's imagine that's the house there. In front of the house were 2 heaps of soil. Now that's the way the builders left, with rubble and all sorts of rubbish there. And there was a small driveway in between those 2 heaps of soil. So I looked from an upstairs window and was fascinated as my dad and my uncle Chris went out and raked that soil flat. And they took out all the stones, all the perennial weeds, and then they got grass seed. It was the days before you rolled out lawns instantly. And they got grass seed and they scattered that and they created 2 lawns. And in the center of those 2 lawns they put 2 trees. What are the trees? What's that? Cherry. Always a cherry tree. Every house, every garden was exactly the same. And the road in Fairways was a road full of cherry trees. Because the little girls making their first Holy Communion dressed up in my big fat gypsy wedding communion dresses looked great under this pastel cloud of cherries around this time, right into of the year, right into May. And then in the front garden you were allowed one, if you were ordinary, you were allowed one other feature, and that was a border that was always exactly that width. and in the border you put blue and white and blue and white. Do you remember that? It's not so long ago. Alyssum and Lobelia. Unless you were a very adventurous garden designer, or heaven forbid if you were Protestant, you might put red salvias or orange marigolds or something with a bit of excitement, but generally blue and white, and all other colour was in pots, containers and hanging baskets where you could really go wild. And the people who judged your garden and the people who ensured that it was exactly the same as any other garden on the street were your neighbours. They were worse than any, they were on their way to Sunday Mass, worse than any Chelsea flower show judge. And they'd ensure that you weren't stepping up, being too adventurous. In the back, everybody had the same again, bit of crazy paving, and then if two walls collided, you'd heap a load of soil there, you'd dot that with stones, you pretended you came from Kerry or Donegal, and you had a rockery. And I used to see, I was fascinated by this type of garden making, and I used to see, I was in the Cub Scouts, and at Easter we'd do bob a job, and I'd go and do my bob a job in slightly posher areas, and they'd have rose beds, and I'd butcher somebody's roses and whatever. But it was the kind of hyacinth bucket type of gardening. Everything was about conforming. If you were extremely posh, you followed a completely other tradition, the English tradition. You'd have herbaceous borders or beautiful cottage garden plants. And then that all changed. It started to change not through garden designers, through a double glazing salesman who in the 1980s came around with a twinkle in his eye, and all of a sudden Mrs. Gavin had taken out all the small windows at the back of the house, and we had patio doors and French doors and glass at the back of the house. So your garden became a picture, and you were staring at it all year round, and it was staring back at you. And all of a sudden its job was to entertain you all year round, and to look good all year round. The other really big thing, the important thing that's happened with gardens is they're getting much smaller than ever before. They're still generally the biggest space we have available to us in our homes, but they're getting smaller. And we've opened up our eyes and our ears to garden inspiration. We've seen things like the Chelsea Flower Show. We've seen all the gardening program. We've bought the magazines. We know a good deal about different styles of gardens that have originated around the globe, and we want to try something. We feel empowered, and we want to create gardens that reflect what we like outside. So I want to show you the styles of gardens that used to prevail. This is the cottage garden style, and you can see it's a lovely style of garden. It's a chocolate box style of garden. The original garden was never really as beautiful as this. So this is all about beautiful colour, none of which is native to Britain or Ireland, been brought in from all around the world and plunked up against the house. And now the boundaries between the house is a little bit like a fortress there. It's big and blocking, and there's very little, the plants soften the connection between indoors and out, but there's very little visual connection. And I just want to show how that has evolved down through the years. This is a model that was found in an ancient, that was made a couple of thousand years ago in ancient Egypt. But it looks like quite a contemporary garden because it's a courtyard garden, and it has a pavilion, and it has formal planting of trees down the side. And you can imagine that a formal courtyard was the height of sophistication in a place where it was all incredibly hot and turbulent outside. You could build a wall space and introduce symmetry and formality and mathematics through how you laid out your plants. And you'd have a pavilion for shade, and often you'd have a pond with fish, carp growing, or lotus flowers or something like that. And we're still copying that style of design because it still works for us with small gardens. So in the 80s, the garden that really woke me up, where I saw people living outside, was South Fork in Dallas. Do you remember Miss Ellie used to gather all the family together for breakfast by the pool outside? Now that was never going to happen in dour grey Dublin in the 1980s. People would think, but you know what, all of a sudden, maybe we don't have breakfast outside, but we have parties outside, we have barbecues. We never lived outdoors, even back in the 80s, and now all that's changing. So JR and his pool and South Fork was something I could only dream about until I went there and met Sue Ellen, and she showed me all around last year. So this is the birth of the suburbs. This is the style of gardens that we all, most of us, live and use these days. 1938, a young garden designer studying in Berkeley College in California made a model of 18 gardens that he imagined, 9 back-to-back gardens, and they were all completely different and nobody had seen the like. So it was only an imagined scheme, never really existed. He did it as a college project, and he worked until the year 2000. And everything he did in this really invented the idea of the suburban garden outside and the garden becoming a room outside. And I find that fairly inspiring. Just want you to have a look at architecture and gardens. A lot of us, again, if we live in suburbia, our house in Rathfarnham was a pebble-lashed concrete block, and that's the style and the charm it has. And thousands of these were built because they're relatively cheap to build, and they are continually built. In these gardens here, in these houses here, you can see that there's balconies, and you have some cover, and it makes the houses more human because people are invited out to take a view. So I think the flow and the relationship between indoors and out is hugely important. And I'll show you in just a little while how this style of gardening that you might see, these verandas in the southern states of America, in South Africa, in New Zealand, where they use roofs. And often we could really use roofs in our gardening, even during the summer where we get rain showers. If we could go into a place that's slightly enclosed, it helps. Not all of us live in conventional concrete blocks. A friend of mine lives in this house in the south of France, the Bottle House. And even in an extraordinary house like this, you have to follow the lines, the contours, and do something different. And you can see the serpentine pathway leading around the pool and the reed beds growing. And that connection always framing a view from inside, inviting you out, however extraordinary or simple your house is. This is another garden that I really like, and it's very similar in terms of the design of that Egyptian courtyard. This was in the Serpentine Gallery in London, in Hyde Park in London, and every year they commission a garden pavilion, or a pavilion in the park. And maybe 3 or 4 years back, a guy created this pavilion, very simple, cheap pavilion, but it was like a cloisters from medieval times. And at the center of this pavilion, in this park, was an area about twice the size of the stage here, twice the length of the stage, and it was packed with prairie planting. And people would come and they'd sit in the shelter, they'd still be out in the garden when the rain was pouring down, and they'd watch nature do its thing. And the garden only lasted about 4 or 5 months. But in that time, it became a haven for, you're almost framing a garden. You're creating a garden as an art form, and you're meditating on what's happening internally. This is another good example of showing the type of gardens we deal with these days, because when we have a garden, we're generally gardening in a room. We're gardening up against a fence, a hedge, walls, and we have to create a picture within these very fixed or real boundaries. And your job from the house is to direct the viewer, to invite them out, to initially use line and shape to do that, to draw people out, and never let them see the final focal point straight away. You want people to go on a journey. To do that, you put a destination in your garden. You consider the pathways, you consider the line, the shape, and of course, the most important thing, you consider the planting that you use, because that will create the main interest. If you're very wealthy these days, people build houses like this. It's a garden we're working on, and I just want to show you the connection between house and garden. People love glass, so they like to live in the landscape, and they like to have that immediate connection. This is a house, a newly built house in Prague in the Czech Republic. It's above the town, and the guy likes to think he dominates the town. So he even has a bridge coming out from his living room, crossing over his sunken patio area, leading down into the garden. So whether it's contemporary or whether it's suburban or whether it's a small townhouse, connection between inside and outside is more important than ever. And the garden working for you all year round is very important. This is an American garden in Greenwich Village, and you can see how they've created different levels. So that idea of the balconies or the veranda reinvented. So whatever level you're at, you can go out, have a barbecue, or have some plants growing, even up in the other reaches. A garden like this, or a garden feature like this, would go down very well in this country if we could keep it dry. And you can just imagine, we've all seen the movies where the cowboy has gone out to shoot somebody and his wife is sitting swinging in the porch or whatever. All this type of garden ephemera, furniture, barbecues, fire pits, features, hot tubs, They're all becoming incredibly popular these days, and it's all goes to fulfill our dreams of the new garden. And the new garden mightn't be in the suburbs, it might be in Hanover Quay and Dublin Stocklands, it might be a tiny balcony. So producers and manufacturers are beginning to cotton on to the way we want to live outside. So you see this handy little planter that's attached to the railings of a small balcony, and the guy with his contemporary technology on a sunny day can do all his work outside while being at one with nature and floating above the city. So whatever space you have, you can create a garden, big or small. We'll look at small to medium-sized gardens for most of this lecture. When we're asked to do a garden, this is what the typical of what we'd be landed with. This was in a house north of London for an Irish couple that I went to see a couple of years ago. And it's the type of house that, or extension to a house that Dermot Bannon might design, talking about light opening, cutting down walls in the house, bringing light in wherever, and again, the glass walls disappearing into the side, so there's no net curtains, there's no small windows, you're looking at that, at what's outside all year round. So what you do is you try and plan with that. You use, as I say, line and shape to draw people out, to entice people out. Here it's been done very directly with a piece of lawn in a serpentine shape, just curving around there, almost acting like an arrow on the ground, inviting you to go along, let's say, the yellow brick road, the green brick road in this case, so the lawn right up to the back of the patio there. Or in a rural situation, a very similar trick. You have that 1970s crazy paving that's morphing into a piece of deck that's cut in curvaceous shape. And you just look at that, it's a very pleasing picture. Your eye follows the main line and it goes to the fields beyond. So you're grabbing the outside, the landscape beyond, and making that part of your garden. So it's all the tricks of not keeping the eye inside your little plot, of if you have to, if you're in a very built-up inner city, of creating a picture, or if there's something beautiful in the background, drawing that in through clever use of line and shape. So the type of people, the new gardeners, the target market for landscapers, designers, garden producers is young, hip, trendy people who want to live in their gardens, who want to entertain in their gardens, who want to put things in their gardens, who want to go off to a garden centre on a Saturday morning in April and buy a few plants that will produce colour, buy a pot and buy some compost, and they feel that will create the garden, and they feel they've done a good day's work. We don't want to be slaves to our gardens anymore. We want to be able to enjoy them, and we want to be able to garden in big or small locations. Every garden that we do, we put a garden building in, some type of pavilion, and we look at design in terms of every aspect. It may be the garden gate that you see the heart shape cut into there. It may be the pathway. We consider different materials. We consider different colours. And we consider how people live in these days. And this will be a nice example of a small courtyard garden, a small area that was on a slope, terraced into a few different areas. So it's very inviting, even with nobody in that picture. It suggests use. Even if you don't get to enjoy the garden, the way it's laid out with the furniture and whatever, you can see that as a garden being a room outside. And as I say, it's probably smaller than gardens ever were before, but still the biggest area you'll have available to you in your home. And that's the trend, that's where it's going, for people to plant low maintenance planting, some big specimen shrubs, some nice trees, going off to the garden centre and doing spots of colour, whether that's colour in containers or whether it's colour in the borders, and not being a slave to looking after the place that they have. And then hints of little places throughout this journey in the garden to rest. So you have a semi-evergreen fern, Diopterus Felix Max there, and you have the syringa, the lilac growing in the background, and a lovely late spring summer scene. We're mad into furniture inside the house. Designers have put their mind, all the big high street chains like Zara are doing furniture for inside, but they're also moving outside into the garden. And really amazing contemporary designers like Philippe Starck are embracing this trend and coming up with loungers and dining sets and small tables that can be used in our gardens. We also, I talked about the pots and containers. There's a range of different pots and containers. These are very nicely planted here to give instant impact. But we see in this, you have containers that would have been invented in Versailles, in France, in the 18th century. Adapted a little bit and packed, in this case, with African lilies. Packed absolutely, crammed in, because African lilies do very well where their roots are constricted, and instant summer colour. But people have individual tastes, and whether it's urns or that they buy in a pottery shop, very trendy new style of planter emerging in France. On the streets of Paris, we see them here, fabric planters, which are perfect for balcony living, can be easily just lifted, like one of those bags we get in the shopping centre now, have handles on them, and you just use them as a cover for a pot that you buy in the garden centre. And you go and buy one of those, stick an olive tree in it, and you feel you've been working in the garden all day. So it's as much about acquiring style and changing that every few years, especially in small places. There's a big vogue, and there has been for a while, for everything to do with the Mad Men era, and that's back on our television screens now. So a lot of the style is inspired by stuff that might have originated in California or in Palm Springs in the 1950s, and these are bullet planters raised off the ground in the 1950s, making a comeback in our gardens. So if you look at this garden here, there's no plants in the garden. It's a small courtyard, but people have paid attention to the stuff that can be acquired. Those style of Moroccan lanterns are very, very popular. People introducing colour in a background. Again, this is America. We have to be careful about the colour that we use, and I'll show you a sample of that with our light levels. But even there's decoration and texture on the ground. So it's not just crazy paving anymore. It's not just decking anymore. We have our choices of all sorts of different materials, depending on the style that we want to adopt or create. And most importantly, the seating here is integrated, a small space. So they've designed the seating into it and just put a few scatter cushions there. So the garden is usable at all stages. This is another very trendy type of garden. Again, a reinvention of that 1950s garden, and there's nothing about it that wouldn't work in our country. Not crammed with plants. It doesn't have a lawn. You don't feel guilty about it. You don't have to run out on the Saturday morning come Easter and buy the lawn feed, and you don't have to worry about killing off the moss. You have your plants there in a border though. You have your big specimens that are creating framing devices, being used as framing devices, and you have your encaustic cement tiles. So those tiles are probably made in Morocco to very contemporary designs these days, and they can be laid inside or out. So if you use them outside in your courtyard garden, you could use them inside too. So the flow between house and garden, the lines are blurred, and you can use your garden as in this case, a relaxing living room. And you can see the different tiling and the different textures, and certainly the different colours used there. And again, another small courtyard garden, integrated display. You might think you could do nothing with a space like this. But if just we reevaluate what we want, cut down maybe on the amount of plants that we have, not cover it with green, don't introduce the lawn to a small space, you can have your garden as the outdoor room. You can also mix and match materials. Here we see diagonal planting of probably a green Ophiopogon, a little green grass. So you have a paved area, and you shake that up a little bit by introducing planting right the way through these crisscross diagonal lines. Steps, pathways, access to the front or the back of the house or through the garden. I have a feeling that whoever designed this went to see the Giant's Causeway at some stage. It mightn't be the most practical garden. If you went for dinner at this house and had a few gin and tonics, making your way back out as it got dark in the evening. So maybe works well in Arizona, where it is, where they don't entertain as much as we do, but a very interesting use of a very simple material, just concrete blocks, a sculptural use. And you can imagine lighting underneath these, shooting up, would create a very dramatic entrance to it. Choice of materials, again, this is a garden that we created. We have to be a bit more careful. We don't have the climate of Arizona, but we can still use our outdoor spaces. And even where weather is inclement or the siting situation is difficult. This is a garden that we did for an RTE series a number of years ago in Bettystown in County Meath. And then the end of the garden, you can just see the sea is coming in over the beach. So that will give you an idea that it's a fairly exposed, windy situation. And the couple who lived here, Jimmy and Charlotte, absolutely loved eating outdoors and entertaining. So the only way to give them protection was to go down into the ground. And we created a series of patios, 2 patios on different levels, inspired by maybe the stonework of a coastal harbour or a pier, something like that. Sunk these 2 areas into the ground, and all of a sudden the place was sheltered, and we were creating little microclimates for the plants because of all those salt-laden winds. Nothing outside would grow, so everything had to be down. And that got a huge amount of use. We've just looked down in the ground, but even in tiny areas up in the sky, a lot of us will have these suburban houses that have garages attached and flat concrete roofs, and they can be fantastic places to do, to create a garden. You can see very lightweight decking and really lovely planting of, I think it's purple angelica and those grasses, and bringing birds and butterflies and bees to a rooftop situation that would have been devoid of plants, and creating a little haven in the city or in the suburbs to use is often fantastic. The style of what we like to do, as I say, manufacturers, I'm just going to show you a couple of things that we're working on at the moment. I really like the idea of these 1960s, 1970s hanging chairs. At the moment, we're working in a factory in the Philippines, and you can see the lads creating the framework of one of these hanging chairs, and that's going to be woven with that plastic material, which will allow them to be outdoors. And you'll see, I'll show you a little bit later on where I intend that sort of structure to go and how we could use different forms of furniture. Garden rooms are hugely important. As I say, inviting somebody.
Right. You have to tender for all these things, I presume. Yeah, it's a nightmare, is it?
It is.
Way that will lead you out, and something that you're just seeing a hint of at the end of a garden. It may be a place to go and relax. It might be an outdoor gym. It may be a place that you do your work on. But every garden, no matter how small, even if you're just converting a 6x4 shed into a destination, it makes people feel relaxed. It gives them a place to go, and it completes the picture of a garden. These can be open structures like this very posh, slightly sterile London one, or the big trend on the continent and in America at the moment is full outdoor kitchens. So from maybe April to September, they don't have to do any cleaning inside. Everything is available. Whether you're on a rooftop in Manhattan, you can have your cooker, even your fridge, even your freezer outside. And that's apart from the barbecue, or these fully constructed kitchens that people are getting into. That's the type of furniture that people love, on sale here at the Ideal Home Show today. Or you can go for a much more rustic approach, which spells out the idea of escape. Not only do you have your log cabin, but you have your covered area outside. This is much more adventurous, let's say. Some architect has been let loose on this garden escape. Or a garden from the Chelsea Flower Show, a little woodland den created, which won't provide cover, but just provides a shady area to sit down and relax while still being in the middle of nature. It provides a good background, a nice bit of structure, and again, any of these things are going to take your eye off any of the boundaries, any of the hedges, any of the walls, and help you to lose yourself in gardens. Sometimes garden structures go absolutely mad, and this is one that we created at the Chelsea Flower Show for the Irish Sky Garden, and this was a pavilion. It was a planted pavilion that was on the ground, but after watching the Willy Wonka movie one too many times, I started thinking of the Wonkavator that bursts up through the glass ceiling of Chelsea, and I wondered, could you create a garden pavilion that started to fly? And we did, and it's now landed with a bit of a thud, and it's by the Lee in Cork, but that's another long story. Other type of garden pavilions can be just open framing devices, and here we were creating a garden on an apartment building for a Man United footballer in Altrincham in Cheshire, and the climatic conditions would be very similar to here, quite a lot of rain, so we created these covers that can move together and create a sheltered area, so you can dine and have fun outside. Another garden from Chelsea, this time the structure created for us back in County Meath by Shomra, a garden pavilion, 2 garden pavilions crisscrossing a his and hers. So the clients could read or they could paint, and in the evenings they could come together and gaze out at the pond. And this was another open garden shelter. Inspiration can come from many different places. You know the rope bridge from that I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. You know the shape of that rope bridge? It gave the idea for creating a slightly Australian outback garden, again near the Dodder River in Rathfarnham. There were so many trees in the background, we decided that keeping to a wooden theme and creating the pavilion as a structure that would allow you to get down a fairly steep slope, so incorporating steps into it. Another Chelsea one, and this is outside of the UK and Ireland. This is what we're designing for places like, I suppose, Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Florida, a series of Moroccan lanterns that become instant pavilions that you can put in gardens. They are doing a version for this country, but they turned the whole thing into a tent. They can cover it completely just in case it ever rains here. But that whole pavilion, if you put a lantern in it, the whole thing becomes like a big light source at the end of your garden. And if you're very posh, if you live in Gorse Hill in Killiney or someplace like that, and you have kids you want to indulge, maybe you get them a den in the shape of a galleon. Talking about the things that people want to put in their garden, Alan Titchmarsh did a confessional interview in the Daily Telegraph a couple of weeks ago, and he says the thing he can't do without is a hot tub in his garden. Now, I'm not sure I like the image of Alan in a hot tub, but there you go. Horsham, my mum loves them. Actually, no, it's Monty she loves. But hot tubs are becoming incredibly popular. Before the crash in this country, they were popular at shows like this, and I even hear that hot tubs are back in the Ideal Home Show this year in spring 2015, so we must be going in the right way. As well as hot tubs, you see the fire pit, and everybody wants chimeras or fire pits in their garden. We have decoration with garden walling. If you have small gardens, you can still produce the idea of architecture or art into it by introducing wallings with different texture. This type of thing is a reinvention again of a 1950s style and about to hit here. I talked about colour. The most extraordinary garden I've ever been to for its use of colour. I don't know if any of you have seen it. A garden in Marrakesh in Morocco called La Margerelle, created by a French painter, and he used a colour cobalt blue, very similar, a bit deeper than the colour of the carpet here. And in the brilliant light they get there, it works very, very well. It was adopted by the Ground Force program, and Alan painted everything blue. Blue doesn't really work too well in the light, in the light that we get, but if you do want to use some colour, I would go for an aubergine colour. If I pick one of these viola flowers there, if you bring that to the Dulux or any of these colour trend people and get them to match the dark colour of that little viola, or even bringing an aubergine in and getting that coloured match and add a little bit of black, tends to work very well no matter what you plant against it. This is just a cropped image of part of a garden we did at Chelsea, the one with the Schomer structure. You can see we've planted a Japanese maple. Underneath the maple we have those grey silver spikes of Astelia, and behind those we have ferns. But just shadow, when we do get bright sunshine, shadow is hugely important. And look at the imprint of those leaves on that wall. So if you want to brighten something, be very careful about what colour. We can't whitewash everything like they used to with cottages on the Ireland Islands. It doesn't really work for us because it gets dirty in our gardens. Blue isn't so good, but a deep aubergine, very, very deep, nearly black, can work very well. In terms of style, in terms of paving, I want to show you something that a designer, a Brazilian designer, picked up on many years ago. These were African women wearing traditional costumes, and there was a guy, an amazing landscape designer called Roberto Burle Marx, working in Sao Paulo and Rio. And if you see the second lady there, he took the design from her dress and he incorporated that into the new coastal seafront in Rio, and that would have been a motif that was seen over and over again during the World Cup last year. So introducing some different texture graphic design into paving can be great fun. Your choice of materials is very important. I'm going to show you how our range of paving has been inspired by gardens I've seen recently in New York. I took this picture of some natural stone in a quarry in Lisbon, in the capital of Portugal, about a month ago. We have to be very careful when we come to choosing stone for our climate. There's a lot of stone that's been imported very cheaply from China and from India that mightn't necessarily be suitable or mightn't be treated or sealed. So be very careful. If you can use a tried and tested a natural stone from around the area, it will always make your garden, especially if you're in a rural location, look as if it fits in much, much better. So I think your choice of materials is very important. This is before the stone is cut up, and this is the type of job we're going to do with that stone, working with computers to create, indulge ourselves with these spiral lines. This is the garden that is influencing most contemporary design in the last few years. It's an amazing place. It's called the High Line in New York, and it was an abandoned railway aqueduct floating above the city for 1.5 miles, and it hadn't been used in about 30 or 40 years, and the city was considering taking it down. And a group got together called the Friends of the High Line, and they used to climb up there on a Friday evening and have a picnic with a glass of wine, and they'd observe how the plants were growing, how the weeds had taken over, how the birds' droppings and all sorts of leaves had created humus and a mulch, and plants started growing themselves. And they commissioned the garden designer to echo that. So the planting now on the High Line on this park that snakes for 1.5 miles through, as I say, the meatpacking district, looks like it's an Irish bog in a way. It's the first contemporary park really anywhere in the world that really responds to its site and situation, that takes real inspiration from nature, and even in some places the old railway tracks still use. It's the most visited new tourist attraction in New York for many decades, and it's absolutely extraordinary. It was a very dangerous part of the city, and it's been open for about 3.5 years, and no crime has been reported. And every day of the year you'll get crowds of people. For me, the exciting thing is it's the first introduction that many youngsters will have. So we're getting away from the fact that we have to have Victorian or Edwardian parks, and creating parks that respond to city places and become lungs for city places. And this is how, in terms of just the paving, it's influenced what people do in their gardens. This is an oriental garden, and you can see just moss being grown here. We often get complaints that people can't grow lawns, or this plant called halexine, it's known as mind your own business, a little beady plant with thousands and thousands of tiny green leaves takes over. Well, if it does take over, maybe let it take over and continue the decoration in terms of using, in this case, just old earth bricks. This is part of our range with Kilsaran, back to the crazy paving, and showing with that garden that we've just seen the background colour with from Chelsea. We've just seen how I introduced the idea of graphic design inspired by Roberto Burle-Marx, using these Portuguese cobbles in 2 different colours. So even without having a lawn, we can still have plenty of planting. This garden is very easy to look after, and the paving is even entertaining. It became a canvas almost that I could draw on. Very important thing with this picture, I keep talking about the idea of creating a journey, a sense of mystery. And look at this pathway. It doesn't go straight down. It curves around the corner. You can't see what's around that corner. So it's always inviting you to explore. And that can even be achieved in a small space. Alternative to driveways, we're working on a project very similar to this in a place called Aise in the south of France. And we're not allowed to add much paving. So for an area that the clients have put an extension, they have to convert a hard area into paving. So water runoff doesn't become a problem with the torrential rains that can get down there. So in the middle of the new driveway we're planting, here we have grass, but we're planting a whole bed of flowering thyme, which will look fantastic at this time of the year, and looks very soft to the eye. If you have a path in a nice open sunny position, and you use something like gravel, you can soften that part by planting lavender. A lovely variety is headcoat. So that'll bring birds and bees into the garden. It'll establish itself within 2 years. It needs to be cut back really every year because it can get very wiry, but it always looks fantastic for a great splash of colour. Other ideas, this is a garden in California where they needed a staircase or steps, and they've used this idea of floating discs to go from one level to another. And you can see the living area down the end with that fire pit. And some people even bathe in their gardens. How wild must they be? So that's the new garden. The new garden is all about not so much grass anymore, small courtyards, furniture, people gathering together, relaxing and enjoying and inviting people over for entertainment. A lot of vertical planting going along, as we see with this building. Vertical planting, you know, like climbing plants used to in the old days. There's systems now you can grow plants all the way up walls. And as I say, furniture becomes as important. We're about to, the week after next, we start work on a series of courtyard gardens in Harrods of Knightsbridge, and they'll be very similar to this. Gardens with a bit more planting, gardens just to relax in while people are doing a little bit of shopping, gardens by the sea. So I want to show you a little bit of a case study. This is a house in County Wicklow, and bearing in mind everything we've seen and everything I've talked about the flow between indoor and outdoor. This is a house that should look out on a nice hilly situation. There's the view beyond the house, but you can see at the back of the house there's lots of really small windows. So the house almost becomes a separate entity to the garden. And what I wanted to do in this situation was create a garden that went right up to the house and create a garden at the back of this house on 2 different levels. And it's a work in progress, and the inspiration was taken from, I suppose, a southern US idea of a garden. They have, as I say, this shade, this veranda created to get out of the sun for a cooling place, and they'll often have fans outside. I wanted the same, to create a place to get out of the rain but still be able to enjoy the garden, and a second level so that we'd be able to have pots and containers. But I also wanted to host some climbing plants like the wisteria we see growing up here on the garden. So there's the house, there's the plan for the garden. It's a sloping site which it runs all the way down, not particularly usable. So the plans for the garden involved creating a series of terraces. It involved creating, we see one canal or one long tank of water inspired by the tank of water that Helen Dillon has in her magnificent garden in Ranelagh and Sanford Road in Ranelagh. And you can see we've used the idea of a roof, corrugated iron in this case, and a veranda and climbers all the way up around. We found these old cast iron pillars, so if you look around and be imaginative about materials and what you could use, you can find wonderful stuff. These costs, they were used in the Jervis Street Hospital. They were built in Bristol in 1895, shipped over to Dublin, used in the hospital, and now we've been able to buy them and use them as part of a structure. You see them coming into the garden. The horses in the field beyond weren't too happy, and there we are beginning to build out from the house. The snow came, delayed everything, but here we have the picture of the garden. You see how wide that veranda is. So in that house they'll be able to challenge Miss Ellie in terms of outdoor space, and even you can see the barbecue up top. So this is the idea of flow. The plan is with this house that all the back walls will be replaced by doors that open out onto the veranda. There'll be plants everywhere. You can see we put wisteria up the column, so the whole thing will be covered in wisteria, in climbing roses. You can see the terraces, the ponds, everything beginning to evolve there. And this was, that was last summer, so a year after the initial planting with all the exotics and the plants really trying to make their way at the top. Furniture, furnishings, pots, containers, colour, everything that makes our gardens really what we want them to be. Of course I'm in trouble because that's my house and I'm meant to be at home there today, digging the garden. I rang my wife on the mobile about an hour ago. I asked her where she was. She was in the garden centre in Murphy and Woods in Cabinteely, picking something else. We garden in the most wonderful country in the world. We have the most wonderful gardens as inspiration. Our gardens are getting smaller. That's been a few ideas about how you can use your gardens, how it doesn't matter what size your garden is, how to create destinations, and in a way, how to enjoy your gardens. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day at the Ideal Home Show. Thank you.
That's Dermot Gavin there giving a little address, a little lecture, call it what you will, on how people can make full use of their land and indeed their garden space, and with a bit of creativity can create a very modern and extraordinary garden. Of course, everything is relative to budget. We'll be talking to Dermot Gavin a little bit later on. He'll be popping in here for a chat and telling us what's happening in that whole area. It's a whole new science on its own these days in terms of creativity when it comes to garden design and so on. Anyway, if you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you from the RDS here in Dublin. We're about halfway through our transmission here today. We're with you until 5 o'clock this evening. People coming in, strolling around, and getting a feel of what's on offer for, if you like, the development of the modern home. Everything from new doors to new floors, new kitchens, new technology, new gadgetry, and so on. And some people don't actually accept what's on offer these days in a show house. They want to design their own furniture to give their own home a distinctive look and feel. Well, certainly one man who's in that area and can give some advice and guidance as to what people can expect if they want to go down that road is Michael Bell. Michael's with Zaloof Bell Design, based in County Laois, but I believe you've been quite busy in the last number of years. Just give me a rundown of, if you like, some of the more high-profile places that you've designed furniture for.
We have been in business for 23 years, designing and making furniture. Over those 23 years, most of our work has been bespoke or crafted specifically for the end user. Some of our clients would have been the state, and through the state we've done projects such as the bedrooms informally. We designed furniture for the cabinet room in the Doyle, and we've done many embassy residences overseas. We've also done a lot of work for private clients, both in Ireland and in more exotic locations. We actually have a very good client in Luxembourg who would visit us on a regular basis to add to their collection.
Do you sense that things are picking up?
Certainly they're moving again. Obviously it was unsustainable, the activity we were having during the boom, but things are moving again, and we're happy to see that.
So if somebody wants to design furniture, or somebody wants to, if you like, design a kitchen or a bedroom, what can you offer?
We offer a service where we can design specifically to meet your requirements. With the change in the economy, that market has shrunk a little bit. So what we're now offering is, in December, we launched a collection of furniture called Quotidian. Quotidian furniture for every day. So in December we had maybe 6 pieces of furniture in the Quotidian range, and that went so successfully for us in December. We've been adding to that, and we're here at the Ideal Home Show. We have taken a much larger stand and added to that, and basically what we're doing is we have distilled some of our best designs over the 23 years we've been in business. People were asking for well-designed, well-made piece of furniture that function well. Other things that we're asking for were solid wood and traditionally made pieces of furniture. So that's what we've done.
Michael, can I just stop you there? We have a slight microphone problem, so we're just going to sort out our microphone problem, and we'll start that again. But if you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show. We're coming to you live from the RDS here in Dublin. I'm joined by Michael Bell of Zaloof Bell Furniture Design. Just to go back to the top of the interview there, I was just about to ask you how busy you are at present.
We're quite busy at the minute. We're still doing our bespoke range, where we're creating pieces of furniture, specific pieces of furniture for the end user. But we launched in December our Quotidian collection. The Quotidian collection is a collection of furniture where we've utilised or distilled some of our best designs over the 23 years we've been in business. It's a response to a calling we were getting from people who perhaps didn't want to go through the commissioning process, wanted a well-designed, well-crafted piece of furniture. Important items to them were that it was mainly using solid wood and functioned as it should. Also, the fact that the pieces of furniture were made in a traditional manner was also important. So as a response to that, we made 6 pieces that we launched in December, and that was so successful for us. We have added to that collection, and if you visit the stand in the Ideal Home exhibition, you'll see we have 3 different types of table. There's a bookcase, a sideboard, a console, and some other smaller pieces of furniture. We intend to add to that collection, and the next pieces we intend to launch are some bedroom furniture as well.
Just talk me through some of the more high-profile places that you have designed for.
Over the years, we've been fortunate to do a lot of work in some really nice private homes. Now, usually people come to us for 1 or 2 pieces, but we have been fortunate enough that some of the clients have actually asked us to furnish their entire houses. That's a rare occurrence, but it does happen. Right from the entrance hall, the dining room, the bedrooms, but more often what it is, it's people coming with perhaps they want a dining room table or a console table for the hall. The one, I suppose, theme that goes through most of the work is that rarely do people use our services once. They'll usually ask us to come back and create new pieces for them. In fact, we've developed a relationship with some clients who live in Luxembourg, and they will come back on a regular basis, usually once a year, and they'll say, look, we want to address maybe the hallway or the dining room or the bedroom now, and we take it from there.
When you're, if you like, pitching to get into these high-profile places, is it a case of simply knocking on the door, presenting the catalogue, and hoping that the phone will ring a month or 2 later, or is it all by tender?
Well, when we're working for state commissions, it is by tender. So we're on the e-tender list, so we'll get an e-tender coming up, being flagged to us. We look through those and see what might be appropriate for our company to tender for. And usually it's because we're designing specific pieces for those projects, they're not inexpensive. They are expensive, but it's not just the bottom line of cost, it's the capacity to meet deadlines, to come up with an original design. So we would tender for commissions such as embassy residences. We tendered for the cabinet room in the Doyle, the bedrooms in Formley, and those were successful tenders to us. Over the years we've maybe done, I think it's maybe more than 13 embassy residences. We've done the top floor bedrooms in Formley, and we designed the cabinet room, that is the table and the furniture in the Doyle.
This must look great on the CV when you are pitching at other clients. If they see that you've designed furniture for government buildings or Farmley, which is a state-owned building, it must make an impression on people beyond Ireland that if you're doing stuff for the government, well then you're in the sort of, if you like, the Premier League.
It certainly does help, and for those people, we've had commissions overseas for projects such as boardrooms, and seeing that you have the capacity. Now we're quite a small operation, but we're large enough to take on some of these bigger commissions with a reasonable lead time involved. So for overseas companies approaching us to do projects like reception areas or boardrooms, it certainly helps us seeing that we've worked for the state, we have a proven track record, we have exported furniture at this point worldwide, so we're aware of the difficulties in meeting deadlines and the essential capacity to meet a shipment, to get it there on time.
Being based in Vickerstown in County Laois, is that a benefit? Is it a disadvantage? Does it make life tougher? Because if you were, let's say, in Dublin or London, in theory, the business might come more quicker, if you like.
Well, certainly being based in a capital city is an advantage. In fact, most of our work would come from capital cities, but we do overseas shows. For example, this year we just done Objet et Maison in Paris. We've done the Architectural Digest show in Manhattan, and we're doing 2 shows in Dublin. Now in the Architectural Digest show in Manhattan, we won 2 awards for Best in Show. One of them was from a design organisation where we won Best in Show for one of our pieces, and the other one was from a magazine where we won Best in Show for craftsmanship.
Okay, the company is Zaloof Bell, and if anybody wants to get in touch, I presume you're on the web.
We're on the web, and you can contact us through studio@zaloofandbell.com.
Okay, that's Michael Bell there of Zaloof and Bell, based in Vickerstown in County Laois. So if you're in the area of getting your own furniture designed, custom made, bespoke, whatever, Michael Bell is certainly the man to talk to, and indeed Zaloof and Bell have a stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show right here in the audience. Okay, we're going to go back out to the floor right now, and this time Laura Butler is at the Fergus Flanagan stand.
Flanagan from Design Architects. Fergus, everyone will come up to you this weekend, like me, if they were off duty, and want to know, what can you do in my home? What can you give me? What are people looking for? Talk me through it, please, if you will.
Okay. Well, if we come on over here, I'll just show you some examples of our work. There's about 5 different things you need to get in your house. One, the most important is light, okay? And you can do that through a variety of different ways. One of them is actually putting in higher level roof lights there, and then as you see a series of V-looks, you can get a lot of light in, and even pitching up the roof there will make a massive difference to your house. You can see the quality of light within there, and there's little tricks that we play in houses just to bring light through houses. So internal glass doors is another way of carrying it through, you know.
Something people may not think of actually initially, really.
Absolutely, it is the most important ingredient in any house, you know. The other thing that we look at as well is just simple little things like turning something on its head, roof cover terraces to gardens. Now, a roof cover terrace allows you to start your summer early and end it later as well. So by putting a roof cover terrace on it, we started then to look at it can get a little bit colder in summer, so why not put a fireplace, an external fireplace. So that's both an internal fireplace and an external one as well, you know. So it just means that this is the way we should be living in Ireland. It rains a lot, it's quite cold, and you know, we can design for this type of stuff. Again, up here you'll see that we even design it so if you're coming in with your shopping, you can drive straight under this thing. We shouldn't be getting out of our cars or trying to put child buggies in cars and getting soaked. So simple little twists like this, you know, make a big difference in a house, you know.
Yeah, as you say, we're not living in Spain, but yet a garden should be an extension of your home. It should be another room, so it's very practical in that sense.
And absolutely, and the idea of opening up space, you know, so here you can see we've different sort of variety of open plan spaces, and again, this is the idea of putting some glass doors into a house. So the minute you walk into the hallway, you see right through the house and into the garden. So I'm doing a series of talks at the show here. I'm going to be giving people lots of tips on how to get the most out of the design, and obviously they can come to our stall here and see all the different variety of designs and different approaches we'd have at the show.
And if people want to sit down with you at some stage for a design session, how do they go about doing that?
Well, the best place to do a design session is actually in people's houses. So we actually go to your house where we can see exactly where the sun is, what you want to see, what you don't want to see, the opportunities, things that need to be addressed as well. So we do a show special, it's €300. We do a design session at your house, and we can take it from there.
You mentioned lighting and obviously modern extensions. What are the other things that people are asking about these days in this climate?
Yeah, sometimes it's good design doesn't actually have to cost more. It's just good design. So for example, on tighter budgets, we can do lots of really cool things. For example, in certain things, what we've done is we've created cellars underneath the stairs, you know, so it's just a glass sheet and we fitted it out. And we did that, say, for €1,000. Other things are as simple as in bathrooms, we change them to colour, remote control colour LED changing lights. So you can get this mood lighting in there, and all you're talking about is €18 a bulb, you know, but it changes fundamentally how you use that space. So we've got lots of tips in terms of how to get the biggest bang for your buck, and that's the way you should be approaching your project.
Because a lot of people might be nervous about that going into it beforehand if they didn't know what to look for, what to ask for, what to expect, but as you say there, €18 for a changeable bulb, I mean, it's just, you can't go wrong, can you?
Well, there's two things that people are afraid of. One, will I like it at the end of it? Because it's a big investment, okay? And two, will I go over budget? And you can cover all that. Like, everything we do is in 3D, and you can actually see some examples over here of all the 3D work we do. So everything is in 3D, so the clients can understand this before they even touch a single brick. And then the second thing is your budget. And again, that's as simple as getting a budget costing from a quantity surveyor for €250. So we can take away that pain or that fear that people may have in terms of starting a project.
And as well with the visualisation, I would have a problem visualizing. So the 3D effect, if I was to go for a contemporary extension, this is exactly what I would want.
Well, exactly. And again, if you look at the other side here, we have a traditional side here, but we also got quite a modern side here where we're able to create these feature walls that you sit in the window, you read your book or you listen to your iPad or whatever. So to be honest with you, you're honest, 99% of people can't read plans. It's just very few of them admit it, you know. So this is a real good way of bridging the gap between what an architect knows and communicating with the client.
Fabulous. Anything else that you were doing this weekend for the people who are going to be here at the Ideal Home Show?
Well, we're here 3 days a week. We're on just before or after Dermot Gavin, so we're able to give them lots and lots of tips, and we'd welcome them to our stall where we can answer all their queries.
Great. Fergus, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go, that was Laura Butler there at the Fergus Flanagan stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you live here from the ODS in Dublin. If you're curious as to what this is about, well, if you're building a home, modernising a home, developing a home, wanting to give your home a whole new look, everything you need is here under the one roof. Everything from doors, floors, to kitchens, to bathrooms, everything you need. And of course, a whole new dimension now with housing development, particularly bungalows and so on, is the development of the garden. One man who certainly made quite a name for himself in recent years is Ireland's very own Dermot Gavin. He's been one of the stars, if you like, of the Chelsea Flower Show. And Dermot is giving a number of lectures and presentations here at the ODS, and he joins me here now. First of all, Dermot, I suppose when people buy a house, build a house, the garden is the sort of the last thing they think of. It's all about the walk-in wardrobe, the new modern flash kitchen,
That's
whatever.
right. Yeah.
Do you find now that people are a bit more focused on developing the garden as part of the overall look of the house?
People have become very aware of gardens and garden styles and how they use their gardens. It's all changed in the last 30 years. A garden was something that you grew, maybe a bed of roses, some bedding plants, and then the end you had a patch for vegetables. And now people, they really consider it as an integral part of the home. They want to use their gardens for much longer in the year than they used to. They want to be able to dine outside, they want to be able to entertain, they want to be able to relax and escape. And even during the difficult years, people had this idea of nesting, so we retreat back into our houses and people wanted to create comfort gardens, more old-fashioned gardens. So I think more than ever before, people are aware of the potential and interested in exploring that potential.
Yeah, I mean, do you find that with housing developers, they're just more or less concerned with just building the house, and the garden is actually overlooked as, if you like, as a key feature in the overall look of the house?
During the heady days, the crazy days,
the awful days,
Tiger, the garden was integral to it, and often most of our work was done in this country anyway for property developers who would want to sell the idea of that room outside as part of the overall package. Now, yeah, it's fallen way back, and you're lucky if you get some seeds sprinkled on the soil to create a lawn for you.
Sure, sure. Do you sense that at your end, that in this country things are actually picking up in terms of, you know, growth in the economy?
I think so. Well, coming to a place like the Ideal Home, I've been here for the last few years. I have a long heritage of working with STL exhibitions. I was just talking to Sean, reminiscing how I got permission to be locked in overnight 20 years ago as I built a show garden. I broke out to go for a pint and the police caught me breaking back in to finish my garden.
You thief.
So I've been coming here, I've seen, you know, the ups and downs for the past few years. To come here this year, the place is a buzz. And people are into the aspirational now. They really want to enjoy life again. They want to spend, they want to extend, they want to buy, and they want to furnish. So I think there is an upturn in the economy. Most of our work, however, is done abroad. Most of our work would be, we're based for our garden design work down in the south of France and in London. So we do a little bit in Ireland, but not a huge amount.
Do you find with the type of designs that you do that really the average Joe and Mary in this country, you are beyond their budget? That you're more akin to the stately home or the flash hotel out in the countryside?
Possibly. We do a range of products with Kilsaran, who are this wonderful paving company from County Meath. So we still supply the market, and I do a lot of writing in the art, and we do a few gardens. We're doing a couple of gardens around the RDS at the moment. We're doing a garden in Galway. We're doing a couple of gardens up the north of Ireland. But yeah, mainly our work tends to be quite big. When we do television series, we deal with smaller gardens when we design gardens for television. But yeah, most of the work is quite big.
So if Mr. and Mrs. O'Brien from number 24 Main Street, wherever in Ireland, says, God, we have a big garden, we'll ring Dermot Gavin. Is that the type of person you can cater for, or is it the big stately home?
Well, it's certainly not the big stately home. They'd find their shotgun and if they saw me coming up the driveway, they'd aim it very carefully and they'd get rid of me. They wouldn't want me messing with their formality or the gentle pasture land that they have. Generally we don't do small suburban gardens in this country. It's not something we have the capacity to deal with, because even in a small garden there's a huge amount of work. So most of our work we might be on site. We have about 25 lads on site in one garden in a place called Aise in the south of France for a year. So most of them are very big builds.
You would have made, if you like, your name at the likes of the Chelsea Flower Show and so on. How competitive is the game that you're in? I mean, people would know you, but are there hundreds of other Dermot Gavins out there chasing the same market as you?
I don't know. I think I'm lucky enough to have an identifiable style that certainly isn't for everybody. So I would be seen as somebody who floats ideas, does the bigger stuff at Chelsea. I never cared about fitting in with convention or winning medals or any of that sort of thing. I use those shows to say something new about gardens, and clients then will self-edit. They either want something that's a bit quirky, that's a little bit different. I have a different way of looking at things. So I don't know that I'm in the same market. Most people who are contemporary gardeners like to play it slightly safe, and I don't care about playing it safe. I want to have fun and explore, a different potential, or find something that's new or unusual within a site and within a client's imagination.
Okay, the average Dermot Gavin garden, what sort of money are we talking about for you to turn it into the way you'd like it, or is it all determined on budget?
I think it's definitely all determined by budget. Now we do a lot of, I'm doing a school garden for the school my daughter attends at the moment. We do a lot of, let's say, charity gardens and all this. So all our gardens aren't massive. And of course we do the dirty old towns thing. We've created or worked with communities to create little parks or small gardens around the country. So all the work isn't big and expensive, but the prices of our gardens, I suppose, they'd be from 250,000 to a few million, I suppose. So they are, I couldn't afford it.
Yeah, so Dermot Gavin is not, if you like, within the money range of the average Mr. and Mrs. O'Brien.
I think the paving is, the books are, and anything else we do in that regard. For Mr. and Mrs., our job is to inspire, and then if we want to keep all the people we have working, we work in different places. So.
And do you get the average Joe and Mary ringing you up, inquiring?
Occasionally, and if I'm not able to do a job, I certainly have a load of colleagues that I trained with in the Botanic Gardens in Glasnevin who I'd be able to recommend and say, well, what do you want? Well, this type of person might fit your brief very, very well. So it's important to inspire people and keep people happy. And everybody in this industry, this is a garden design, landscaping, landscape contracting, they've all been through the toughest times of any sector, because gardens have been seen as a luxurious kind of product. So it's really great when anybody does contact, or when we see new green shoots in our local economy, let's say.
Yeah. The Republic of Ireland has a very high rate of bungalows, one-off housing, big garden. Britain less so, because you have big urban areas. France, for example, has a lot of wealth, so is Germany. How do we as a nation compare with the others?
In terms of our gardens, we compare incredibly well. We have a huge interest in gardening in this country. That's probably because of our climate. In France and Germany, they have these extremes. It gets very hot during the summer, but it can be absolutely freezing during the winter. So we can grow plants that have originated in so many places all the way around the world. And we're because we live next door to Britain, and they're a nation of plantaholics and plant lovers, that spread to us. You know, initially we would have started off growing agricultural plants, crops, whatever. But now people are well educated in gardens. And because we love the land, we love to dig, we have an association with the land, I think we're really up there. In places like Italy, where they have fantastic gardens left over from the Renaissance period, people aren't garden mad. They do use parks and plazas and whatever, but they don't have it in their blood like we do have in these islands.
Okay, we're going to wrap it up there, Jim, but before I go, how does the rest of the year look for you in terms of the big shows, Chelsea, all the like?
I'm not doing any of the big shows this year, probably not even going to the Chelsea Flower shows. We're concentrating on, we're coming up to planting stage in a lot of our gardens in France. We're about next week or the week after next, we're about to start a series of courtyard gardens on the top of Harrods in London. So it's a year for getting on with real work, having a bit of fun with that.
Okay. Dermot Gavin, thank you very much indeed for joining us. That's Dermot Gavin, one of the great Irish success stories in terms of garden design and manicuring grass and so on, and certainly a name we'll be hearing lots more of in the years to come. If you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you live from the RDS here in Dublin. Lots of more people to talk to throughout the course of the afternoon, but we're going to go back out to the floor right now, and I believe Laura is looking at the whole area of folding doors.
With Lisa Cullen now from the Folding Door Company. Lisa, hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Good, thanks.
Fantastic, thank you. So, why are you at the Ideal Home Show?
So, we're here because we have our products in the show house in the Harvey Norman Connected House, and we're just here to display and chat to our potential customers, basically.
We were in the amazing, coveted, connected home from Harvey Norman this morning, and the Folding Door, they were such a feature. You know, even the front door as you walked in, it was really different, very unique, very modern. Is this for the modern home?
It is definitely for the modern home. So it's all bespoke aluminium that we do, large sliding doors, such as these. This is one of our recent projects, so we have a large sliding door, large fixed windows. Here's another one here. So this is the type of thing really that we focus on, the modern kind of home.
And everything is bespoke, as you said?
Everything is bespoke, so it's all made to measure.
So you send a team out and you go through everything down to the colour, which I find really fascinating. You can match the colour with your walls if you wish.
You can, so there's hundreds of colours, any of the standard RAL colours really to choose from. Yeah.
And when people are renovating homes nowadays and putting on contemporary extensions, they're always going for this glass floor to ceiling almost. Have you just found a surge in the market lately?
Yeah, we have definitely found a surge. Yeah, we have definitely. Just to show you another one of our products that we do.
Absolutely.
This here is our roof light system, so these are proven really popular over the last couple of years. This is our own system, so again it's all bespoke, made to measure, and made to any size really.
And the thickness and everything, the finish, that can all be tweaked, designed?
It can all be tweaked and designed to suit, yeah.
And what would be the most popular element, do you find? I mean, the folding door as a front door, is it more a back garden?
It's definitely more of a back garden feature, so the kitchen onto the patio, that kind of thing, to open it up and bring the outside in really.
That's the key thing here, the key message, isn't it? Because you want a garden as an extension of your home, as another room, and this brings all of that light in, because we don't actually realise how important the light is.
Exactly, that's it. So they're really functional as well though, really functional. So,
I love this picture here if the camera can zoom in.
I'll show you this picture now. So in this particular case, you have your one door on the end that is very functional, that can be just used on its own as an everyday door.
And the folding door almost looks like a wall, so it's an adjustable wall, so to speak?
Yeah, it is really when it's closed, yeah.
In an Irish climate, how practical is this as well?
Very practical really, because you still have, it can be used really as an everyday door, so you don't have to use the whole door at the one time.
Fabulous. And are you offering anything in particular this weekend for all the Ideal Home Show customers and people venturing around the stalls here? So you're busy already?
We are very busy, yeah. So, we'd be delighted. We'll obviously discuss all the requirements and give our best possible offer.
And you operate nationwide. What's your website?
It's www.foldingdoors.ie. And yes, we operate nationwide.
Fabulous, listen, thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
There you go, that was our reporter Laura Butler there at the Folding Door Company here at the RDS. Well, if you've just joined us, welcome to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you live from the RDS here in Dublin. The place certainly filling up now at this stage, and if you're in the whole area of building a new home, modernising an existing home, or perhaps expanding your existing home, this is certainly the place to be. Everything from doors to floors to kitchens to electronic gadgetry, it's all happening here in the RDS between now and 5 o'clock this evening, and indeed again tomorrow. Now we're going to go out to the floor again, and this time I believe Laura is talking to people from the McMonigle Stone stand.
Stone. Michael, hi, how are you?
How you doing, Laura?
Welcome to the Ideal Homes Show.
Thank you.
Why are you here at the show this weekend?
I suppose to get more brand exposure in Dublin. We're from Donegal, but we've recently opened a new depot in Dublin, in Clochran and Swords. So we're trying to make ourselves better known to the greater Dublin area, I suppose. So
how have you found the response so far?
Been quite positive. We've been working in the Dublin area for the last 25 years, but I suppose we weren't really working directly with the general public, so now we're starting with a new paving and landscape centre in Swords. We're now giving people the opportunity to come and visit us and see our products.
Fantastic, and along with your new centre you've got a new walling system. Please tell me all about this and talk me through it.
Yes, we have a new lightweight walling system.
This is behind me here, is it?
Yes, it is indeed. It's a cladding product, so basically cladding in the past always had a bad reputation. So we've
why is that?
Because I suppose it got a cheap tacky name in the 70s and 80s. Nowadays we've manufactured a full bed stone to authentically look like it's a cladding system, but it looks like a full bed stone. So it cannot be told, you cannot look any different than a full bed stone. So it's a very attractive looking material. So
certainly not like the 70s and 80s. It looks extremely authentic. You'd never be able to tell actually.
No, indeed, no.
And what about the wear and tear of this if you have this in your home?
I suppose most of our products, or all our products, are natural stone, so they'll stand up the test of time. They'll be here for generations to come. So it's a money well spent product, because we have stones from low budget to the more for the more affluent customer as well. So we have both products available in the market. We have 2,000 products of natural stone products in our centre in Dublin. So we'd be more than happy to visit you there, or alternatively, one of our sales guys can visit you at your home.
What would be one of the most popular stones that you find, in this decade now? What's on trend, so to speak?
I suppose it's most of our paving products are becoming more contemporary. So materials like this here are much more with manufactured surfaces, like a sandblasted or flamed or textured surfaces. We have the natural riven surfaces as well, which is also always very popular, especially in this country because we've such a wet climate. We need a natural adhesion on the stone. But this product here is predominantly sold in Europe because it's high. It's got a high value wear intensity. It's a very useful product. It's Donegal quartzite, which is world famous.
So you're a one-stop shop, so to speak, when it comes to all of the stone and everything that you need for outside your home. Talk to me about your team and how you operate. Obviously, you've got your new centre now, so you are based nationwide. Yeah,
we are based nationwide. We also export to Japan, Austria, Italy, the UK. So we have many strings to our bow. We have a 70-strong workforce based in Donegal predominantly. So we manufacture materials there and we quarry materials there from our 5 own quarries.
And what do you have on offer here this weekend for the Ideal Home Show customer like myself?
Yes, we'd like to give you good value in terms of all natural stone products. So for us paving or landscaping products, whether it's walling or architectural products, we'd like to offer you all them services. We're limited to what we can display on this show, of course, but we'd be more than happy to go into more detail with you if you'd like to come along after. We'd be more than happy to give you good rates and good prices.
Perfect. And what's the McMonigle website?
McMonigleStone.com. So it's you can get us there, and we've an online store there as well if you don't want to deal with us directly.
And obviously there'll be more on show, as you said. You can only show so much at a stand, so there's a lot more
if you want to go to the
website.
A show like this here as well. So we're more than happy to visit you at our website at any time.
Brilliant, thank you so much.
Good, Laura, thank you.
There you go, that was Laura Butler at the McMonigle Stone stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, coming to you live from the RDS. Well, as I was saying, if you're in the business of building a new house, expanding your existing house, or indeed developing your house, everything you need is all happening here under the one roof. Everything from new designs in doors, floors, kitchens and electrical gadgetries. stands dealing with issues like insulation, very important issue in this day and age as the price of oil and gas has got so expensive in recent years. And one thing that is becoming more and more popular in terms of energy preservation is, if you like, use of solar energy to heat and drive the power supply in a home. And one company that, if you like, specialises in this area is Solar NI, and I'm joined by Aidan Marin.
Okay,
will you just explain to the benefit of the viewer what solar power can do in terms of its application in a home?
Okay, we have two opportunities for solar in Ireland at the minute. You've got solar thermal, which is for generating hot water for your home, and you've got solar photovoltaic, which is in short is PV. So it's solar electric, so you can generate electricity for your home. So what we do is, for the last 10 years, we've been working on solar thermal, and we've been installing solar thermal in every county in Ireland. And now what's kind of been taken over a lot in the last while has been solar PV, which is generating electricity and feeding it back into your home. It's basically giving you savings on your electricity bills, and on your hot water side, it's savings on your oil bills.
One might expect solar power to drive a home in southern Spain or California, but do we have enough, if you like, sunshine and heat from our aspect to the sun to make it feasible to, if you like, drive the electricity and heating supply in an average Irish home?
It's a good question. We get that question a lot, so we do. So yeah, we send our engineers out to survey your house and give you a better idea how much savings you can get. So what we take into account is the angle of your roof, if it's south facing or is east or west facing. And what we do is we design the systems to absorb as much sunlight as possible to be able to generate as much heat or electricity for your home. So the savings are there, so they are. People might think you have to be in the south of France or whatever it may be to generate the heat or the electricity. It's not the case. Actually, Ireland is it's an ideal location for solar PV as well. We can generate really high amounts of electricity in Ireland. It's not purely on heat, it's on sunlight and daylight. We can actually generate a lot of energy, and we can start seeing the savings. We've been in business for 10 years now, and a lot of people are seeing great savings on their bills.
So on the average Irish 3-bedroom semi-D or a bungalow in the countryside, what sort of savings can be made, we'll say, across 12 months?
Okay, well, what we usually say is in relation to if you're, say, your hot water, what a solar thermal system will do is save about 60 to 65% of your hot water throughout the year. So the cost that you're putting into the minute, you're using either your oil or your immersion, so electricity, to be able to heat your hot water. And a lot of people's homes are spending a lot of money on their heating their hot water and don't realise it. So what we do is we kind of come in and get a better understanding where they're spending the money. We've seen houses spending 3, 4, 5,000 euro on heating in their home, and a lot of that is going down to heating the hot water. So there is. So what we do is we design a system specifically for that customer to save energy on their bills.
But you know, the average Irish house, what sort of money could they save, we'd say, in the course of a year?
In the course of a year, you can be saving anywhere from 600 to 1,000 euro on your oil bills and your electricity bills, all depending on how many people's in your home and how much energy usage you have.
I mean, that obviously all adds up in the course of a lifetime of a house.
Correct.
Is it proving popular?
It is. Like, as a company, we've been installing for up to 10 years now, and we have over 5,000 solar thermal installations in. And in the electrical side, on your PV, we have 1,000 installations in between Northern Ireland and in the south of Ireland. In the north at the minute, they've got for generating electricity from your PV system, you get paid for it by the government. We're lobbying at the minute now with SEI, who's the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, to try to get them to put in a payment for people for generating electricity. So we've been lobbying for the last year or so, and we seem to be making headway on it. Hopefully now in the next while we'll start to see a generation tariff coming in, and people will save energy on their bills even more so. So a 6-7 year payback on a PV system would be greatly reduced to maybe 2-3 years.
And for example, is there a scenario whereby, you know, whatever you put in this year, 3 or 4 years down the line, the technology will have moved on? Is there then a fee to upgrade the thing?
Well, the beauty about our new system is there's 2 different types of PV systems that there is. One is a standard string system, and one is a microinverter system. A microinverter is the new technology, but the great thing with it is it can be added on to as the years go along. If you decide you want to increase the size of your system, or change your inverters, or whatever it may be, it's all add-on. So you don't have to go and rip out the old system, put in a new one. The system that we sell, install, and specify for the customer is completely future-proof.
Okay, Aidan Marin, Solar NI, I presume you're on the internet and people can get all the details there?
Yes, can indeed. We can get on www.activateenergies.com or solarni.com.
Very good. That's Aidan Marin there. there of solar NI, solar energy becoming, if you like, the new buzzword in the whole area of energy preservation and indeed reducing bills for the cost of heating houses and driving electricity and so on. Okay, we're going to go back out to the theatre, and I do believe that Niamh McGowan of McGowan Interior Designs is making her presentation.
Hi. Right, my name is Niamh McGowan and I'm an artist, printmaker and interior stylist. And I'm here to just give you a few ideas on finding inspiration to start some projects at home. It's all very easy looking at magazines and television programs about properties, but I'm trying to think outside the box and look at other ways of doing that. And just to show you who I am, this is one of my artworks. I do landscapes and also, sorry. It's not, yeah. It's not going to happen each time. Sorry about that. I do landscapes and I also do etchings of buildings. So buildings are a passion of mine. I started out as an artist over 20 years ago, but it's gradually, organically evolved into interiors as well, because that's where my passion lies. As an artist, you're working with colour all the time. I'm a Mac girl and this is a PC, so it's a bit alien to me. Left click. Okay. So as an artist, I work a lot with colour, and I know colour and I love colour. And your interior is a place where you can have a bit of fun with colour. And it's a case of finding a starting point with a room. And just as an example, sometimes I do use artworks as a starting point. In this case in point, it's a bedroom, and we chose this etching by Jean Barden, which is a beautiful botanical etching with also lots of blue used. And I honed in on the blue that was used and decided to use that as the wall colour. It's very strong, but it's still only a backdrop for the artworks that are on the wall and everything else that's in the room, whether it is a beautiful window with curtains or whatever. So sometimes it's good to be plucky with colour and actually, you know, draw from things that you already have. And so I also pulled out other colours that were in that picture that had gold and it had that bright pink, and you know, as you can see, I've pulled those out in the decorative details there, and just in tiny little things as well, and more gold introduced with the mirror. So this is, as I said, it's one of the rooms that I've worked on before. And so again, this is another example of using a painting. You can see how the dark in that painting has been pulled out in the curtains. It's a very simple thing, but it has a great effect, I think. I love this scene here. But also a different way of doing it, instead of thinking of your backdrop as being dramatic, if you have a strong coloured painting and you want it to be the star of the show, you can use a pale colour on the walls and just let those paintings sing out and be very strong. So going away from using artwork as your starting point, another thing is to just try and think of what you want from this room. What sort of atmosphere do you want? When do you use the room? Is it in the evening? Do you want it to be nice and cozy? Is it a light, airy room that you're all in during the day? I just think that when you're looking for inspiration, it's a case of honing in on things that you love. So here I'm kind of thinking of, you might have a favourite pub that you love going to, and it could be that you love going to it because it makes you feel cozy or it's oldie worldy, and who's to say that you can't have that in a room of your own in your house, whether it's just a sitting room that you use in the evening or something like that. So use the place that you love going to as a place for getting ideas. Why do you love it? Do you love the dark paneling? Do you love the pictures they have, or you know, the things they have on display, or is it the fact that there's a stove there and it's cozy? So it's a case of tuning in your mind and being open to inspiration around you. It could be a hotel that you love staying in, or that you stayed in once and you just, it really struck a chord with you. There's no reason to think that that can't be recreated at home, but it's just a case of asking yourself, what is it that you like? What are the elements that you like? Is it the kind of faded florals? Is it the Japanese prints on the wall? Is it the fact that it has a chandelier, or it just has a really big coffee table full of books, you know? And so it's a case of remembering all the things that you liked in that hotel and recreating that at home. And maybe it is by filling your room with candles and cozy lighting. These are all kind of, this is Ballyvolane House. I don't know if some of you know, it's down in Cork. But it's one that you could get a lot of ideas from. It's just a case of having your mindset open to all the inspiration. The Key House in Clifton is another one that I've always found very inspirational. It has a very eclectic mix of paintings and antiques. And that's something that you can be doing yourself. So another thing that we have all around us that sometimes we're not open to is good old nature and landscapes. And that old adage, blue and green should never be seen. If that was true, then Mother Nature has got it all wrong, because all around us there are green hills and blue skies, and it looks beautiful. And this can be brought into a house. Blue and green are lovely together. I think they really work. And these are some examples of that, as you can see, and using gutsy colours again. Also, with regards to landscapes, if let's say you have a painting that involves nature, then I often use a natural painting to get those natural colours. If you see on this painting here, there's blues, a really deep blue in the sea. There's these gorgeous browns, mossy greens, there's yellow, there's also grey in the stone walls. So actually there's a huge palette there to draw from, that you could just ask yourself why, you know, if this was your painting and you loved it, what is it that you like about it? And any of those colours could be pulled out in your interior. For example, there were all those rusty tones there and that strong blue. If it works in that painting, there's nothing to say it won't work in your home as a palette. Or perhaps you want to go a bit more subtle and actually go for the paler colours. And then, of course, the natural wood, the honey tones of a natural wood is always a good one to go by. And earthy tones as well. There's a very big trend for greys at the moment, but I would say to you, just be careful with them in that they can be very cold if they have blue undertones. So keep it warm, and sometimes moving towards the more brown side of things. You're getting your neutral greys, but you're also getting a bit of warmth there. And it still works very well with your woods and everything because it is a natural colour. It's, you know, using the colour of the earth or the colour of clay, basically. It can work very, very well. And it's a very soft colour. During the day, when it's bathed in light, it can be, you know, just warm. But in the evening, it then kind of comes into a darker tone, and it's beautiful, encompassing. So another source of inspiration for me, especially because I live by the sea, in fact that beach is just across from my house, I would always be drawn to the lighter colours. When you live by the coast, everything is a bit lighter. There's so you've got all the kind of pale greys and wood, but like driftwood, for example. That would inspire me a lot for colours. this is another room that I've worked on that we've used limed wood and pale greys on the walls. But you always need to kind of, I think, have a bit of an element of warmth in there when you're using pale colours, just to bring it to life. There's another scene of a coastal scene. Now, people often, I think, get a bit mixed up between coastal and nautical. And it's very tempting to just do pictures of blue sailboats and seashells and things like that. And I think that can look a bit gimmicky sometimes, so it's good to kind of steer yourself more about looking at the colours of the seaside and the driftwood and the sand and the pebbles, and use those colours, and that can actually give you a feeling of being by the coast without kind of, you know, being in your face. So as you can see, this room, there's no nautical emblems anywhere, but it's still very coastal and it is by the sea. So it's just about using paler, softer hues, and again, keeping it natural with all that natural wood. And again, aquamarine, even in the palest tone, has that lovely, uplifting, fresh seaside feel. And you can't beat then all the richer colours of teal and aquamarine that work very well together. Again, using a painting as your starting point for the colours that you pull out. Here's another picture of using the paler colour and giving that kind of quiet, serene colour. So these are all coastal inspiration kind of images. And again, driftwood. This one's a particularly, I just love it. I love the calmness of it. I think when you're looking at the ocean, you're feeling calm and restful, and part of that is the palette of colours that are around you. So I mentioned earlier that it's very easy to look at property programs and use that as your starting point. But I would say to you, another way of looking at it is actually to go look at dramas that you like. There's somebody has spent a lot of time working on the interiors there, again, to create an atmosphere. And just a case in point is this is Isabel's sitting room in Downton Abbey. Whenever I'm watching any of these dramas, I'm always looking at the background. I'm half listening to the story, but I'm looking at the background. And it is, as you can see, this is a lovely panelled room with pale blue walls. And then there's lots of gold used to lift behind that blue. It's a lovely, this is a room then that is similar to that you could be doing yourself. And as you can see, you're painting the door the same colour as the walls, and the skirting and the door surround works really well. It's quite an effective way of doing it. So, you know, it's one treatment that I think looks great. Now, this is another one that always has struck me. I love Lord Grantham's dressing room. I don't know if any of you have noticed it. It's a brown colour, quite a rich chocolatey brown. It looks very pale in this picture, but it's actually a very rich brown. And I've used it. This is an interior I designed that using a rich colour like that. So it does. You can see it has that, again, you're trying to get a nice rich atmosphere that works well, especially in the evenings. And this is another interior I've done, again, with that sort of rich browny colour. I don't know if any of you saw the film Mr. Turner there recently, but that also had beautiful, beautiful colours. And it's a case of just some of the dramas that you love. You might actually love them because of the feeling they give you when you're watching, you know, where they're set, and just thinking that maybe you could translate that into your own interior. And another one to keep an eye out for is cookery programs, because again, a stylist has been involved in that. This is Nigel Slater's kitchen, which again I thought was very striking and beautiful, and I've used it in interiors of mine, again using that kind of black and white side of things. And it's lovely for making everything else pop. And another cookery program that's actually on at the moment on RTE is Rory O'Connell's cookery program. He has the most beautiful house in Cork, and the program is filmed in his home. So again, I'm not really looking at the recipes at all. I'm just looking behind him all the time at all the beautiful details in his house. And I've always noticed this lovely old Irish dresser he has in this kind of buttery yellow. And then his aubergine door to the left of that, you can see it's just stunning, even though he has just his white walls. So that's another program that really inspires me. There's the aubergine door and his red trousers, which are lovely. And just to finish up with, this is a colour that I used to help me find inspiration for the stand that I have here. I've created a sitting room, and my key thing was to use a really, really vibrant colour that I could show people how, if you are, to be brave with colours and actually, but how you can carry it off. So this is a hyacinth that I had at home, and as you can see, it's a really rich purpley colour. And I use that as part of my inspiration for getting the paint colour. I got Colour Trend did the colours, but they have 2,000 colours to choose from. They're all gorgeous, but it wasn't what I particularly wanted, so I actually got them to mix a colour for me, and I have the recipe down at my stand to get the colour just right. And you can all do that yourselves. It could be a case of bringing a cabbage into your local hardware store and getting that paint colour mixed. Really think outside the box. It could be a favourite dress that you bring, or a cushion that you have, or a scarf, or it could be, I've even gone in there before with some friends had a bathroom in the most beautiful colour plaster. It was a very pale turquoise, and the plaster was all peeling off because it was an old house. And I brought in a piece of the peeled plaster with me, and we mixed the colour. So, really think outside the box when you're looking for your colour source. I also used artwork a lot in my stand because I wanted to show how it really works against the colour. So if you simplify it down, the purple colour I have on my walls, the opposite colour to that is orange. And I kind of watered that down to using peachy colours, blush colours, apricot colours, and used this etching by Cleena Doyle as one of my main ingredients. And as you can see, it's got those kind of blush colours in it. I've also used a lot of textures of natural linens. The textures are very important as well when you're using the strong colours. And I also used some antique cushions that are made from old Turkish kilns, filled with texture and filled with vibrant colour. And the end result, the feedback I'm getting is that it's a really vibrant room that draws you in. It's got an atmosphere in it, even though it's actually 2 panels in a huge hall filled with people. There is a feeling in there that encompasses you, and that has been achieved by colour and texture. So I'd love to see you down there. It's opposite the entrance down in the Colour Trend Interior Design Forum, and come and have a look and see for yourself, and I'd love to talk to you down there as well. Thank you.
There you go, that's Niamh McGowan over there at the theatre talking about the very competitive area of interior design. You're watching the TSB Permanent Ideal Home Show, coming to you live from the ODS here in Dublin. This place is just thronged with people, so if you're thinking of making your way here in the next hour or two, do bear in mind that parking is somewhat difficult to find around the ODS. There's another show down the road in the main hall, but this place is absolutely packed here today. People milling around, taking a look at all the various stands, everything from doors to floors to kitchens to solar design, garden design, everything that's needed for the new modern home. It's all here under the one roof. Now earlier on we spoke to Aidan Marin about solar power, and how solar power can be used, if you like, to save money on electricity costs, and how at the same time solar power can be used to, if you like, heat a home. Well, another area that's becoming very, very prominent in the whole area of how heat is retained within a house is the issue of windows. Now, you mightn't think windows are a big deal, but windows can be the difference between a cold house and a warm house, and the whole area of glass into frames has become a key issue now in heat retention in homes. Our reporter Laura Butler has been out on the floor, and she's been at the Energlaze stand.
From Energlaze. Dave, I'm in the market for a more comfortable and more warm, cosy home. Why would I come to Energlaze? What can you offer me?
What we offer is a unique service. Traditionally, when people had inefficient windows, what they did was they changed the whole window completely. At Energlaze, what we do and what we're here at the show to do is to actually show people how our new double glaze units can be up to 64% more efficient than their current windows. Basically what you have is you have a situation where with old double glazing you have heat going out and cold coming in, and what we want to do is to stop both of those things happening. Now, without actually changing the frames, what we will do is we simply take out the glass and put in more efficient glass in there.
So I'm in an old period home and I don't have to worry about the hassle and the time it might take taking out my own windows, my own glass.
No, well we would have a range of products that we use depending on what we're actually working with there. We would move from the traditional double glazing PVC windows, where we'll actually it's a very, very simple changeover. Indeed, with some of the aluminiums as well, even double glazing, existing double glazing and existing single glazing, we can actually upgrade that to a single glaze or to a double glaze unit. There's lots of people who just don't want the disturbance of actually taking out their frames, so they're quite happy for us to work with their aluminium windows. We also have, again, quite a unique service where we will actually upgrade timber windows from single to double. That's done with a range of windows, from your typical hardwood windows. There are lots of people out there who actually don't want to change up to PVC windows. They just have this aversion to PVC.
My parents would be the perfect example in an old home with wooden windows.
Old home, right? So for your traditional windows, which would have, we'll say, what we call a side opening on a casement window opening, and yes, we can upgrade those from single to double. We also have a unique product here, which is called Spacia.
Pilkington Spacia.
Pilkington Spacia. This is designed for use in the old sash windows. A typical sash window will have a U value on it of 5.8. And that's a level of the amount of heat actually going out through that product. When I'm talking in front of people, what I usually say is that 5.8, and the only thing higher than that is a hole in the wall, basically. So what we do here is we will actually replace the glass in the traditional sash windows with a Japanese product. The product is called Spacia. We achieve a U value down from 5.8 down to 1.1. So the benefits in that are absolutely huge.
Considerable difference, all right.
What we're doing again with this product here is we're stopping the heat going out and we're stopping the cold coming in. Now, the uniqueness of this is we work with the existing frame. It's the narrowest double glazing in the world. It's only 6.4 millimeters wide, but we still actually get a U value of 1.1 with this product.
And up to 82% more cost-effective heat
absolutely,
retention.
because we're actually going from a U value of 5.8 to 1.1. But indeed, what we're not taking into account with that is the fact that we have the argon. On this product here, there's a vacuum in between which actually restricts the cold coming in.
Is that what the special technology is in this
That is the technology. This is a product. This is a Japanese product. Would be in the UK for about the last 10 years. Energlaze are the official agent for this product in Ireland. We've been spearheading it for the last approximately year and a half.
And how's it been selling?
What we find is that it's an awareness of the product. As people are becoming more aware of it, and obviously with that, then our sales base is actually growing with that, and then people are talking to each other.
It's more about informing people, really. Once they know what it is, then it clicks.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. And then it's word of mouth as well. As we know, it is Ireland, so that can be a good thing or a bad thing. But in our case, I'd like to say it's a very, very good thing.
Of course. I have to ask you. In addition to homes, we are an island.
Yep.
People have boats. They like sailing. You accommodate for marine paving and glassing as well?
No, we're actually putting, what we actually have here is just an indication of just for a glass and the various type of glass, right? So when we move from, as an extension of the normal heat retaining glass, what we will have here is something like this active anti-sun here. Traditionally, where somebody has a structure like this here, the biggest problem they will have is heat. So it's actually too hot. So what we do is we will put into this is what's called an active anti-sun glass. What this will do here is it will the active part of it being a self-cleaning glass. So we're done away with those dirties. Once it rains, everything will run away from that. But the anti-sun, as you can see from this, there's a slight blue hue from this. And what this will do here is, one is from the point of view of glare. It will very much restrict the glare coming in, but it also restricts the solar heat coming in.
So it's all to do with the solar control?
It's all to do with solar control, yeah. But indeed, on top of that as well, as an extension of this side of the business as well, we also have a solid roof product, which we're finding a massive take-up on. We introduced this last year to our portfolio. And what we do with traditional conservatories, what I hear from people as I'm going into conservatories is it's the same words every time. Too hot in the summer, too cold in the winter. What we're doing is we use an American product called the Guardian roof, and what we do is we will actually replace their existing, generally glass roofs, but in many cases a polycarbon or a plastic roof. And we put a lightweight solid roof onto that. In addition to that, then what we can actually change the glass to what we spoke about earlier, our energy efficient glass. So as opposed to a very, very cold, as most people refer to it as the warehouse, because everything is stored out there, nothing can be kept out there, what we would do is we effectively turn that into an extension at a fraction of the cost that lots of people have said to me that what they were going to do was demolish. So at a fraction of that cost, we actually turn that not into a conservatory anymore, it's an extension or indeed a sunroom.
It's such a practical solution to such a common problem in people's homes around Ireland, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes, yeah, it is, yeah. It's all about energy efficiency. That's what our company is about. We're not a glass replacement company, so we're not going around changing a nod pane of glass. What we do is we will change. We will make your home much more comfortable, and that's we're achieving that all over the country.
And talk to me about noise control as well. We talked about solar control there, but noise control.
Okay.
Obviously, it's an important element if you're living in a busy neighbourhood with lots of children.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, the first thing is that what we find is that, and we don't sell it based on that. We don't sell our double glazed units based on noise control by any means, but it's a byproduct of it. As a natural when we're changing up to argon gas fill units, you actually get a huge reduction in noise. This is the feedback we get from people. We don't sell it on that. The Spacia product, indeed, which is great from the point of view, it's a wonderful feedback from these wonderful old houses with the sash windows. But people are absolutely amazed at the difference they have in terms of noise reduction on this. But indeed, as an extension of that again, there is a product, we deal exclusively with Pilkington Glass in the UK. They're our only supplier. There is a product called Optifon, and what Optifon is actually designed to keep out noise. So with your traditional double glazing, you will actually have 3 panes of glass in there. It's not regarded as triple glazed because 2 of them are stuck together, they're laminated. But that's an Optifon glass, and that is as good as it gets. You can't get any better than that. The only thing I would always say about noise reduction is that you can reduce it significantly. You can never, ever get away from it completely. We have chimneys, we have air vents, etc. So you can never get rid of it completely. It's a myth to think that you could, and I would be telling an untruth if I said that you could get rid of it. It can be reduced hugely.
So essentially, older homes need to definitely not be as loud, and they're definitely much warmer homes these days when you come to Enter Glaze. What are you offering people at the Ideal Home Show this weekend?
Okay, what we're offering in terms of an incentive to come for us to come to our stand here, and indeed for us to go out and visit you in your home. Our salespeople are trained in a very specific way. We're not intrusive. We don't do any hard sell. We want to go out and advise you. We want to work with people. We want to see what we can do in your home. So for those people who are upgrading from PVC or aluminium, both of those double glazed, on a full house we're offering a 20% discount. That's a show offer. That's a genuine show offer based on our normal matrix which we would use throughout the year. For somebody who wants a smaller amount of work done, the likes of 3 to 5 windows, we will offer a 10%. But I would say that they actually apply to the PVC double glazing upgrade and the aluminium double upgrade. All the other products that we actually have involve a huge amount. They're very, very labour intensive. So our offer doesn't apply to those. But having said all that, the other side, the PVC double glazing, and the aluminium represents about 80% of our business. So for 80% of the people out there coming to our stand, there's a massive offer down there.
The stand I've seen is very busy all morning, so it is very important that people actually come and talk to you, because you do need to be talked through it.
Yes, yeah. What we have here, we've a unique product in terms of stands at the show, and what we have over here is a hot box. And what this hot box has is obviously there's the same amount of heat being emitted from the box here. But what we have are 4 different panes of glass here showing various levels of heat actually going out. And if I could just show you over here for
Absolutely, please do.
As a quick illustration on this. If you look here, and I'll get you to do this, you put your hand there, that's traditional single pane of glass. And that's the amount of heat that's being emitted from that. You can see it's warm.
It's pretty warm.
Okay, right. If we move across here then, I have a traditional double glaze unit. And again, if you feel that, you'll still feel some heat coming out from that. Now, what I will do over here then, as on the 3rd pane of glass here, and obviously it's still the same amount of heat being emitted here, but again, if you put your hand here, on this 3rd pane of glass here, it's actually cold. There's nothing coming out through it at all.
There's a massive difference there between the 1st and the 3rd, all right.
And in case anybody is wondering, well, what about the 4th one? The 4th pane of glass is actually is a modern triple glaze unit. And what I get people to do is put their hand on both our double glaze unit and the triple glaze unit. And if you like to try it, there's absolutely no difference whatsoever.
You can hold the microphone for me.
And you're all welcome to attend.
Essentially exactly the same.
Exactly the same. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're getting it. As I said earlier on, I don't want to get too embroiled in terms of the science of it, but because even I don't know the mathematical equation on it. But you have a U values. But you have a U value here, as I said earlier, of 5.8. Your traditional double glazing here is about 3.2, and this is dropping it down to around about 1. So with argon gas as well, and giving you the benefits of of restricting the cold coming in, and indeed from a noise reduction point of view as well.
Dave, thank you so much for chatting to me. Enjoyed the rest of the show this weekend.
Thank
be
you.
very busy.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you.
There you go. That was Laura Butler there at the Inner Glaze stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show taking place here in the RDS. And that's one thing that is certainly a prominent feature at this show. The whole area of heat retention in the home, the whole area of insulation, the whole area of design, so that people are not spending fortunes heating their homes and the heat is just simply escaping through the walls. One particular company which is based in Galway and is doing really, really well at present is Inslew Insulation. Inslew, I do believe, Pat Walsh, is the Irish for insulation.
Right.
Tell me about Inslew and when it was set up and how you're doing.
Inslew have been manufacturing spray foam in Ireland for about 7 years. We have a manufacturing plant in Ballina, County Mayo, and we would be the only Irish manufacturer of spray foam insulation. So there are other companies doing spray foam here, but it's all imported products. So Inslew would see ourselves as we have a foam that's designed to meet the Irish climate, etc. A lot of the technology for spray foam has come from North America, and that which would be a slightly different climate than ourselves, would have more extreme temperatures, more extreme heat, more extreme cold. And as such, the foams would be slightly different. We would have a much damper climate here overall. And the foam is again, it's sort of custom made to suit that environment. It also, as a foam, it would be the highest renewable factor foam that you can have. It's castor based, it's water blown, it's not a chemically blown foam. Again, it's an Agriment certified product, which means that basically it carries a lifetime guarantee once fitted correctly to the Agriment standard, and we would have installers all over the country basically fitting it. We would also have, we would do all sorts of different type of work. We do a good bit of retrofit. We also do a lot of new build, especially now, as you said at the start, the whole energy thing has become so much more important in Ireland, you know, and what people spend on their energy costs, you know. So with insulation, it's about
a lot of people think that if their house is hot when the heating's on, that it's a great house. You know, any house, it will be as hot as the heat you put into it. Where what dictates how good your insulation is when you turn your heating off, it's how long, it's the U value as they call it, measures the speed at which that heat transfers to the outside basically of the building. And there's a lot of talk nowadays about passive houses and all this type of thing that are basically zero energy ratings, you know, and all that type of thing. And you know, all of these things can be achieved using spray foam. The big thing that spray foam has over conventional types of insulation is not only are you getting a really good U value with your product, but you're also getting air tightness. And the more we've learned about insulation, the more we've realized that the air intrusion into a house really matters. You can have a really high U value piece of material, but if it's badly fitted or you have gaps or whatever, it doesn't really matter how high it is, because it just, you know, the air circulation is going to bring whatever heat you have there back out. As I say, spray foam gives both. We often say with spray foam, we basically sell you air tightness and we give you the insulation for free, you know. And the other thing is, a lot of contractors, builders like the fact that when we go in, from a point of view of their labour, we leave the job ready for their plasterers and slabbers to come in the day after us and put up their material. So from a maintenance point of view, it makes it a lot easier. Also, as a product, it has a fire rating, a class 1 fire rating on it. It has 0 food value for rodents, insects, all that type of thing. And as I say, again, with the current climate, etc., the fact that it has the most green content of any foam on the market, but also has the highest U value out there for any of the spray foams. You know, I think spray foam is very much going to be one of the major things of the future. You know, it's because it has a lifetime guarantee. Therefore, the U value is constant, you know, over the lifetime of the building.
I was fascinated to hear you say there about, you know, the slightest inlet of air can be the difference between having a warm house and not. What do you say to the belief that some builders have that you need to have a little flow of cold air into a house to let the house breathe, as they say? Is that an argument that stands up, or should a house be totally airtight, and if it gets too warm you can always open the window?
It's a very good question. There's a mixture on that. If a house is completely airtight, it needs to have an artificial ventilation system, which a lot of houses are now being built with these HVAC systems that recycle the air. They're taking air from outside, but also recycling, because otherwise, obviously, you're going to get a build-up of carbon monoxide and that just from breathing, you know. So you do need a certain level of width. When we do the insulation in an attic, okay, we also fit a thing called a vent card before we put in the foam. Because nowadays, most new houses are built with a breathable roofing underlay, okay, which is designed to allow for condensation on both sides. If you have warm, depending on which side is warmer, it needs to have ventilation to be allow that moisture vapor to escape. So all our contractors fit with a special card that leaves a 25mm gap between the felt and the foam, but it also means that in the event that you ever have an issue with your roof, like a leak or anything like that, that there's a full proprietary system independent of your roof and basically your felt underneath that will carry that moisture out past the wall plate. So basically that is fitted as well to allow the actual roofing membrane to breathe. The foam that we would use in a domestic situation is a breathable foam. It's what they call open cell. There are two types of foam. They're open cell and closed cell. So breathable open cell allows timbers, etc., to breathe, but yet it still gives air tightness. We do also use closed cell foams in industrial buildings, onto galvanized, etc. We do a lot of work on freezer units, onto potato stores, vegetable storage, and that's all done with a closed cell foam, which would be very similar. It would be the same as if you buy a new house and the tank in the hot press has a blue or green coating on it. That is closed cell polyurethane foam. So we will be spraying that in situ onto metal buildings and single skin buildings and that type of thing from an insulation point of view. So as I say, spray foam, it has varied uses, but it's very important that you're using the correct material in the correct place.
Yeah. The SEAI, the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, makes grants available for people who want to, if you like, insulate their home. And the government wants more people to do this because, first of all, it means people live in warmer houses, but nationally it means the state is having to import less oil, for example.
Yeah.
Do you think perhaps that there are lots of people out there, and I think of people like farmers who live in rural Ireland, who simply, they aren't aware that insulation can be the difference between having a warm house in the winter and a cold house in the winter?
Yeah. Very much so, and as I say, the SEAI has been a great tool in sort of bringing sort of a bit of understanding and also just a bit of notice to the whole thing of insulation and that. And you know, I think the Irish as a nation love to hear the word free about anything. You know,
yeah, of course.
You know, so it has been a big help out there. The new houses obviously have to be built to a standard, so it doesn't really come into it. So it's only to bring the older houses to a certain level. The levels of grants out there have increased recently, which is a big help as well. There's also the other scheme that's been run, which really can come into it from a point of view of farmers and that, where once you spend over €5,000, there is a scheme there where you can claim the VAT portion of that money once you spend over €5,000. And again, so all that type of thing. But we would be noticing in the last 12 months there has been quite an increase in sentiment and just the amount of stuff happening in the construction sort of sector.
Do you find that in light of the recession that business in your area is actually picking up, that there's actually a little bit more money in circulation?
Yes. The other thing we also found as well is there is a bit more money around, but a lot of people are looking to the future. A lot of people are looking, I think the recession has sort of woke people up to ongoing costs, and you know, where they can see something that's going to save them money over a period of time. They're far more interested on stuff like that. Like for somebody to insulate a house with polyurethane, generally the payback on that is between 2.5 and 4 years. For the money that it'll cost them, that's the length of time in energy savings that it'll take to. And I think a lot of people with the recession, you know, have got very sort of forward looking, you know, and sort of looking that in the event of if something was to happen again, how am I set up to be able to deal with it, you know what I mean, and trying to keep their fixed costs lower than they were, you know.
You say that you're the only company in Ireland, if you like, manufacturing this type of foam. How come no one else has gone down that road?
I suppose, look, there's an awful lot of work involved in developing a foam. There's an awful lot of work in getting a foam certified. The testing processes, etc. All these foams have to be tested for fire ratings, all that type of thing, and like it takes a period of time and it takes a lot of money. There are other foams here that are certified, but that are imported. Some of them coming from North America, some of them coming from Europe. But as I say, Insuloo are the only Irish company to manufacture spray foam insulation, and we're exporting as well to a lot of different parts of Europe. We have foam going out into places like Poland, into Lithuania, you know, Hungary, all those countries, and we will be hoping to keep building. You know, we recently actually did quite a big contract to Africa, you know, so we would have, like, there's quite a you know, scope there for expansion for us, you know.
And what is a lot of your business now overseas?
Yes, quite a bit, yeah. Like at the end of the day, Ireland is a great market, but it is only a certain size, you know what I mean? We are, you know, there's 5 million people on the island, whereas, you know, our near neighbours in the UK, you know, you can treble that nearly for London, you know. So there is, obviously, for a company to grow, an Irish company to grow and produce more jobs, you know, there has to be an export element there, you know.
Of the housing stock in the country, a large chunk of houses, and I'm thinking of my own situation, would be farmhouses,
yeah,
built by the Land Commission back in the 40s and the 50s.
Yeah.
Are they difficult houses to, if you like, insulate?
Yeah, well, to come up to do correctly, obviously a lot of these attics, you know what I mean, the attics we can do is not an issue, but you have to sometimes think outside the box with the wall systems on these houses, because a lot of them are solid concrete walls, so you have the options really are either to do internally, which again we can do for those, or then external wall insulation, and they're really the only options. Polyurethane is starting to be used for external wall insulation quite a bit as well in continental countries, Germany, etc. You know, so it's again, they're all things that we can sort of see ourselves having a niche in as we go forward, you know.
And how is the rest of the year looking in terms of business?
Very good. As I say, this year we'll probably way ahead of where we've been for the last 3 or 4 years. A lot of years it's slowed down and quietened down in the summer, whereas this year we'll still have a very steady thing going through the summer.
So the future looks good?
Looks very good.
Okay, Pat Walsh of Inslu Innovations, and you're based in Ballina, isn't it?
That's right, Ballina.
In Ballina, County Mayo. Thanks very much indeed
Thank you very
for
much.
joining us. That's Pat Walsh there of Inslu Innovations there, talking about what is a key issue in terms of house development in this country, the whole area of heat retention in a home, the application of insulation, and the whole gamut of how much money you can save in a lifetime on unnecessary heating bills. Insulation is definitely, if you like, the industry of the moment on all houses built prior to 2006. Anyway, if you've just joined us, you're watching the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show here on catchexpo.com. Thanks indeed for joining us. We're coming to you live from the RDS. We're with you until 5 o'clock this evening. And anything you want to know about either building a new home or renovating an old home, it's all here. Everything from floors to doors to kitchens to bedrooms to built-in wardrobes to garden development, garden expansion, garden colour, from the gate to the back door. It's all here under one roof in the RDS. Okay, we're going to go back out to the floor, and our reporter Laura Butler, I do believe, is at the Flanagan's Furniture Stall.
I'm here now with Brian Flanagan. Brian, you've been in the business since 1973.
Yes, that's right. I started restoring furniture. My father had been dealing in antiques, but I saw a great deal of work that could be profitably done in repairing, and we gradually built up a team of craftsmen from a greenfield start, I may say, in Buncrana and Donegal. And now we offer £150 to your pound sterling, anyone from the north who's watching. We're on the web, Flanagan's Buncrana, Flanagan's Furniture Buncrana. You'll find it easily with about 15,000 items on it. And very keenly priced, I may say, even before the sterling discount.
And some of those items are here this weekend. Would you talk me through some of them?
Yes, this chair seems to have attracted a lot of attention at €590. That's roughly 400 sterling, which is a nice quality material and a decent strong wing chair. Good high back and so on. Well designed upholstery and good fabrics. Modest price, about a third less than anything we could obtain in England.
Right.
In traditional upholstery.
And are all the material Irish-based material?
Well, no, material is not normally, but we do have some material made in Ireland. Yes, we can, but it wouldn't be of the most designer type. Now, the tables here we make entirely in Buncrana ourselves, so any size and any wood and any finish and different designs also.
Beautiful size. I mean, you could really have this as a dining table. You could put it in an office, in a hotel. It's multifunctional, really, isn't it?
Yes, well, they would often be sold for functions like boardrooms and so on. These would be sold more domestically. But now they're a good deal more expensive than something you buy off the shelf, which we also sell. But if you can't get it off the shelf, we make it for you exactly the way you want it.
So you can do bespoke pieces?
Yes, and this is something that's unique to ourselves. I don't know anyone else doing it with a square coarse thread screw action, the original Victorian style screw action. You can have as many leaves as you wish. We have made tables up to 30 feet long for people.
It's a lot of leaves.
The Irish Nurses Organisation got their table, and ISME got their table. So anyway, any wood, any size, any design.
So there really is everything for anybody then, isn't there?
Yes, and the chairs can be done in any finish you wish. They're generally made in Indonesia, and we can buy from about a range of over 100 styles to match the tables, you know.
And you started off in repairs, you mentioned there. I see this lovely dining chair here, what I would call upcycling. It looks like it's been refinished with a lovely new kind of more modern perhaps material, fabric.
Well, this is a rather unserviceable fabric, I may say, but it looks pretty. Perhaps we'll do a bedroom, you know. And indeed, I've sold a couple of those today in a different fabric, you know. It is a lovely chair, a Chippendale style, but it's actually an Indonesian frame and upholstered in Buncrana.
It's very unique looking, isn't it?
Yes, and there's a nice broad seat, you know. There's nothing miserable about it. It's a good generous sized chair.
Absolutely, you wouldn't be falling off the sides or anything like that. Are you offering anything this weekend for customers coming to the Ideal Home Show?
Just a very good comprehensive service, a very big website of a wide range of furniture and accessories, plus restoration and even bespoke. So with a little bit of conversation, we can get you mostly what you want.
So anybody, perhaps like myself, could come in with a design, show that to you, and we could concoct something together?
Yes, we think we could get it right. It takes a bit of involvement of the customer now to get it just the way she wants it. You don't just wave a magic wand, and even to define your own ideas takes a bit of time. It's all about nice woods and nice fabrics and a bit of experience.
And how long would the process be, perhaps, from maybe the design, the drawing, to the actual seeing it in your sitting room, sitting on it yourself?
I think if you allow about 12 weeks. 12 weeks for a table, for instance. We've got to get the right design and size right first. Perhaps visit the home to give you a bit of advice. I mean, you'll need about 2 foot on either side, all sides of the table for your chairs, and a little bit more besides that. Just getting the right design of table, and then the finish, of course. But I mean, if it is needed more urgently, things can be done as well, of a more standard type,
And obviously your website, flanagans.ie, I presume?
Yes, Christopher will tell you more about the website. That's his baby.
It's family business through and through then.
Yes, I look after more the nuts and bolts of the restoration and that. Christopher will be more at the marketing of the website.
But anything you can't see here, obviously, you can only show so much in a showroom. There are plenty more items on your website to see.
Oh, the website is bigger than Harrods, potentially.
Listen, thank you very much and enjoy your weekend.
There you go, that was our reporter Laura Butler there at the Flanagan's Furniture stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show here at the RDS. We're with you until 5 o'clock this evening, and as I said earlier on, if you're in the business of either building a new house, renovating an old house, expanding your house, everything you need from the front door to the back door, whether it's floors, doors, kitchens, wardrobes, bathrooms, furniture, electrical gadgetry, it's all here under the one roof. And of course, I suppose for a lot of people, once they have their house built, one of the key components of a brand new house or a redeveloped house is of course furniture. Lots of furniture companies here today in the RDS. One particular company has caught our attention, and it's Drumbriston Furniture from County Monaghan, and I'm joined by Paul Traynor. Paul, tell me a bit about the company, when you were set up and how business is going.
Well, I'd be second generation into the company. My father set it up in 1979. Originally we started off just selling directly to trade customers, Cork, Galway, Dublin, all over. And then gradually as the imports came in, it made the thing less competitive, it got tight, so we started to sell more direct in around Monaghan, the border counties. And then over the last 5 years, we've switched now just to selling completely direct to the public. It's a wee bit easier because you're dealing directly with the customer. Because we make the stuff ourselves, customization is easy. It sounds as if it's very expensive, but it's not. We have the machines there, we have the men that can do the work, so if people come in and they've got an odd shaped room, they need something made a bit firmer or softer, longer, higher, it can all be done.
Of course, your business is driven by the strength of the economy. When a lot of people are buying houses, a lot of people need furniture. Did you take a big hit during the recession?
Believe it or not, our biggest hit actually came before the recession. Our big hit came, like most companies that were manufacturing in the late 90s, early 2000s, imports coming in did a massive hit. So we really got a big smack in, say, 2002, 2003. With a lot of restructuring to do, streamlined our business. So in terms of the recession, it didn't hit us too bad, but then again, it also affected that we didn't really get the boom, we didn't get the fall, we just kind of maintained a steady line. Imports would have been a big hit, especially to North Monaghan in the early 2000s.
Well, now they tell us the economy is picking up, although there's another argument that says that only certain sectors are picking up. Have you noticed an increase in business, say, in the last 12 months?
Massively. Our business would have been up over 75% last year, based on the year before. So it really has taken off. A couple of factors. The economy in general seems to be picking up in our sector. A lot of people I'm talking to, our suppliers, have noticed an increase, but we've employed 3 new people, and one of those people is just to promote our website, put our brand out there, and we're getting a lot of people travelling. Waterford, Dungarvan, Cork, Dublin, they seem to be travelling up. So I think the fact we're reaching a wider audience helps to drive the business on.
Are you doing a particular type of what's called bespoke or customized furniture, or, dare I say it, the sofa you have in your showroom
could I walk into someone's house in Galway and there's the same sofa?
Well, we do the main thing is we do 25 different designs. And with those 25 designs, there's 160 different sample books that you can get either one done in. So if there's 40 fabrics in each book, the chances of seeing some with the exact same one is slim. But corner sofas will be probably what we'd be busiest with. Odd shaped rooms, you can go for slightly bigger on one side, short on the other. So for customizing, fabric corner sofas is what we'd be pretty much busiest at.
I think of towns like Navan, big concentration of furniture factories for some apparent reason. Monaghan would not strike me as a furniture county. It's got a reputation for poultry and things like that. So how competitive is your game in County Monaghan?
Monaghan used to be massive for upholstery. It was one of the biggest. Navan was the biggest. Monaghan would have been the second biggest. The big problem Monaghan had at the time was the geography. We're just isolated, we're so close to the border, so really we scaled things back. You have to be keen on your prices and you have to offer more variety to be able to compete, but Monaghan would be holding its own, if not slightly ahead.
And a constant gripe, if you like, put forward by people who set up businesses in rural Ireland is that you're so far from Dublin, you're so far from Cork, you're so far from Galway that there's extra additional costs, for example, in relation to transport. Is that an issue with you in terms of competitiveness?
Well, not really. The way we've looked at it, there's a lot of people travelling to us. Like we were in Thurles last week. Now Thurles is quite a distance from Monaghan, but they seen what they wanted, they got the price, and they thought that they were willing to take a day off work to drive up to buy from us. So we're so busy now, we can fill a run with, say, Dublin. You can go down to Wicklow, you can call then down to Wexford. Evans in a straightforward run. We do the deliveries ourselves, dedicated delivery men, so the costs aren't huge because we're not going with one suite. If we're delivering, we're going with 5. So it leaves.
But is it harder if you're based in Monaghan to reach what's known as the critical mass, i.e. the Dublin market, by virtue of the fact that you are so far away from the city? Like, for example, somebody probably wouldn't think twice about driving up to Navan, but driving to Monaghan would be a big deal.
Yeah, and that's where you really need to come in with your cost. If we were to move or locate our showroom somewhere closer to Dublin, our costs will be higher. So by staying in Monaghan, we can keep our costs down. The rent rates is an awful lot cheaper, so we are able to offer a better price by staying where we are. So that's the balancing effect we have for people having to travel. We can keep our costs down.
Talk to me about the current state of sterling v the euro. Is that a problem for people like you?
No, it's a huge benefit. Because we're just located on the border, we have a massive overflow of people coming across with their sterling. There's about nearly 30% difference in the money at the minute, so it means we're very, very competitive. So the sterling going the right way for us has really put this year from January through the roof, really, sales-wise. It's not a long-term sales strategy we have targeting the sterling because it fluctuates so much, but it's definitely a massive bonus at the moment.
But of course there are times when it goes the other way, isn't there?
Yeah, and you have to take that in the chin. You can't be happy one way and sad the other. Most businesses we deal with from the north, our suppliers, would deal with us in euro. If they dealt with us in sterling, we'd have a massive problem because their costs would go up 25%. But anytime we're doing a deal or negotiating for a product that we use, as in springs, timber, we also negotiate it in euro. So that way we're fairly protected.
The company itself, how many do you employ?
16. And we're looking to get it up to 21 by the middle of this year.
And that's a reflective of what you would see as an increase in demand itself, driven by a growth in housing, growth in the economy. Is that the case?
Yeah, big time. And we're very lucky there's a lot of readily trained people available in Monaghan because there was such a history in furniture. We have a lot of local people fully trained up that's very easy to access labour, so we're lucky that way.
Okay. Well, look, Paul, we're going to leave it there. Thanks very much indeed for coming into us. The company is Drumbriston
Furniture, the sofa maker.
And you're on the web, I presume?
Yes. drumbristonfurniture.ie.
Okay, that's Paul Turner there from Drumbriston Furniture in County Monaghan. Okay, we're going to go back out to the floor, and this time Laura is at the Energy Saving Systems stand.
Donnan from Energy Saving Systems. Malachy, hi, how are you? Welcome to our Home Show.
Thank you very much, yes.
So talk to me about this energy saving system.
The reflectors that go behind your radiators to reduce your heating bills. They'll reduce your bills by 25% when you use the proper products. We're 22 years fitting this, It just goes on the wall behind your radiator. Your radiator will get hot faster. It'll stay hot longer. So your boiler cuts out sooner and stays out longer. That's where the savings comes in. It will definitely cut your bill by 25%.
That's pretty substantial, 25%.
Yes, it is, yeah. We have done over 400 schools. We have done 90% of the nursing homes in Ireland. And they would all have been recorded. And we've never got less than 25%.
And is it, you buy one and you have it for life?
Yes, yeah, we supply in fitters. And we have a promotion from the show where the average house can be fitted with 10 radiators for $250. Or 8 radiators for a 3-bedroom house for $200.
So a promotion this weekend for the average 4-bedroom house for €250.
Yeah.
All weekend at the Ideal Home Show? All weekend?
All weekends, yeah. Yeah, and the average, it's the fastest product to get you your money back as an energy saving device. Most products take over a year. This will get it back in 3-4 months.
Talk to me about the technology as well about this product.
Well, it's worked in the same principle as a thermal blanket. The headlight of your car has it in it, any good torch. And it's just a matter of reflecting. One of the best descriptions I heard of it was an engineer in America said to me, he said it was similar to a fridge. He said a fridge will work without a door, but he said it's 3 times more expensive because there's no door to keep in the cold air. This keeps the hot air where you want it. It doesn't allow it to escape. And that's why it's so much more effective.
What is the most common problem in Irish homes? Is there damp? Is there the cold?
Well, I suppose there's cold, from bad building, not enough insulation. And if people are building, they should use more insulation. But unfortunately, there's a lot of houses there that are badly built that need something. This is one of the easiest and fastest things to do to get you a savings and to improve your comfort level.
And obviously everyone is very concerned and very conscious of the green element nowadays in their homes.
Well, the green element, they are a certain amount, but a lot of people do a lot of talk about it, but do very little about it. Like even schools, we'll see schools putting up green flags, that they're more interested in getting their photograph in the papers than reducing their costs, you know.
Than actually following through.
Oh, they are, yeah.
But these are green, aren't they?
They are, they're the greenest thing you could get in Ireland. And it's an Irish product, it's made in Ireland. Now, there's about 30 manufacturers of similar panels throughout the world, and it's recognised as being the best panel in the world because it's the news. All the rest of them have been made for years and they're still making the old ones. We improve this every second year. We make a different panel.
And there's a lot of technology obviously behind it then?
Technology behind it, yeah. It came from the space programme and from NASA, you know.
Well, if it's good enough for NASA, it's good enough for my house.
Yes, it is, yes.
Where are you based?
We're based in Galway, but we have a nationwide service. We also do some work in Scotland. We never actually advertised there, but we've been actually sent for to do work there.
And as you said, not just homes, schools, nursing homes, everything.
Nursing homes, everything, yeah.
And if people want you to come out and have a look?
We'll come out and have a look and give them an estimate, and if it suits, we'll do it, and if it doesn't, we won't. And if we can't help them, we won't take any money off them, you know.
Very practical.
All we want is happy customers, you know.
Well, happy indeed they will be. And what is your website? Where can people find you?
It's on our brochure, Energy Saving Systems.
Low price and very cost effective.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Fabulous.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, okay, lovely, right.
Laura Butler there at the Energy Savings System stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show. That's where we're coming to you from here at the RDS in Dublin. Everything you need for developing a new home, whether you're building, expanding or renovating, from the doors to the floors, the kitchens to the wardrobes, the bedrooms to all the electronic gadgetry that's going. It's all here under the one roof. Okay, we're going to go back out to the Energy Theatre right now, and Martin Lane of the WaterSave Corporation is giving a presentation.
Paying a flat rate, so whether you use a cup of water or a swimming pool full of water, it seems you'll pay the same money. It doesn't make any difference. So it's like conservation's gone out the window. So I'll try and give you some tips and direct you towards some products where you can save water around the house. Toilets equate for 30% of household water use. Push button operated toilets can leak 35 litres of water per person per day if not monitored. So if any of you got push button toilets, keep them monitored. The best way to do that is I would even go say once a month, put a bit of food dye into the cistern if you've got a push button toilet. Don't flush the toilet and leave the water there for 10 minutes. If that toilet is leaking, the colouring in the food dye will have gone into the bowl without you flushing the toilet. I've seen instances in businesses where this has cost businesses €4,000 in bills in one toilet. So be very careful with push button toilets. In a recent study done in the US, they were to blame, and they were accounted for that 35 litres for every person living in the United States. That's a US EPA figure. So be careful with them. I like the old siphon operated toilet, the handle operated toilet, simply because it can't leak. Now, it's got its downsides because it always flushes 9 litres of water when you press the handle and leave it go. But a clever Danish company have come up with a product called the EcoBeta. The EcoBeta, when retrofitted into a handle flush toilet, will cut down the consumption from 54 litres of water per person per day to 24 litres of water per person per day. It's about a 3-minute job to fit it into your toilet. It costs about €28.50. It's a very, very cheap way of reducing water in your toilets. It's the figures. In general, people will flush 54 litres of water per person per day at a cost of €72.93. If you put in an EcoBeta, you'll flush 24 litres of water per person per day at a cost of €32.41. That's a saving of €40.52 per person over a year. So if you've got a 6-person household, you're into €240, €250 of savings just by installing that simple little device into your toilet. It's guaranteed for life. It's a Danish-made product, simple to fit. So any you've got handle flushing toilets, I highly recommend that product. You can also put displacement bags. Some people put in bottles and bricks and all sorts of things into their systems. Be careful with what you put into your systems, because there's chemicals in our water and there's chemicals in this bottle, and they interact with each other, and what you can end up with is a sort of a fungus growing inside in your system if you don't put the right things into them. Don't put bricks into your system, because the bricks will break down over time with the acid in the bricks, and the chemicals in the water will break down the brick. It'll cause an expensive problem in your toilet, and you'll end up having to change the toilet or something like that. So be careful with things like that. So EcoBeta is a great product. There's another UK product called the Retrofit Flusher. It's another good one. Any of them ones, they cut down greatly on the amount of water used. Showers are another huge waster of water. Or well, I suppose showers are not a huge waster of water. It's the people that use them are. So don't be blaming the shower. Right, they can be very economical, especially electric showers. The trick with electric showers is the time spent inside. I'm going to show you a slide in a minute that'll probably frighten the living daylights out of a lot of you, but what I want to get across to everyone here today is the correlation between every litre of water you heat and the cost of it. So what I want everyone to go away from after today is cut down the amount of water you heat, because it's costing you all a fortune that you don't know about. Water is now more expensive than electricity. Would you have ever thought that? Right, here we go. If you look down at the bottom, the top two pieces are the cost for water and the cost for electricity. So if you've got a son or a daughter, or yourself, that spends 5 minutes in the shower in an electric set, typical Triton T90 or a Myra Sport or something like that, the cost of that 5-minute shower every year is €107. That's per person, right? That's for the water and the energy. Now, if you've got a son, daughter, or in fact you do it yourself, you spend 20 minutes in the shower. The cost of that shower to you every year is €429. Now, if you've got a 6-person family and everyone spends 20 minutes in the shower every day of the week, you've got one of the most expensive showers in the country. It's costing you a fortune. So electric showers are really, really good, but it's all about the time that's spent inside them. So if you've got someone that's spending a half an hour in the shower, turn off the electricity. Do you know? Go to turn off the water, do something, because they're actually costing. It's literally the cost of a holiday every year if you're not careful. Teenagers are educated. You know, I do an awful lot of talks in schools, and when you show them the figures and you actually put it in front of them, how much it's costing, they go, oh, I'm not going to do that anymore. But if you tell them, no, don't go into the shower anymore, don't use 20-minute shower, it's sort of given out, you know, and we're all guilty of it. So, when you explain to them, look, this is what it's costing, do you know, and this is what we can save every year. Maybe that lovely dress that you wanted, or that bike that the son wanted or whatever. Maybe if you stop using the shower more often, you might be able to afford it, you know. So simple little things, but they do get across when you put figures in front of them. And a lot of them have learned in school to be more greener than we ever did when we were growing up as well. So that's showers. Now, if a lot of people out there will have the power showers that lash out 18, 19 litres of water per minute, and I detest them. I actually hate them, but you can actually cut them down quite easily by changing your shower heads or putting in things called shower savers. Now, you lose a lot of, like, I mean, you can imagine 18, 19 litres of water just coming down and you're heating it. It's a huge, huge cost and a huge, huge drain on gas, oil or electricity. So simple devices that cost about 30 euros, you're talking about payback within 2 months. If you put in these devices, cut down the amount of water you're heating. Taps can be a huge cost. We get people over to stand and they're telling us that sometimes they've measured it that they're leaving 10, 15 litres of water run down the sink while they're waiting for the water to get hot. Nearly every person I know in the country is in that sort of a situation where they're leaving water run down the sink while they're waiting for it to get hot. The big thing about this is that you've already paid to heat that water. Now it's gone cold in your pipes and now you're throwing it down the sink. You're paying for it twice. You're paying for it through a water meter and you're paying for it through your electricity meter or your gas meter, one of the two. It can cost about 152 euros per year just in one tap alone. We've measured them in different houses and the cost is that. So what can you do to reduce this waste? I'm big into instant heating, no storage at all. In my own house at home, I have no storage of water, zero, nil, nada. The only time we ever heat water in my house is when you want hot water. So we've got electric taps, we've got instant heaters, we've got electric showers, and you're saying, geez, our electricity bill is huge. Our electricity bill is probably half of what most of our neighbours are. Because, again, I can't stress enough the cost. If you're heating big tanks of water, it's going cold, it's going hot, it's going cold, it's going hot, it's going through pipes, it's going down the sink. The cost of that is astronomical, it really is. So I'm a big, as I say, believer in instant hot water, electric taps, electric showers, instant heaters underneath sinks. Even just to give you an idea, a lot of people have said that they've had the under sink water heaters that take about 20 litres of water, and they've noticed their electricity bills going up since they put them in. And of course they have. In a study done with the ESB about 2 years ago now, the ESB took an electric tap and they took an under-sink water heater, and over a month of a trial, the under-sink water heater used 212 units of electricity. The electric tap for the same usage used 5.2. It was 97.5% cheaper to run the electricity with an instant water heater. So an amazing statistic came out from the ESB themselves. Now they're installing electric taps as their under-sink water stock breakdown, because they've got about 5,000 of them around the country. The likes of Cork City Council, Lufthansa, Pratt & Whitney, Dublin's Technology, they're in stables, Christy Roach's stables. All these people are beginning to use all this technology because it's instant, it's convenient and it's cheap. That's the big thing about it. A lot of you will have taps at home that you're quite happy with and they don't use an awful lot of water, but your normal standard tap will run from anything from 8 to 15 litres per minute. Now you can put a simple thing called an aerator into a monoblock tap. If you have a monoblock tap, you can just change the aerator out. It costs €5 and you can reduce your water consumption, which is your hot water consumption, greatly as well. Payback on something like that is less than a week. If you have older type taps that don't take aerators, it's quite simple. If you see the bottom, this guy here, that's an inline isolation valve. You can buy one of them for about $150 in a plumbing shop and put it in underneath all your taps, and you can just tweak it down and you can reduce the flow of the water coming out of your taps quite simply like that. Really cheap, cheerful. There's no need to spending an awful lot of money on reducing your water in some instances. New water heaters, there's an Insta80 coming out in the market. I'm glad to say it's something I've developed myself, and that'll be on the market in about 6 weeks. A lot of people like their taps in their kitchen and their bathrooms like that, and they don't like the look of an instant electric tap or something like that, and they like to keep the taps they have because they spent a lot of money on designing their houses. The Insta80 has been developed to go underneath their current taps and attach onto them and do the exact same thing that an electric tap does. So it does the same thing, but you get to keep your nice shiny polished taps. So keep an eye out for that. It's going to be a big product. The hairdressing industry, grooming parlours, we've had it tried and tested in all these arenas. The kettle's our best friend around the house. Sure, where would we be without it? Probably basking in sunshine houses if we used them correctly, because we're all guilty of it. We turn on the kettle, we put down the button, we walk away, it boils it, we come back, we pass it. And you know, sometimes we just pass it for the crack and say, hello, I'm going to press the button and walk on off again, you know. It's great fun. You don't need to do that anymore. There's instant kettles out there now that you can fill with water, and you put in your cup, you press the button, and it'll only boil 1 cup at a time. If you want to make a pot of tea, you can put the pot underneath it, you press the button, and it'll only boil that. It's always full of water, cold water, okay, which gives it a great safety benefit as well. Whereas if a child goes over and pulls one of these kettles down off the counter, down on top of themselves, the worst that's going to happen to them is they're going to get wet, because there's never any boiling water inside in these kettles. So it's a great safety aspect to them. Or indeed, if you're elderly and, you know, if people can't get to lift kettles around the place and things like that anymore, again, they're a great idea for that as well. So that's a simple way. Now, bats. Everyone's been told to throw out their bats and go to showers. I completely and utterly disagree with that, and people say, you're a water conservation guy, how can you disagree with it? Bats are enjoyable and they're relaxing. And you know, sometimes it's nice after a hard day to go into a bat and soak up for a bit and, you know, chill out and relax. A bat will take 90 to 120 litres maximum, okay? If you're cute, you can use about 80 litres of water in a bat. Now, a lot of people have been told to throw out the bat and go to the shower. But what's the point in using 80 litres of water inside in a bath, throwing it out and moving to the shower, and you spend 20 minutes inside in a shower that uses 180 litres? It doesn't make any sense. You're using way more energy and you're using 3 times the water almost. So have your bat. I tell everyone, keep your bats, don't throw them out. They're therapeutic. You know, just be careful how you use your showers. Washing machines and dishwashers. An old style washing machine will use about 70 litres of water to do a wash. If you're in the market for a new washing machine, please buy A-rated products. They're a bit dearer, but they will pay you back in no time. Remember, going back to again, an A-rated washing machine will use about 30 litres of water compared to 70 to 80 litres with an old one, right? Now that's 40 to 50 litres of water you're no longer heating. So big payback again on your electricity bill. The same with dishwashers. A dishwasher will use about 21 litres of water, an old one. If you're in the market for a new dishwasher, get an A-rated one because it'll only use 7 per wash. So again, you're saving 66% there on the energy to heat all that water. And you've got the water bills as well. The immersion, the energy sucking immersion. What we could do, turn the damn thing off. Simple device called a timer. You can put a timer on it. Pay 30 euros for a good quality timer in the electrical shop. Get an electrician to put it in for you, probably another 30 euros. And it'll come on every morning for an hour or whenever you want it. And you don't have to worry about people going to the hot press and switching on and off immersions anymore. Again, we get people over to the stand and they're going, what can we do? And it's such a simple fix, like it's just a timer. A woman was with me a half an hour. She came out this morning and she reckoned that the immersion had been on for 4 days. Just everyone forgot about it, you know. So simple things. The future is in instant hot water, I believe. Instant electric showers, instant electric hot taps, water heaters, instant boiling kettles. Why store water when it's costing you a fortune? So I'd like you all to make a promise here today that you're no longer going to hand over your hard-earned cash to Irish Water, the energy companies or the oil barons. Because every time you heat water that you don't need, that's what you're doing. You're giving all of them your money. So now you understand, start doing it. Reduce your water use, reduce your hot water use, reduce your electricity bills, your gas bills, your oil bills. Start by reducing your water and all of these things will fall into place. It's really, really easy when you get to understand how water works around the house. We all have kids. Let's leave a cleaner place for them. Let it be a legacy from today to do that. Now, beating the cap. A lot of people have asked me to talk about this because we've been told that we can beat the cap by Minister Kelly and Minister Kinney and Irish Water. Right, average water use in the UK in a study done 4 years ago by 800,000 houses, the biggest water study ever taken on, is 130 litres per person per day. So if you're an average household occupancy in Ireland of 2.7 people, based on the current water charges, you'll use 128,000 litres of water a year at a cost of €473.60 per year when the real water charges kick in at the end of 2018. That's what an average household will cost. A single occupancy water will cost at the moment. So if you're a person living by yourself and you've got water in and water out, you'll pay €160 and you'll get a water conservation grant of €100 that we don't know yet how it's going to be spent. A single person living alone when the water charges kick in will pay €175 a year. Now, for them to beat the cap at the moment, they have to reduce their water by just 8.5%, okay? A 2.7 person household will have to reduce their water consumption by 45% to beat the cap. It's not possible. Now here's the other one. A household with 2 adults and 3 children, the water cost at the moment is €260. A household with 3 adults and 40 children, the water cost is €260. It doesn't matter how many people you have in the house at the moment, you're all paying the same amount for water. But in 2018 all of this will finish. And in 2018, according to the water charges the way they are at the moment, a house with 2 adults and 3 children will pay €877 a year. Can you believe that for water? That is what the cost is going to be. Now, again, the Minister has told us that everyone can beat the cap. For this family of 2 adults and 3 children to beat the cap, they would have to reduce their water consumption in their house by 71%. Is that possible? No, it's not. It's bonkers. Now, I'm in the game. I've been in it a long time, and I find it very hard to understand what's going on. So I can imagine what everyone else is out there feeling. We put in questions to Irish Water. We don't get them answered. We don't get replies even. I've put in all this slide into Irish Water last December. Can't get an answer off of Irish Water. At all. So, if anyone's any questions, I'd take them. No, everyone all right? Yeah. Yeah. You can buy them in most of the hardware stores around the place. Expert Hardware, especially around Dublin, would stock them, yeah.
There you go, that was Martin Lane there from Water Services talking to us about the various applications for water and so on in the home. If you've just joined us, you're watching the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show coming to you live from the RDS here in Dublin. We're with you until 5 o'clock this evening, and we're looking at the various stands and exhibitors here at the show. And that is, what we're saying, everything you need for the modern home, from the door to the floor to the kitchen, tables, bathroom, bedrooms, walk-in wardrobes. It's all here under one roof, and we'd like to thank you for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. Now, of course, if you have bought a new home, or you're building a new home, or you're expanding your existing home, for some people, tiling is as important as the suite of furniture in your sitting room. And our reporter Laura Butler has been out at the Irish Tiling Services stand.
Watson from Irish Tiling Services. Richard, thanks for chatting to us. So you're here at the Ideal Home Show this weekend. Talk me through what we see here in front of us.
Well, what we have here is a typical bathroom renovation. But there's the mosaic tiles, which is very popular now at the moment.
It's very much a trend, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They're all going for this now. And the showers over below, the new low-level shower trays.
All right, we'll go and have a look around here and see that.
Now, this here. So you're not having to lift your leg up too high, especially with the old people now. It's much easier to step into.
Would this be fairly standard now in modern bathroom?
Yeah, it's all the go now. They've done away with the old high-up shower trays.
And no shower curtains, I see, so less scrubbing.
Well, less scrubbing, but you can go for the glass panels. You can have the pivot doors, or you can have the bifold doors, or you can have the quad doors. You know, they're all.
And talk to me about the detail of this tiling as well. The pattern is lovely.
Well, that particular mosaic tile is a Spanish tile. It's As you can see, it blends in lovely. You can hardly see the joints on it. And it's easy to keep clean, believe it or not, although looking at it.
And is it very cost effective?
Well, that particular tile is 30 euros a yard, but when it's up, it looks beautiful. You can see over the bath there.
Yeah, it really shines over there in the corner, doesn't it?
You know, yeah.
It's a statement.
It is indeed. And, you know, what we're doing now is we're doing a full bathroom renovation from 3,000 euros upwards.
Wow.
You know, it's great value. We come in, take out all the old tiles, the old suite, retile everything again, put in a new suite, and that's £3,000 upwards.
And what if you're someone like myself and you're not really sure what you want, what you're in the market for? I mean, obviously you guys are in the business, you know what the current trends are. What seems to be the most popular at the moment?
Well, I mean, what we'll do is we'll go out and we'll bring a full brochure and a laptop with a load of different bathrooms. So, you know, you go through the bathrooms and try and find something that you actually like. You know, everybody's taste is different in bathrooms, but bathrooms are changing all the time.
And I see with the backsplash as well, people are obviously going with the tile then throughout floor to ceiling.
Well, that's it. Years ago it was a half, you know, you tiled half your bathroom and then you painted the rest, but nowadays they just tile the whole lot. So
it's more practical really, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's much easier to keep clean.
And you guys are based in Dublin?
We're in Stillorgan, yeah, Sandyford Industrial Estate.
But you operate nationwide?
Nationwide, well, yeah, wherever the work is, we'll go.
And what have been the common question you've had so far this weekend at the Ideal Home Show?
How can we do it for such a good price?
3,000 for a full renovation is very, very good.
That's, as I said, it's a start-up price, but, you know, a lot of people then would change different things as they go around, you know.
And is that just across the board this weekend?
No, we run that all the time. So, you know, we're good value for money all year round.
Absolutely. And if people want to find out more about your services, where can they go?
They can come out to Sandyford or they can call us on 01293 7000.
Brilliant. Well, listen, thank you very much.
No problem. Okay, thanks very much.
That's our reporter there, Laura Butler, at the Irish Tiling Services stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show. Now, we now live in a world of extraordinary technology. We all know what our mobile phones can do. Indeed, some people can see what's going on in their own home by remote control, even if they're on holidays 6,000 miles away. Well, it's, I suppose, part of the evolution of science. One particular stand here at the Ideal Home Show which has caught our attention is the FACT stand. FACT is a company that sells all the latest gadgetry technology that we use on a daily basis, and I'm joined by Dean Tobin. Dean, what do FACT sell?
We basically sell all the latest and greatest gadgets, so we source all the gadgets from around the world. So I'll start off going through them if that's alright, yeah? So basically this one here it's a women's battery tag, so it'll charge this up at home, and it will charge your phone on the go 1.5 times. So it'll give you a full charge and then another half charge after that as well.
On the go?
On the go, yeah.
So is there a battery in that charges the phone?
So if you feel that there's a slimline battery in that, it gives out 3,000 milliamps of power, which is quite good for such a small battery.
Oh, very good.
And then we have the men's version of that, which is the Power Wallet. Okay, so the Power Wallet is very similar to that, but it's your fully functional normal wallet, but it has the cable inside the coin pouch, and the same again as well. That'll charge your phone fully once and then another half time on the go. So with one of these, it'll do you about 3 or 4 days altogether without charge.
Okay, but then you have to recharge that.
Yeah. So
right.
you just charge that again, and then you go again. So maybe one charge a week will do you the whole week then.
Very good, very good.
And then we also have our main product here is the sticker tracker. So this is an American product. You attach this to any valuable item at all. So you can attach to your keys, mainly most people use it for, okay? So then you download the free application and they link together, okay? So if you lose the item, you head over to the app, you can locate it on the map. You can also, if it's missing in your home or in behind the couch or anywhere like that, you can press sound the alarm, so the alarm will ring as well. Also in and around the home, if you can't find it, there's a distance indicator. So the indicator will guide you in, tell you if you're getting closer or further, hotter or colder.
No matter where it is?
Yeah, no matter where it is in the house or home or anywhere in the world. There's currently 5 million people on our Crowd GPS network as well.
And how much are they?
They're only €20 today. We're doing a special offer for the show. It's 2 for €30. That's just for the show.
2 for €30.
Yeah.
So if you attach that to your mobile phone?
No, you don't actually need one on your phone. So with one of these, you can track your phone, which has the application, and then your keys or whatever other value item you want.
Amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Our last product here is the smartphone projector. So it's literally like a cardboard box with a magnifying lens on it. You literally pop your phone in the back, and whatever video, TV show, Netflix, YouTube, anything like that, it projects up onto the wall like a cinema screen. You can even hang it out on the back garden, you can put up a sheet for the kids, it's like a home cinema for yourself. And there as well, that's a special offer, is they're only €20 today as well.
And how much is that?
That's €20.
That's €20, but I presume then you have to buy a screen, or will any screen do?
No, any screen, so it's your smartphone. Whatever is playing through your smartphone, as you can see from the picture there, you pop it in there, the lens and everything is in that box and all. So once it's set up, then the lens projects it up to 8 times bigger onto the wall.
And is there any drop in quality?
No, there isn't. It depends. The bigger it goes, so the optimum size will be 8 times. Any bigger than that, you compromise with the focus, and that can be adjusted by just adjusting it back and forward. Simple as that.
Okay, well those are the ones you've brought into us. I mean, what other new gadgets are on the market that would amaze and amuse the people of Ireland?
Well, there's a few things that are coming out. There's a thing called the circuit bracelet. So we're trying to get that in. It's a bracelet that would literally project your phone screen down onto your arm, and you can use your arm as a touch screen as well. So that's another, if you go onto our website, there's an article there about that. We also have a very interesting, we couldn't bring it onto the stage here today, but it's called the Go Wheel. And
The Go Wheel?
The Go Wheel, yeah. So it's an electric unicycle. So it works similar to a Segway, but it's a single wheel item. So you lean forward, you go forward like a Segway, you lean back, you go back. That travels up to 20 kilometers an hour, and you can go to and from work, commute to the train, bring it on the train, and the battery life on that lasts for 2 hours.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, of all the gadgets on the go at the moment, what do you think is the most extraordinary?
The most extraordinary, I'd say the Go Wheel. It's a massive leap forward for commuting. It's eco-friendly. It's a cheap way to get to and from work. I think it's going to be, you'll see in the coming months, you'll see more and more people around the city centre travelling up and down on them. It's a great way to commute. And it gives you a great lower body workout as well. Because it's like snowboarding or skiing. You're obviously concentrating on keeping it tight with the legs as well, and shifting and turning as well.
And is it your shop or your company is called Fact?
Yeah, the company is called Fact, and we have multiple websites. So we have the GoWheel.ie website, and then our main other website will be GadgetsIreland.ie. We also sell to stores like Colin Baker from TV3. He owns a chain of stores called Back from the Future. So we sell into retail stores as well. So we sell directly to customers and wholesale basis as well.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. That's Dean
Thank you very
Tobin
much.
of Fact. Thank you very much indeed for coming in to talk to us, and just some of the amazing gadgets that are now available in the marketplace for those of you who are into all this modern technology. Okay, we're going to go back out to the floor, and I believe Laura is now at the Nissan stand.
Colin Dunn from Nissan Ireland. Colin, hi. We are inside the Leaf. There are 7 cars here, but this is the only electric car.
Yeah, this is the only electric car we have on our range. It's probably one of the most popular ones in Ireland. There is about 800 cars on the road that are fully electric, and about 90% of them are Leaf. So this is the latest model we have. The range is about 150 kilometres on a full charge. And there's various different charges throughout Ireland, the Republic of Ireland. So you can actually get it in a quick charge and a slow charge, and including your home charger. So when you purchase the car, ESB will come out to your home and they'll charge a home installation point free of charge. And then after that, you can charge off the road or in public infrastructure, the likes of Tesco's or Apple Green petrol stations. And usually the quick charge takes about 25 to half an hour, depending on how much battery you have, and it'll bring the car back up to about 80%.
What about a full charge then at home?
The full charge at home usually takes between 3 to 4 hours, and it only really costs about €2.50 to about €3 a night. So all in all, we quote that it's about 20,000 kilometres for €200 to own a car, to own a Leaf, to run a Leaf even. The tax is at the top of the tax bracket, so it's only €120 a tax to tax for the year. And in terms of how it's actually quite nippy as well. In terms of most people think that electric cars kind of run like milk floats, but it's actually fairly quick and nippy off the mark. And as well, you can set it to different types of modes. So you can set it to eco mode, which will conserve a bit more energy when you're driving it, and the power output of the car won't be as high.
And would the spec be the same as some of the other cars in the range?
No, this will actually have a different type of spec. Because it's an electric car, it's kind of at the cutting edge of technology. So the car actually has its own SIM card. So I don't know if you can see that there.
The camera can come on around and have a look.
Yeah. So with the SIM card, we have a system called Car Wings, where the car can connect to a global centre where, if there was a new charge station put in Ireland, you can actually update your stations, and that will connect to a point in Japan. You can actually find where your nearest stations are, if you're in need of a charge or if you're stuck in traffic. So say for set we're in the RDS, we can find out where the nearest charge point is, and it's Bewley's Hotel actually. So that's a public charge point, so that usually takes about 6 hours to charge fully, but we recommend that you use that just as a top up if you're in and out of town, if you're just looking to give the car a bit of a charge. So we can actually find out where the quick charge points are, and the closest one should be in Dean's Grange, or even there's the one closer in the towpaths just down the road. So as well, with the CarWing system, it'll actually read the RSS feeds off your favourite dailies. So if you follow the Independent or the Times, the car will read back the news of the day to you. So it's fairly innovative. It's fairly cutting technology for a car. And as well, there is an app available when you purchase the car. You register the car yourself, and if you're stuck in one of those cold mornings, you can actually heat the car or defrost the car from your breakfast table. So it's not a bad piece of kit, all in all.
Sounds very James Bond. So moving from the Leaf, the electric car in the Nissan range, we're going on to the X-Trail.
Yeah, the X-Trail has recently got a bit of a cosmetic update, and it now comes in a 5 or 7 seat option. So just like the Leaf, it's got plenty of kit and plenty of gizmos in it. So just one of the is that the boot is automatic, and then this is actually the 7-seater model. So there's plenty of boot space, and with the 7 seats will pop up. Oh, I hope they pop up, they do. And we'll turn your 5-seater car into your 7-seater. It's only recently come back onto the market. As I said, it got a cosmetic upgrade, so it's a...
Yeah, this is very different to the X-Trail as we knew it before.
Yeah. The engines have changed in it. Sorry, apologies. The engines have changed in it, but it's still as powerful as it was the previous ones were. So with this, we have same sort of kit that we had in the Leaf, in that it's fairly full, packed full of technology. We have the Nissan Connect kit, which is your sat nav, and you can control everything on touchscreen. It also has a nice trick in that it's got iKey technology. So if you have the kids or the bags and your hands are full, but you know you have the keys, you can actually press a button just here, and the car will unlock itself, and then you don't need to be fiddling around looking for your keys,
if the keys are on you somewhere.
Exactly, yeah. Even if your keys are in your bag, or one of the kids happens to have a key, you just give the button a press and the car will open. So that's
quite a nifty feature.
Yeah, it is. It's actually came in on the Micra it was targeted towards the ladies with handbags, so that they didn't have to take it out of a handbag.
Everything but the kitchen sink.
Everything but the kitchen sink. So yeah, this comes in a 6-speed transmission, and it's vastly different from the old one. I think it's going to appeal a bit more to the masses now with the upgraded model.
When is this being launched?
It's actually going live next week, so it'll be all over TV and radio next week.
And available to purchase from the start of May?
Exactly. It's actually previously been available, but we didn't have enough of them, so we are going to launch it from going forward.
And what's another popular car in the Nissan range that you want to show us?
We have the Qashqai, which we couldn't have a Nissan stand without a Nissan Qashqai. So the Qashqai would be our the gem in the crown, as such. It's the current Irish Continental Car of the Year. It's won every award going since its introduction, and we got the old X-Trail got an upgrade last January. So for the 141, it came in late in 141, and since then it's been the best seller in its class.
Well, I can see everyone is looking at it on their way through the stand anyway.
Yeah, so it's the one car that you have to make sure you have a lot more brochures than anything else, because it does attract attention from all sorts, from mothers to fathers to young people looking to drive it, and it makes a great fleet car as well. So everyone is interested in the Nissan Qashqai.
And it comes from a good price point as well, doesn't it? $728.
Yeah. Well, it starts. Some of it. This is actually the mid-range model, so this would be the volume seller. We do have a higher class version which comes in at about 29 to 30. And it does start again a bit lower at about the entry point is about 25 for the 1.2 petrol. We have a variety of engines. We have a 1.2 engine, we have a 1.2 Dig T engine, which has a bit of a turbo in it. You can buy it in automatic, and you can also get it in a 4-wheel drive as well. So there is plenty of options in the Qashqai, and there is always something there to suit someone. Currently, it is the best seller in the market for the month of April that we're in, and it was also the top seller there last month. So we're doing well with it again this year, and there's about for the year there's about 1,200 on the road, so it's doing well even in 151. There's no sign of it.
Popularity is obviously rising. And for customers coming to the Ideal Home Show this weekend, what exactly will you be talking through with them? Every single car here, or is there a certain one that they always go to?
Well, we have the new Pulsar as well, which is the hatchback, which people seem to be a lot more interested in as well. But we reckon that with the clientele that come to Ideal Homes, that the Leaf and the Qashqai will tend to be the most popular choice. But as well, we have the Note, which is a smaller version of the car and a smaller version of our cars, and it does attract a fair bit of attention as well.
Colin, thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go, that's our reporter Laura Butler there at the Nissan stand, and some of the technology involved now in motor cars is just bewildering to say the least. And speaking of technology, you know, when we buy a new house or we revamp an existing house or we expand a house, sometimes the interior look can be the difference between a house that's cozy and a house that's not. And sometimes if you go into a shop and you want wallpaper, you know, you may have a particular idea in mind of the wallpaper you want. Well, if in the past you've been trying to get a particular design and it's not there, your problems may be solved with the advent of a new company here in Dublin called wallmural.ie. Russell Altman from the company is here with me. Russell, just explain what wallmural.ie is.
Basically, wallmural.ie, we provide a very high quality wallpaper. It's customized to fit any size wall. So whether it's for a business or a home, and even a retail store, they can come and give me a measurement of whatever size their wall or area is. They choose an image, whether it's from our website or from their own graphics or graphics team. We make the wallpaper exactly to fit the size of the wall that they want. We can also go out and install the wallpaper to whether it's their home, their bathroom, children's room, living room, their office, their business, even a sports centre, absolutely anywhere at all, a shopping mall. There's also different materials that we provide. You know, it's all heavy duty wallpaper. And it's UV protected. It'll last for 10 years or more. It'll never fade, and it's very durable, and it's a fantastic product. It changes the atmosphere in the room or the area, and it's proven to people are delighted, and they're ordering more and more as they order one.
You've brought in a landscape here. Will you just hold that up to the camera there?
Sure.
So what have we here?
Well, technically, this is just an image, just for example, one of my images from the website. It's a nice image, very colourful. It has nice clouds, the sea and a waterfall, a nice bit of greenery in it. It's a nice landscape image that, you know, that's just a sample to show you one of the graphics you can choose. We can blow up that image to a certain resolution without it being pixelated. So it could go up to like a 10 or 15 feet wide wall, whatever height you want, and we'll make it fit to the exact measurements. We go out and install it, and it's a fantastic piece of art, technically.
And is that a photograph that effectively you have transposed onto wallpaper?
Yes, exactly. That would be a photograph that I would purchase a license on, and I can resell that ongoing then to the clients. And you know, we have about 1,000 images similar to this to suit everyone, no matter who and what type of business or if it's for your home. There's something there for everyone on the website, and if there's something that doesn't suit everyone, we can source an alternative for the person to suit exactly what they're trying to achieve.
It would strike me that you know, there's a lot of work involved for what in real terms could be just one rectangle of wallpaper.
Yeah, well, like, I mean, what we do is we deliver these or print them in strips, and we install them panel by panel. We make sure that they actually they're all lined up perfectly. We were nominated last year for a Print Innovation Award 2014 for the quality of the work that I provide. And also we've featured on RTE on the Design Doctors as well last year. We were on a couple of their episodes. You know, people in Ireland who know myself or my product, they know that I'm the only one providing a very high quality piece of work.
So if somebody, for example, was a fan of Manchester United and they said, oh, I'd love to have the Manchester United wallpaper in my bedroom, Is it a case of simply asking you to put the logo on the paper, or are there license issues?
Yeah, there would be a license issue for any sort of branding or franchise. You might need to go get permission from, say for example, Manchester United. You can either maybe source an image from the internet, maybe purchase an image. I'm not sure, it could be anywhere from 20, 50 euro, maybe up to 100 euro, depending what you want to use it for. Sometimes you can get free images, sometimes you might have to buy them, but it's quite reasonable. You know, we can help the client source an image in particular if they want that actual image. But yeah, once the image can be provided to me, I can print absolutely anything at all at any size.
The wallpaper itself.
Yes.
Big problem for parents are children who run amok with a pen.
Yeah.
So if I got that on my wall at home and my daughter decided I'm going to draw a little line there with a pen,
yeah,
you know, do you keep copies of this,
well,
or if it has to be replaced, is the paper washable or whatever?
Yeah, it is washable. Like if you got a splash, like a bit of Coca-Cola or something, you know, something to splash it, or the children come in with their sticky hands, and you can wash it down. But again, if you're getting a pen is technically ink or markers, it might damage it. But you can put a sealer on it. If it's something that a child is going to be, it's something for a children's bedroom, we'd recommend to lack it. We buy a certain lacquer and put a sealer on it to protect it. Again, like this is actually a textured wallpaper. This textured wallpaper will take a lot of wear and tear, so it's fantastic for restaurants, any sort of, where there's a lot of industrial people that are going to be touching it a lot. But they are wipeable and they're very, very sturdy. You know, it's a good, strong wall mural.
Yeah.
You know?
The average room.
Yeah.
What is the cost of the average sheet of wallpaper that you would
An average
apply?
room, say for example a living room or a bedroom, it could be around 200 euro plus VAT, and then the install could be about 100 euro to install it.
So you're looking at around 300 euro,
yes,
because it's a special customized piece of wallpaper.
Exactly. It's made to suit the environment or the person. They want to create an atmosphere. Instead of having a plain, boring white or cream wall, they want to create a bit of a scene and atmosphere in that room. That's exactly, they contact ourselves in wallmural.ie and we'll guide them in the best way to make sure they make the right decision as well.
Very good. Okay, Russell Altman, thank you very much indeed for joining us. So there
Thanks
you go.
very much.
If you have a particular photograph or a particular image that you want displayed on your wall in a piece of wallpaper, wallmural.ie sounds like a great idea and something that's going to be very popular in the years to come. Okay, we're going to go back out to the floor, and this time I do believe Laura is talking to people at the Elite Architects stand.
From Elite Architects. Andrew, you are in the high-end residential market. Tell me about your business.
Well, mainly what we do is we both do new builds and extension renovations, but it's really where someone's looking to do something quite special with their house. We typically start with maybe budgets of about 350,000 up to a few million for a one-off residential project. And then because of the market we're in, we tend to do quite niche areas. We do a lot of large seafront holiday houses. We do a lot of, in our London office, we do basements under existing houses or swimming pool projects. So all of that sort of quite high-end, quite luxurious residences.
And what would be the one thing that is really in favour at the moment among the clientele?
I'm not sure. Well, a lot of things with our seafront projects, they're quite interesting because they have to be able to accommodate maybe 2 people at a weekend or maybe 20 people. So they're kind of party spaces. They're spaces that have to be open up, a big connection with the outside, all of that sort of stuff. So they're quite enjoyable projects to work on.
For an architect, using materials is obviously a big thing. What kind of materials are very much on trend or popular at the moment? Is there a certain style at the moment?
Maybe not particularly at the moment, but I think a big aspect that comes through with our projects is clients that aren't into maintenance. So, you know, for example, timber work and stuff like that requires a lot of ongoing maintenance. So our projects tend to take on a lot of stone, a lot of natural materials that won't really require ongoing maintenance. So, but other than that, it's really trying to look at local materials and try to use them to bed in with the local landscape.
And at a show like this, at the Ideal Homes Show, would there be a lot of interest, and would you be able to sit down with people and talk them through what it is that you do and the product that you provide?
Well, most of the people who we meet at the show are possibly doing smaller projects, so we give them our time and just offer them advice and help them with their own projects. And then there's a small number of the niche clients that we're looking to meet, and they come, and then we because we're only looking for a small number of potential clients, we can give them a lot of time at these shows. You know, a
specific bracket.
Yeah. But then in between, there's lots of people we could give free advice to, and we aren't looking to get work out of them. We're just happy to help and give them.
Sure, they're glad to take it as much as you are to dish it out. Talk to me about the Irish market in comparison to the English market. Is there a big difference now in terms of clientele these days and what people are looking for?
Well, it's changed quite significantly over the last year in terms of the industry across the board has just gotten much busier. For us, all through the recession, we always worked in high-end residential, so that hasn't changed for us at all. But what is probably changing is that the budgets are getting much more luxurious again, where a high-end budget, a few years ago might have been 500,000 or 600,000. Now we're into the million-plus category again. So.
And people are really investing in renovations again?
I mean, about half of our work would be renovation type projects. They're nearly always where someone has bought a house. So they might buy a house, completely gut it, renovate it, extend it, future-proof it for their family. Often they can be nearly as expensive as new builds, but often places like Dublin in particular, where there's a lot of character in houses and stuff like that. So that's where you hold on to do a lot of renovation projects.
And if someone who can't make it to the show this weekend is looking to find out more about what Elite and what you guys do, where can they find you?
Well, I mean, our website is the first place to start, elitearchitectsltd.com. But really what we do is we've offices in Cork, Dublin and London. So we're always available to meet people at their potential site or house, and we always give people loads and loads of time for potential projects. And we often meet people numerous times even, to give them as much opportunity as they can to decide that we're the right architects for them.
Brilliant, Andrew Sheridan. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much. Bye-bye.
There you go, that's our reporter Laura Butler there at the Elite Architect stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Homes exhibition. As you know, if you've been with us since 11 o'clock this morning, we're covering practically all aspects of developing the modern home, something perhaps that some people tend to overlook, even though it's a very important dimension of maintaining a house, of course, is cleanliness. And exterior cleanliness is just as important as interior cleanliness. I'm joined here by Jonathan Mannix, and Jonathan is with Soft Wash Exterior Cleaning. Soft wash, is there a difference between soft wash and a hard wash?
Yeah, there's no pressure. It's the same pressure as the tap of your kitchen sink. We don't use any power washers. So it's literally sprayed on with the same pressure of your kitchen sink. That's the difference.
And is there certain chemicals in the wash that helps to break down dirt?
There's no chemicals. It's like a biodegradable disinfectant. Within 48 hours, the product has basically done the work and it's gone. So you just wait on the weather. The more it rains, the cleaner your roof will get or your walls. So you're dependent on the rain to wash down the dead product.
And can you wash anything?
Basically any living growth.
Because I'm mindful of the fact that people who sometimes remove ivy have awful problems getting the ivy off the wall long after the ivy has died. Is that something?
No, I wouldn't clean ivy. You'd only clean like lichen, moss, algae, all that type of stuff. I wouldn't clean kind of plant material.
Right.
So that's all I really clean.
And is it something that homeowners, take on board when they want to paint their house, that the house needs to be soft washed?
If someone's basically going to repaint their house and the walls are all dirty, the painter's not going to paint over the dirt. He needs to wash it somehow. But if you spray with the Algal Clear Pro product, that basically washes the roof down. So when the painter is painting, he's painting onto a clean, fresh surface, so the paint doesn't flake away after time.
So basically, this biodegradable chemical, for the want of a better description, even though it's not chemical, you're saying that when you spray it on, that with weathering or rain, it'll just wash off automatically?
Yeah, basically you spray a wall and you leave it. And then say if it doesn't rain for, say, a week or two, you can go to the wall and just get a normal garden hose and wet the roof, and all the dirt and all the algae will wash down.
So it kills the algae and the moss?
Yeah.
Right, and how is business at the moment? Have you sensed any form of pickup in the economy? Or?
Yeah, well, we're in the soft washing thing about 4.5 years now, and the first year or two was slow. In the last 2 years, it's literally out the door. We've got too much work at some stages.
So you sense things are picking up?
Yeah, a lot.
And soft wash exterior cleaning, where are you based?
Dublin and Kildare.
Dublin and Kildare. And is most of your business in Dublin and Kildare?
No, it's everywhere. It's all over Ireland basically. It's real far, Cork, Galway. All depends on the size of the jobs.
And how competitive is the business?
It's not too bad. Like there is a couple of other people coming up doing other things, something similar, but we're doing it like probably one of the first in Ireland doing this method of cleaning of soft wash. But it's basically all done by hand. If you're scraping the roof down, you have to basically scrape the roof down with a small trowel by hand. Everything's done by hand, so basically.
So this, if you like, prevents the necessity to do it by hand. You just spray it on and then the rain comes.
No, what you do, if you have a roof that's stained and all algae on it, you can just spray it, but if you have a roof that's basically destroyed and moss, you scrape the moss down by hand and then you spray the product on, and then basically the rain washes the roof down. It takes up to 3 months sometimes for the roof to look clean.
Okay. Where can people contact you?
Softwash.ie, Facebook and Twitter.
Okay, softwash.ie, thank you very much.
Grand.
That's Jonathan Mannix.
No problem.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Okay, I do believe we're going back out to the Energy Theatre.
All right, 1, 2. Are we okay? Yeah. Okay, so my name is Gerard Duffy. I come from a company called Eurotech, and Eurotech Energy is a company that have been involved in energy since 1980. And we got an association with a company in Austria called Ochsner, and that association happened in 1984. So what we do is we specialize in delivering the best value for money in terms of energy so that you can utilize the energy in your house by making the best particular use of that energy. So if we look at it, we can see that the energy is outside, it's in the air, it's everywhere. And it's very easy on a nice warm sunny day to look outside and see, yeah, there's loads of energy outside. But if we look at it on a cloudy day, and we get a lot of cloudy days in Ireland, but if we look on a cloudy day, up above the clouds we have a lot of energy. The sun is there, and the clouds warm up, and when this heat from the clouds comes in, it comes to your door in terms of humidity. And humidity is energy, because humidity is the water has been warmed up and it has turned into a vapor. And the vapor has got a whole load of energy, and we can use that to heat our house and heat our hot water. And what we want to look at is how we can take advantage of that. So if you had a glass house, for example, in a glass house you could say, you know, it's very easy to see how you've trapped the energy, and you can have the plants growing earlier in the springtime and have the flowers blooming and the tomatoes, etc. But you can also invite this energy into your house to make all of your heat and all of your hot water. And that's what we'd like to do. So if you think about a stream outside, it's also loaded with energy as well. So there's different places where we see the energy. In this instance, we're looking at what has happened in the last 10 years in Ireland. People have gone back to burning coal and to heating their house with a stove or with an open fire or a back boiler. And it's really a big step back in time. And when we think about the pollution that we're creating, and also in the house, the dust and dirt we create, a lot of the saving that we make by burning coal and sticks to avoid burning oil and gas, that saving is then spent on redecorating in a few years' time. So it's not really a good solution. In this solution that we're going to talk about, it's absolutely clean. We use these Ochsner heat pumps, and we have developed them to suit the Irish atmosphere, and they're absolutely clean. So there's no pollution, there's no chimney. This little plant room that we're showing an image of, would you believe, is heating 72 showers, and it's heating 1,200 square metres of a football club for Wicklow GAA. It's a centre of excellence. So if you can heat 72 showers with a little bit of energy from outside, it's very easy to heat the house and heat the hot water system in a dwelling house. And that's really the point that we'd like to make. So you can transfer this energy into your on-the-floor heating system, or into your radiator system, or into your fan coils, or into your hot water system. You can use the energy for anything that you like. It's up to you. So if we look at different ways of transporting the energy, what happens is that the energy is fed into a little energy table. We call this table an Oxner energy table. And it turns the humidity into water. And it takes the energy and gives it into the heating system. And now the radiators or the on-the-floor heating or the hot water tank is nice and warm. But you haven't gone and paid for any oil or gas. You've got the energy outside and you've put it in the house and it didn't cost you anything. And that's the secret to it, that you're actually using very clean energy with a very clean system. So if you want to call it an energy table, it's simply transferring energy from the humidity into the house. And it's not an air-to-water heat pump really. It's in that bracket, but it's not really. An air-to-water heat pump cools the air outside to make heat. This system doesn't cool the air outside because in the winter time in Ireland the air is cold already. But what it does is it takes the humidity in the air outside and turns it into water. And by doing that, you're left with a lot of energy that you can actually give to the house. And now you have a nice warm house at a very low cost. So the first time we tried out this experiment in Ireland was in 2005. And in 2005 we put this system in Barna in Galway because this is a place where there's loads of humidity. And we tested it there and it became a huge success. So after that it was tested in an independent laboratory in Switzerland called Buch's Laboratory, and in that laboratory it got a record-breaking efficiency, which means that it's unbelievably efficient in order to make heat and make hot water. And this is why the running cost is so low. But you wouldn't go to the well and take home the water in a bucket that's leaking, because when you would come home you would have no water in the bucket and you'd have to go back to the well again. And this is absolutely very funny. If you've seen someone going to the well with a bucket like this and coming along and spraying the water on the footpath, and by the time they get home they have to go back to the well again, you would definitely get a new bucket or you'd fix the one you've got. Isn't that right? But the thing about it is that over 50% of the population are heating a house that the heat is running out of, and they keep heating it. So while it's very obvious that you wouldn't go to the well with a bucket with a hole in it, you actually heat the house, and loads of places in the house where the heat is getting out. So if you have a difficulty with the house in terms of an existing house using a lot of energy, the first thing you need to do is a thermal imaging survey which shows you where the heat is getting out. And all the red places are places where the heat is getting out, and the blue places are places where the heat can't get out. So in this house, the attic insulation is doing the best job. Everything else is not so good. So if you look at this room in the corner, in this room the curtains are open, and on this window the curtain is closed. And you can see the difference it makes just by pulling over the curtain. It doesn't cost anything, but it reduces the heat loss by a huge amount, by 50%. So the window will lose 50% less heat if you pull over the curtains. How many people have curtains in the room and they heat it and they don't pull them over? In this particular photograph, this guy was complaining that it was costing him 5,000 euros a year to heat his house, and the house was 500 square meters. And when you look at that, you say, this is impossible because this house shouldn't take that amount of heat. But when you put a camera on it, and what you find out is that he's got underfloor heating, and the underfloor heating is heating outside, because they didn't put insulation in at the end of the floor to stop the heat from the warm floor going into the wall and to stop it going out to outside. So you can see that the waste pipe from the sink is really cold and the wall is nice and warm. So there's no point in going and putting a heat pump or something on this house to bring down the running cost when already he's using too much energy. So he needs to put in some insulation. This gentleman built a little extension to the house, 20 square meters. And what he found out was that when he built the extension to the house, the running cost to heat the house doubled. So he used to pay €2,000 to heat the house, and when he put this extension on the following year, it cost him €4,000. And the reason for that was that the heat is not staying inside, it's really heating outside. So a good idea is to lock the doors into the sunroom in the winter time and open them up in the summertime and turn the heat off in the new room. So when we insulate the house, we can see that we must make sure that the insulation is in line, that right around the window or the door that the insulation goes round. This time the insulation is at the back of the windowsill and the insulation in the cavity is at the front of the windowsill. So all of the heat in the house goes out here between the two layers of insulation, and that's called a cold bridge. So if you're building a new house, it's very important that the insulation lines up, that you don't have a cold bridge. So what you want is that the insulation is lined up like that, so that there's nowhere that the heat can escape. Because heat in the house is it's like having sheep in the field. If you have one hole in the hedge, every one of the sheep go out through the same hole. You don't need a hole in the hedge for every sheep to go out. So it's the same thing with the heat in the house. If you leave a cold bridge in the house, all of the heat goes out through the cold bridge. So when you put insulation in the wall, it needs to be fitted in such a way that it's fitted tight together. So the builder who put in the insulation was really good guy at building the blocks, but he wasn't very good at building the insulation, because that's not really what he's used to doing. So to correct this problem, you need to pump the cavity so that the joints are all gone and they're all filled up. And there's a couple of very good products out there. For example, Wall Tight fills all the cavities, fills all the gaps, and gets rid of the problem so that the heat will stay in the house. Another option is in the attic. You can put in this insulation into the attic now to spray it on, and it stops the air coming into the house, and it also stops all of the heat from escaping by being carried away by the draft. In this particular attic, we can see that while the customer had insulation in his attic initially, the electrician or the plumber went up into the attic to do something with his pipework, and he pushed all the insulation to one side, and this is very typical what you find in the attic. If you go up to look, you can see all of the insulation has been thrown to one side, and now it's doing no work whatsoever, and now the house is very difficult to heat, and the only reason it's difficult to heat is that the insulation has been put to one side. So one of the things about all the spray-on insulation is that when you spray on the insulation, it's there for good. Nobody can push it away. Nobody can take it out of the way. It's there for good, and you put it on once and it does the job. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's permanent. And by being permanent, it means that it absolutely works every day of the year, every year. But when you go to heat a house, whether it's an old house or a new house, you can use your own energy by pumping the heat from outside, whether it's in a stream or in the humidity or whatever. You can have special equipment that will pump the heat in no matter how big the job is. Like, for example, in a hotel in Donegal, we put a system in to replace the oil boilers. And on this little job, they save $57,000 a year by replacing the oil boilers and replacing the oil tank and using their own energy. $57,000 a year, and over 20 tons of carbon is reduced from escaping into the atmosphere because nobody is burning any oil. So it's very important to take advantage in every way of this equipment. So looking at this project, on a new project in 2009, it's got ahead of me. In this church, it's a Neelam Pentecostal church, and it's costing €5 to heat this church for 24 hours. So to give you a little idea about that, the community who own the church, they have a youth centre upstairs in the church, they have a creche, they have classrooms, they have a sports hall, and they have a church building and some meeting rooms. And it's heated 24 hours a day because it only costs €5 to keep it warm, because they use their own energy. And when you're using your own energy with renewable energy, it's always better to put in on-the-floor heating if you can. If you can't, use the radiators that you've got already. The reason it's better to use underfloor heating is because you can use a lower flow temperature, and the lower the flow temperature, the lower the running cost. And that's very important. So what do they do in the church? They have these little energy tables outside, and they turn the humidity in the atmosphere into water, and by doing that they give out enough energy for to heat the entire building. So the cost of heating it is very low, because the ability to turn humidity into water is quite a new technology, but it's very easy to do. So rather than drill holes in the ground or go into a river or a stream or drill a well and put a pump in it to try and get energy, if you go outside the door, already in Ireland there's enough humidity there all the time in the winter time. There's loads of humidity there to make all the energy you need for heating hot water. Outside today, even though the sun is shining and it's a very pleasant day, it's still 60% humidity. This is a way more than enough energy to heat every house in the country without having oil or gas. This building is interesting. It's a child respite centre, and it's a brand new respite centre built 2 years ago in Lordship in Carlingford. And one of the things about this building is that it costs only €4.10 to heat the building using the Oxner heat pump and the energy table. It's €4.10, even though the building is 340 square metres or 3,500 square feet. So it's a very, very low cost. But the initial idea is that you're creating a little factory, if you want to call it, that uses your own energy. So once you invest in the equipment once, you now have very low cost heat for heating hot water for the entire length of the house. So whatever, for the next 40 years or 30 years or whatever length you want, you can have the house with very low running costs because this energy is very, very easy to capture. In this building, it's an old building. You might know it if you cross over the toll bridge and you're looking over to the left towards Palmerstown. Down underneath the road you'll see this old building which is the Simon Community Building. And by putting this system into the Simon Community Building so that they could use their own energy, they were fit to take the running cost down by 75%. So the money being generated to support the Simon community is not being spent on oil and gas. The money is now being spent on the Simon community because they use their own energy. So when you transfer over to this type of concept, you no longer need to pay out money year in and year out for energy. In this project, we've got 15 houses where there is 15 people living in a little community, and each one of these people have their house heated and their hot water every day for €1. And even though it's a development that has been created for people who are retired, they can afford to have a nice warm house because it doesn't cost very much to have a nice warm house when you use your own energy. So this little energy table that was manufactured by Oxner heats 4 houses. So every 4 houses has one system, so it's very low cost to actually install the system. Because we use one system for every 4 houses, it means that the cost is only 1/4 of what it would normally be. This house is it's built in 2011, and the cost to heat it in 2013 was 1,300, and the house is over 600 square metres. So all of the heat and all of the hot water. And the thing about these houses that I'm telling you is that the house is warm 24 hours a day. It's not like the old-fashioned way in Ireland where you turn the heat on in the morning and you turn it on in the evening. In these systems, you turn the heat on at the start of the winter time in September, and you turn it off at the end of May. So you leave the house heated all year long, particularly through the winter time. So in this house you can see that they have underfloor heating, and underfloor heating heats the house low down. So where you're sitting, where we're in the room, the house is nice and warm, but in a room with high ceilings, we don't heat the room up at the ceiling, so there's no energy wasted. All of the heat is down low where everybody can get advantage from it. In an old house, for example, in this old house, there's a preservation order on the house. So anyone who has an old house with a preservation order, they will know that you cannot change the windows, you can't put in double glazing, you cannot insulate the outside walls, you can't insulate the inside walls. So what the heck do you do about your energy bill? You've got a huge energy bill heating this old house, so the only thing you can do is use your own energy. And that way you can run the house for a low cost. And we can see in the case of this house, it's 1,500 to heat a house a year that's 150 years old, with sliding sash windows and loads of heat loss and next to no insulation. And that's because you can capture the heat outside and take it inside, and you don't need to buy any energy. So what we've done in this old house is we've taken up the floors, and when we got the floors up, we've put underfloor heating in underneath the floor without raising the floor, and we used the same old floorboards again, put them back down again, and you now have a nice warm house that's renovated, but it doesn't look like anything has been disturbed. So you can have underfloor heating fitted on top of an existing floor, or you can have it fitted underneath the existing floor. So in this case, it's on top of the existing floor. In some other cases, underneath it. But underfloor heating means that you can now use renewable energy at a very low cost. If you want to heat the radiator system with the energy table, it's about 20% more expensive than heating it with underfloor heating. But it's still 3 times cheaper than oil or gas. Or you can have a concrete floor and simply tile it like this, and you can have a nice warm floor to walk on, and again the floor is heated by the energy from outside. In this building, it's in Donegal, it's 1,450 to heat a building that's 772 square metres. That's 7,800 square feet. So it's a ridiculously low price to heat such a big building, but it's because the energy is not being paid for. The energy is being caught outside in the humidity by the auctioneer energy table and taken into the house and given to the heating system. This is an old school building where the old school building has been insulated on the outside and then rendered with a colour render. So it's almost as if the building is like brand new, but inside the old walls are now heated up where they used to be really cold. The walls are now heated up so that it's a beautiful building to go to for meetings and for games and for playing cards and everything that they use the community building for. So it is transferred from being an old school into being a community building, and one little energy table provides all the heat and all the hot water for the building, and the cost for the heater for the year is only €500. So one other thing that affects your energy bill is control, and at the moment you can get a grant of about €1,000 so that you can transfer the old-fashioned control system to a brand new system that you can actually operate from your mobile phone if you want to, so that no energy is being wasted. For your hot water tank, in a house where you have an old-fashioned hot water tank like this, you can change that tank to this new tank that takes the extraction from your bathrooms. Do you know how you take a bath or a shower and you turn on the fan in the bathroom and you take all the steam and you throw it outside? Well, you're just after dumping all the energy.
And there you go, that was Gerard Duffy there at the theatre earlier on giving a presentation. If you've just joined us, you're watching ongoing coverage of the permanent TSB Ideal Homes exhibition. And I think we're just going to cut away right now to our camera here just to get an overview of the crowds here at the RDS this particular Saturday afternoon. Certainly crowds easing off somewhat in the last hour or so, but it was certainly packed with people earlier on, and we've lots more people to talk to, lots more stands to visit. We're going to move over now to the permanent TSB stand. They are the big sponsors of this event, and Laura is talking to people there.
TSB. Stephen, you're going to talk me through why you guys are here at the Ideal Home Show this weekend.
No problem. Well, this year it's our second year. The permanent TSB is the lead sponsor of the Ideal Home Show event. Obviously this year, from walking around the place, you see it's much bigger and better, and there's so much choice, and probably everything here is going to give people so many ideas. I suppose why we're here is to help people, you know, if a finance for a small job, for a big job. if they want some advice on a mortgage, even if it's just deposits or any other account, we have it all here, and all our financial planners will be here for the weekend to help.
We've been speaking to architects and tilers and florists and everybody in between, but you guys obviously are the essential part when it comes to the finance and people want to renovate or buy a home, and you have a team here this weekend to help with that.
It's the finance, yeah, but at the same time it's also the advice. It's the guys here, John behind me, Barry over there, there's a team of 8, they'll be here all weekend. It's how much people can afford, do they need to borrow? It's a lot more than just the lending, it's the advice that goes with it as well, so no, it's good to be part of it.
What's the most common bit of advice people come to ask at the moment?
It's more so kind of how much they can borrow, but it's not how much they can borrow, it's kind of being sensible, how much can they afford, do they need to borrow, and that's kind of why the guys are here, to make sure that we are giving the best advice possible. And also you'll see the ideas kind of the people are going to have here, like it'll kind of, the imaginations might run a bit, and we just want to make sure that we're there to make sure they have everything they need.
Obviously you're one of the sponsors of the show this year. Can you give me a little bit of a background on Permanent TSB itself?
Well, it's kind of Permanent TSB for the last, since Jeremy Madsen and his management team took over the last few years. I suppose everyone knows the hard times the country went through, and it's just kind of, you can see with the crowds that are here, it's beginning to grow back up. So we're out there, we're letting people know that we're very much open for business and for all people's retail products.
And you have families, people of all ages coming to you?
All age. Today it kind of tends to be more kind of the or not so much the families, that'll be tomorrow, but kind of the older couples and that, but it's advice here for everyone. Tomorrow and Sunday I reckon it's going to be really busy.
Do you notice a big change in the market in the last 12 months?
Yes, you can see it's really improved. I don't know about you, but
you can even see with the footfall here.
For me, we weren't expecting this crowd here at all today. Earlier around lunchtime today, there were queues of people. Tomorrow and Sunday, even just talking to the organisers about the amount of tickets that are available or that have been handed out, it's going to be really good. And it's good to see, it's good to see people out and about and doing things.
So you have the advice centre here the whole weekend?
Here till Sunday at 7 o'clock. We have the 8 advisors here the whole time, so anything people need, we'll gladly speak to them.
Any question, big or small?
Any question, big or small, back to the basics. So,
and if they can't make it, obviously go to the website or
permanenttsb.ie or call into your nearest branch.
Thank you very much, Stephen.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers, guys.
There you go, that's Laura Butler there at the Permanent TSB stand here at the RDS. Permanent TSB, the main sponsors of the Ideal Home Show here in Dublin. Don't forget, by the way, we are open again tomorrow, so if you're doing nothing in the afternoon and you want to see what's happening in the world of home improvements, home expansion, or indeed house development, pop along here to the RDS. The show continues until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Now, Laura has just rushed on to the next stand, and I now believe she's talking to people at Howard's Roofing Contractors exhibition stand.
So I'm here now with Jeff Howard from Howard Roofing Contractors. Jeff, tell me a little bit about your business.
Well, we're a long time in the industry, we cover everything to do with flat roofing. That's what we specialise in, that's the main thing that we do.
Okay, and talk to me a little bit what we've got here, the detail, and obviously we can go into asphalt or many different types of materials in that.
Yeah, well, all the things that we do here we're approved contractors for. It's good for the customer in terms that we've got technical assistance from our suppliers, and they stand over the material as well.
And your family's obviously been in the business a long time.
Yeah, we're approaching 100 years in the business. Third generation, and I've been at it all my life.
So you absolutely know what you're talking about. Yeah. And what kind of market do you cater for?
The domestic and commercial market, that's what we do. It's very hard. The domestic market is a bit more difficult these days, but that's because of recent years and the recession.
Times that are in it. And what is the common complaint, or what is the common query that people come to you with?
Well, roofs fail, unfortunately, but the biggest problem is that people think, handymen and stuff, they think that they can do roofing, and they might know 80% or 85%, and even roofers that do different types of roofing, they think they don't respect flat roofing, they think that they can do it, and it's the little things that they don't do that cause the problems,
And ends up being difficult in the long run, really, doesn't it?
Well, it's the customer that loses out, every system that we have here, goes from 10 years, 15, 20 to 25 years. And the 25-year system actually has a life expectancy of 35, 40 years. So if it's installed right and has good application, it will last a long time. And really why they fail. Bad application, poor maintenance, you know, that's just leads them to fail.
So I'm a customer in the market for a new roof, looking for a contractor. What are the questions I should ask?
One, is the contractor tax compliant? Have they got valid insurance? Ask for proof of insurance. Ask for references, job photographs. You know, if they don't have any of those things, you know, walk away. And remember that cheapest price is very rarely the best. You know, very rarely.
Very good notes of advice. Thank you so much. And are you offering anything this weekend for customers coming to the Ideal Home Show for the next 3 days?
Anybody who comes to the stand that wants a job done, or if they contact us, they take a card and they contact us and they mention the Ideal Home Show or the Catch Expo, they get 10% discount on their job. And generally, all year round, we do that for our pensioners. So, you know.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's Laura Butler there at Howard Roofing Contractors here at the permanent TSB Ideal Homes Show. Well, as I said earlier on, if you're in the business at the moment of either buying a new home, revamping your existing home, or building a home, everything you need is actually here under the one roof. Everything from floors to doors, kitchens to bathrooms to bedrooms to walk-in wardrobes, you name it, it's all here under the one roof. And this show continues tomorrow until 6 o'clock here in the RDS. Well, as I was saying earlier on, Laura is quite busy. We're going to go back out to the floor now, and Laura is at the Dublin Crystal Gifts stand.
I'm here with Janet Taylor now from Dublin Crystal. Janet, thank you for chatting to us. So tell me about what you guys do here.
Well, we do this show every year. Basically, we have our showroom in Dundrum, just under the Lewis Bridge, and we show a lot of our glassware here where we could do repairs on glass. People don't know that. It doesn't have to be art crystal, it can be Waterford, Cavan, Tipperary, whatever. We can repair. And when you think that it's a Waterford glass, like maybe €100 a piece, we can repair it for $12.50.
So for example, my grandmother gave me a vase 20 years ago, and I can bring it into you and you can repair it. The chip that's been there for ages.
Exactly, our craftsmen will work to fix that. The other thing we do is the laser engraving.
This is beautiful. I mean, this would be a fantastic present.
It is, it's so unique. You bring your own photograph to us, the better the artwork, the better. That's a dog. And you can see from the centre of it, it's all done with dots. So there could be about 5,000 dots in that. But it's a very personalised and unique gift.
Absolutely, it's very intricate. And what would this be one of your main selling points now at the show?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We do all this add-on from our shop as well, and we do the Christmas show. But the crystal is the main focus, you know.
The laser engraving and the crystal, yes.
And the crystal.
And you do tableware and giftware as well?
We do everything: vases, bowls, candlesticks, jugs, decanters. You name it, we do it. We're about 50 years old. It's a family business. Then my husband is the boss. Well, he says I'm the boss, but
depends on what day it is.
Depends on what day it is. Depends on what day it is. But yeah, we love coming to the show, and it's a great PR exercise for us.
Absolutely. And are you offering anything this weekend for customers coming to the Ideal Home Show?
Well, we do all this. These night lights here, they're 12.
Let's have a look at these.
And 2 for 20. They're normally $19.95. So that would be our special, and also our set of glasses, the wine glasses. They're €60 at the show, normally $120.
Fabulous. So there's a serious discount there for people who are interested. Yeah. What would be the most common thing that you find people would pick up or be interested in at a show like this?
They'll pick up anything. They're always looking for bargains. You know, I think we all like to get a bargain when we come to these shows and go home with our bags full. And, you know, they'll buy anything.
And with the engraving in particular, I mean, I'm assuming that would be very popular for weddings, birthdays, anything like that. What would be a typical price point for something like that?
Probably about €50. You know, we do all, starting at €5 we have pieces, but I mean €50 would be our average bowl or nice vase with an inscription. We'd also do wedding glasses, champagne glasses for your bride and groom, so you can put your name and the bride's name and groom's name and their date of their wedding. Something like that is $49.95.
And would the ideal thing be for people to come in with a photo and or a champagne flute, sit down with you and talk through what you can do on the piece?
The showroom, we're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5:30, and Saturdays 10 to 1. As I say, we like to give customer service, so we will spend the time with the customer and make sure they're happy. And we're not happy until they're happy.
And if they cannot come to this weekend to the show, where can we find you?
Call us in Dundrum, or go onto the website www.dublincrystal.com. Email us, ring us, send a carrier pigeon. something like that. But yeah, we're here at all these shows.
Available and on hand. Thank you very much and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much indeed. Best of luck. Thank you.
There you go, that's Laura at the Dublin Crystal Gifts stand. Fascinating stand that if you have any photographs or images at home that you would like transposed onto crystal, Dublin Crystal Gifts are certainly worth talking to. We're here until just after 5 o'clock this evening. Don't forget, we are here again tomorrow, all day tomorrow until 6 o'clock. So, as I said, if you're in the business of building a new house, expanding a new house, or revamping your existing house, everything you need is all here under the one roof. Now, Laura, I do believe, is at the LVP Renewable stand.
White from LVP Renewables. Homeowners are very interested in green energy and being eco-friendly, and that's exactly what your business does. Talk me through it.
So what we've got here is a next generation solar panel. It's for heating hot water in the home. This panel, this black panel here, goes on your roof. It heats water in the cylinder here to your right, and the hot water comes out of the tap. So what we've got going on is the air temperature in the room is heating our panel, and we're basically getting free energy. This is next generation solar energy, and the big deal with it is that it doesn't need sunshine to work. So it's
very
solar
practical in an Irish temperate climate.
Well, this is it, yeah, this is it. So we have only 4 hours of sunshine per day on average a year, so this is ideal for the Irish climate, yeah.
And talk to me about the installation of all of this. How difficult is it?
So if it's a retrofit, which is an existing house, we can be in and out in a day. We'd have a van with 2 guys who come in and out in a day. So if you have an existing cylinder in the house, we will strip that cylinder out. We'll put in this new cylinder in your hot press or in a utility room. Panel will go up on the roof, and probably by 8 o'clock that night you'll have unlimited hot water. Water on demand for free.
And how much would this cost me?
So we're looking at a price for our higher level systems of about 5,200. And basically we're doing a show offer as well at the moment.
Fantastic. We love to hear about show offer promotions. And talk to me about how much money you would save if you installed this in a home.
So that's a very difficult question, but more or less the way that we talk about this and pitch this is that it's a luxury product. So it's hot water on demand all the time. You don't have to go and turn on an immersion, you don't have to turn on your oil boiler, you just have hot water on demand. So there is a running cost to it. It does have an electrical compressor similar to what's on the back of your fridge. People could ask you, how much does it cost to run your fridge? You're not really sure, are you? So we can say the same thing about this. But what we are confident is that it will reduce our oil heating bills, and it will give you continued hot water all year round.
And what's particularly impressive is that even in winter, this works all year round.
Absolutely, yeah. Even when the sun is not shining, even when it's -2 outside, you'll still be able to go and have a shower at 6 in the morning, 6 in the evening, or 2 in the afternoon.
No setting your alarm to get up early and turn on the immersion.
This is it. No immersions, none of that rubbish. We just have a luxury product with hot water on demand.
If people cannot make it to the Ideal Home Show this weekend, how can they get in touch?
They can go onto our website, which is www.lvprenewables.ie. We're based in Finglas in Dublin on the M50. And we have a number of distributors located nationwide. So wherever you are in the country, we'll be able to help you out.
And do you send out teams for fittings or for even a consultant or anything?
The way that we work is we don't want to waste anyone's time, as we're all very busy in today's modern world. We direct people to our website. We pride ourselves on referrals, word of mouth. We've 1,500 installs nationwide. And so what we say is we talk people through it on the phone. They have a look at our website. We give them a budget price. We tell them what the product does. If they're interested at that stage, what we'll say is, okay, if you have the sort of money we're talking about to spend, we'll come down and we will visit your house. We'll do a site survey, make sure there's no hidden extras, and we'll try and do a deal then. And if we have a deal done then at that point, we'll put you in touch with somebody in the locality, a neighbour, a friend, somebody who has a similar installation. You can call them up and you can ask for yourself what the system actually does or doesn't do. And once that's done, we schedule in an installation. We do have to take a small deposit just to make sure you're serious and we're serious. And we send a van with 2 guys out. We have a few different teams. They'll come out and they'll be in and out in a day. And hopefully by 8 o'clock that night you'll have free hot water. Not free, but good value hot water, put it like that.
Absolutely. Jonathan White from LVP Renewables, thank you very much.
That's Laura Butler there at LVP Renewable stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Homes show. I'm just going to take a look now at the floor. People have been coming in since early morning. We certainly had a massive throng between 12 noon and 4 o'clock this afternoon. People sort of easing their way out of the building, but of course we are open again tomorrow until 6 o'clock. So as I said, if you're in the business of building a house or extending a house or revamping your existing home, I think you'll find that what's on offer here today is quite an eye-opener in terms of all the new gadgetry, all the new designs, all the new formats, all the new developments in terms of home improvements and so on. So the Ideal Home Show here at the RDS, well worth a visit tomorrow. Okay, this time we're going to go back out to Laura, and I do believe she's talking to people from the Let's Talk Solar exhibition stand.
Stopped by the stall of Let's Talk Solar, and I'm here now with James Gorham. James, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good. Now talk me through your business, because we all hear about solar paneling, but that's not exactly what you do. You do something a little bit different.
That's correct. What we do is central heating with solar. We're the first company anywhere in the world that will design, supply and install central heating systems powered by free solar energy. What our product does is it cuts people's energy bills by a minimum of 50%, 70% on average off the average heating bill. We keep the home at a constant temperature 24/7 right through the winter, and hot water is a byproduct of our system. Every time you turn on a tap, there's hot water there courtesy of this system. How we do it? We put solar panels on the roof of a property. Those solar panels are certified daylight only collectors. That means they collect the temperature from daylight alone. We pull that down into our cylinder, which is sited here behind me and on the wall.
Let the camera get a quick shot of that.
And we drive the energy, then I'll just move out of the way. We drive the energy from that down into your radiators and out onto underfloor, whatever heating system you have inside in your house. So that's what the system does. What we're offering customers here today is discounts, various amounts of discounts off the price of the system. We also have a list of other products as well, from boiler upgrades to boiler upgrades with remote access heating control, which is a new addition we have on our product. So you can run your system from your mobile phone, which is something that we've just added to our range of products, so it has helped that. There are also very sizable discounts and grants in relation to tax incentives, to SAI grants, and we have partnered up with Electric Ireland to bring you some free electricity as well. So the product is all round in that respect.
Very much a one-stop shop.
Yes.
Say I'm in the market for something like this. How did this system get installed in my house? Talk me through the process.
Okay, well what we do is we obviously meet people like we do at shows like this. We then call them from our office and we set up an appointment for one of our consultants to call out to see them. The survey that we spoke about earlier is carried out. That survey then is we design a system on the back of that survey. We then, if you're happy with that, you proceed to buy a system, a deposit is paid, and we come out and do another more in-depth survey. We order all the equipment and we turn up on site to install. That takes between a day and a half and 2 days generally to install, and once that's done, we connect it up to your heating, we connect it up to your hot water, and your bills then begin to show straight away the savings.
And the savings, as you said, could be anything from 50%, which is very, very significant.
Yes, it's 50%, and it is a bold enough statement to say that we guarantee people 50% off the average heating bill. That is what we do, that is what we have proved on many occasions, and on top of that, where the average person heats their home for 6 hours a day, this system is heating your home 24 hours a day. So as well as cutting the bills by 50% plus, we are putting in about 70 to 80% more free energy into your home. So it's a transformation of the way you live in your property going forward.
And you're the only company in Ireland doing this?
We're the first company in Ireland that does central heating with solar. So yes, we're the only company that do what we do here with this. The remote access heating control. We do a magnet clean on your radiators. It's a complete overhaul of your central heating system. And then we'll manage that going forward for you for the rest of the time. So that's what we do.
Fantastic. And if there's people out there who cannot come to the Ideal Home Show this weekend and want to get in touch, how do they do so?
They can contact us on our website, obviously www.letstalksolar.ie, or failing that, they can get on the phone and give us a call, 1850 76 77 78, and our office is based in Mullingar in County Westmeath.
And you obviously operate nationwide.
We operate nationwide, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's our reporter there, Laura Butler, out here at the Ideal Home Show, brought to you by Permanent TSB. We're with you until just after 5 o'clock this evening, and of course the show continues tomorrow until 6 o'clock. So if you're in Dublin and you've got an hour or 2 or 3 to spend, by all means pop along. They say there's something for everybody in the family here at the Ideal Home Show. And as I said, if you need new doors, new floors, new kitchens, new bathrooms, new walk-in wardrobes, or you want to, if you like, develop your garden, whatever you're into, and it applies to the home, it's all happening here under the one roof. Okay, they're telling me in my ear that Laura has moved on, and she's now at the Secure Your Home stand.
I'm here now with Carl Daly from secureyourhome.ie. Carl, how long does it take a burglar to break in?
In the average house, it takes between 10 and 20 seconds to go in through a window or a door. Well, we have different systems for a sliding patio door, different system for a French door, different system for back door and front doors. And we have different systems for windows. So they're all on our websites at secureyourhome.ie.
Fabulous. And can you just talk me through some of the products here? Maybe the camera can pan to it and you can just maybe show me.
Okay. Here's a very simple thing here. You've heard of the fishing through the letterboxes. Put one of those over the letterbox. They can't fish.
So very simple and effective.
Oh yeah, well all our products are simple and effective. If you want to come over here.
Of course, yes, we'll follow you.
Sorry, just for a sec. These are our own sliding patio door locks. That's your French patio door locks. There's your two handles. You simply put it over one, put it over the other. That's it. The burglar can see that from the outside, and he says, "What the hell is that?" He hasn't seen that before, so it's very effective.
How much would something like this cost?
That's €45. 45 euros. This is the sliding patio door. The sliding patio door is fairly hard to secure. So what we do is we put this double bolt lock on it and this IVIS lock on it. So just slide over, slide back. That's as simple as it is. It's attached here to the frame, and the IVIS lock goes out at an angle like that, but the IVIS lock will be over here. So you have it secured at the bottom here and the side. There's no movement of the door. The burglar can't get in.
I can't jam.
They can't get in.
It's obviously not enough just to have an alarm on your home anymore.
No, it's just so easy to get in. And recently you've seen what's happening with alarms, where they're taking the alarms off the walls and they throw it into water and the alarm doesn't work. But the most important thing I'd say are the cylinders in your front, back and patio doors, including the French doors.
There's an array of things here that you can do for your home.
Yeah, but no, this is your average cylinder in your average door. And what they do is they come along and they snap it. It breaks. Sorry. There. That's what they want to get at. This opens, you could have the best multi-locking system in the world, but that little cam there opens it. So once they have it snapped, they can get at this. They can use a finger or use whatever implement they want to, and they open the door. So what we do is...
Gosh, it all seems far too easy, doesn't it?
It's unbelievably simple. That's why there's such an increase in the spate of burglaries, because anybody can do it. In the old days, the burglars used to be burglars. They were professional burglars. But now, any kid in the street can break into a house. So what we do is, there's a story behind this lock, and I won't go into it, but it stopped a serious burglary. Stopped a serious burglary. You see what they've done to it. And
what I just showed the camera there, yeah.
Yeah, what I was saying to you forward about snapping it. They actually did snap it, but when they snapped it, there's 2 high tensile steel bars that go from front to back, and it holds it together.
So it couldn't go the whole way through?
They couldn't get it out of the lock, so they couldn't get at the cam, they couldn't open the door. They also drilled a screw through here, which is enough to break most security locks. But because of the high tensile steel, they couldn't get at it.
So if I was going to install something like this in my home, how easy is it to do? Would someone need to come out to my home? Is it very cost effective?
It is cost effective. Like to do, I'd have to show, there's one other thing I'll show you before we finish. But I suppose to do a 3 or 4 bedroom house, and if you got everything done, it's between say 500 and 700. But it's a once-off cost, and you don't worry about it after.
So you do a full audit then?
We do a full audit. You know, they can decide if they want what they want to get done, when they want to get done. They can get it done in increments. I know it's fairly expensive, but I have a window over here where I
absolutely, bring us over to the window here. So these are new security type windows, are they?
Yeah, these are the windows we're doing now at the moment. We're doing them in conjunction with Right Windows, who've been in business 40 years. They're building their Secure Your Homes specifications. So I won't go into the different things, but what I have done is this window wouldn't actually need the ancillary locks on them, but it's a mock-up, so I'm just showing you.
Just for effect.
Yeah, because most windows need to retrofit these. So on the locking side, we put these on because the burglars get a jemmy bar on the outside. There's a cast iron keep, 2 cast iron keeps, and they just snap. So it takes literally a second or 2 seconds to get in here. So we put on these. They're properly secured with metal that goes into the PVC. So it makes it impossible for the burglar to get in. So that's all we used to do. And then I got a few callbacks where they couldn't get in on this side, so they tried getting in on the hinge side. So if you see what we do in there now, we install hinge protectors. So if they try pulling it out on this side, the hinge protectors, they catch, there's 2 hinge protectors, they catch together and they can't pull it out. So that's what you do if you're retrofitting a window. And this is what you do if you're buying a new window. You ensure that you have your chute bolts on a proper locking system. This will guarantee you won't break in through. You won't break in through the frame. We put in 6.4 mil laminated glass on it, and we put in a toughened glass on the other side. So it'll take nearly a battering ram to get through it. So that's the premier version, and that's your average version.
This is obviously very popular.
We've just started doing these. It's a new venture for us, but we're really excited about it. And even today at the show now, we've had.
There has to be a lot of interest in that because you can just see by looking at it. Very simple, very practical, but very effective. I mean, just the
locking
very
mechanism.
secure, the amount of detail with the mechanism there.
And all ours are fitted with the hinge protectors on the other side, just as an added.
And how long would it take to install that now if you were coming out to do my home?
Well, they're all different. Like, we'd have to take out a window and replace it.
Is it a big operation?
Well, it would be because normally you wouldn't get one window done, you'd get the whole house done. Because you don't want one window looking different to the others. So it could take a couple of days, to take them all out and put them back in.
But your team obviously works and operates nationwide.
That's it. Yeah.
And if there's people who are coming to the Ideal Home Show this weekend and they stop by your stall, are there any particular offers or promotions that you have this weekend?
Now the jazz, we're giving away 20 290-degree door viewers. These door viewers, when you look out, there's actually a video on our website that you can see. You can see everything. You can see 290. If there's somebody standing against the wall, you can see them. If there's somebody hunkering down, you can see them. So we're giving away 20 of those, and we're giving away a voucher for the supply and installation of products to the value of €250.
Fabulous. And if there's those who cannot come to the show, secureyourhome.ie is your website.
That's correct, yeah.
And all your details are available on that.
They are.
Fantastic. Listen, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
That's our reporter there, Laura Butler, at the Secure Your Home stand here at the RDS, and indeed some very good and sound advice there from that stand. Sometimes the extra money spent on securing your home can be the difference between having a home and having no home at all, because we all know how prevalent crime, break-ins and theft and so on is in the current climate. Now, we're going to go out to our roving camera, which I do believe it's making its way around the stand, and it seems that well, he's disappeared there from our screen for the moment. Maybe he's going to indulge in some of the very attractive ice cream that's on sale here at the stand. Just taking a look now at the sites here at the RDS. This is one of the many cameras we have around the place. Crowd still milling around, not as many people here now as there was, we'd say, 2 hours ago, but no doubt there'll be a full house here again tomorrow. So if you're in the city and you're anywhere around Dublin 4 and you've got 2 or 3 hours to spare, by all means come along to the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show happening here at the RDS. Everything for anybody who's interested in either buying a home, building a home or renovating a home. And of course we mustn't overlook the fact that the whole development of gardens and so on is an extra dimension to modern living. Okay. I do believe we're going to our next report, which is the Showtime exhibition stand. So Laura is with people at the Showtime exhibition stand here at the RDS.
By Sean Drum's Laconche stall, and I love absolutely everything about this stall. Please talk to me about your business.
Well, Laura, we have 2 brands here. We have Laconche and we have Tolix, and both of them are made in the same area of France, in Burgundy. So the products that come out of there, a lot of heritage, and they have a very big historical pedigree. We have, I suppose, the chairs, which is the showstopper here at the Ideal Home exhibition. We've got all different shapes and styles, and they're all design originals. So these chairs have been made since, well, some of them have been made since 1925, which would be, we'd say this one here, this is the chair A. And chair A is was made by a guy called Xavier Pochard. He designed it in 1925, and the chances are in every bistro that you go to, whether in France or the United States, we were over in New York recently, look at some of the products there that are in different settings. They're in bars, they're in homes, they're in lofts. So the A chair would be definitely a product that would be designed. If you go to MoMA, which is the Museum of Modern Art in New York, you'll see it there. It's one of those products that has an awful lot of longevity. It's very, very well made, and in addition to that, when you buy one of these chairs, you're buying something it's going to last forever. If you break a chair and you can say that it was a design fault, we'll just replace it. So we don't get into anything about warranty. You know, we have so much confidence on the chairs that we can do that.
They're investment quality pieces, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Might just step over here and we can take a proper look. Yeah.
Well, take for instance, you have this beautiful cerise or hot pink table and chairs for a child. Now, you know, in anybody's book, it probably costs about €500 for something like this, but this is designed to be handed down from mother to daughter to grandparents. So it's not something that's going to end up in a bin or a skip, and anything that you see here will never end up in a bin. It doesn't. They're
investment pieces.
It's not fashionable. They just have a long pedigree for design and for stordiness, you know.
Which is wonderful, because they tell a history then, don't they?
They do.
Passed down from generation to generation. Yeah. Can we take a quick look over here at the Laconche cookers and the different colours that you have as well, because that's particularly caught my eye. Talk to me about this.
Well, the Laconche cookers, they've been making these since for the last 200 years. Of course, the styles have changed. We know that the first cooker that came into Ireland came in through Warren Point in Northern Ireland. That was 75 years ago. The only reason we know, because we only fixed it recently. It needed a little bit of a service, you can imagine, after 75 years. But the story of Leconche is a small village in Burgundy. It's been making cookers, mainly stoves for heating over, as I said, the last 200 years. This particular model would be an updated version where we have an induction hob. We have it's in black. The paintwork that we have here is enameled, so it's not just sprayed on paint. It actually goes in. It's baked in an oven. So when you take all these pieces together, you get something that it again is going to last for a long time. We would say to customers when they come into our showroom, look, if you're going to move home in 10 years' time, or you're going to separate or divorce, don't buy this cooker, because once you buy it once, and that's going to do the job from there.
Timeless piece.
It's a timeless piece, yeah. We have 27 different colours, 5 different trims. The beauty also about Leconche is that you can do so many mix and matches. You can have a gas oven alongside a fan-assisted electric oven, which is very, very unique. Again, we're showing it here with induction. On the far side here, on the other cookers, which we say this one here.
Yeah, just say very quickly, that particular cooker, I love how traditional it is, but also the bright pop of colour is very modern.
Absolutely, no, it sure is. This one here, we've just black seems to be an enduring colour. It holds. It's not a very fashionable colour. Classic, along with the brass. Again, we have an induction hob. We have a wok burner here. Here we would have a barbecue char grill, alongside again with the ovens. Big ovens, and they come in sizes from 70 centimetres up to one we sold this morning for 27,000. That was 2.2 metres. So you can have whatever you want. If you're into cooking, this is definitely the cooker to have, you know.
What about bespoke pieces when it comes to the Tolex chairs?
Well, you can do a bespoke colour. When you order a chair off us, there is no stock. It's made to order. So you can choose whatever if you can pick a colour. If it's in the RAL colour, they will do it for you, you know. And you can see how many beautiful colours there's there. But you can have a flat colour, then you can have it varnished to give it that super looking sheen that you can see over there on some of those chairs. They're absolutely stunning. And again, it's something that when you put it into your kitchen, it's going to last a long time. And the older they get, the better looking they get. You'll see them on the internet, old ones, retro ones, going for really crazy money.
The tarnished effect.
Absolutely, and you'll know that they're 30 or 40 years old. Whereas the likes of these ones here, you pick them, this guy just sat down, he likes them, you can see that the quality for sure.
They're no traditional chair, they're absolutely just a statement piece. I adore them, I have to say, and you do see them in restaurants everywhere at the moment. They're very trendy and very retro.
Yeah. Well, there's a bit of an industrial look in at the moment, and this suits the industrial look very much so,
And surprisingly comfortable.
Very comfortable. Well, you can see there's little seat pads. You don't have to go through, austerity by sitting on a chair without a pad. There's all different sorts of cushions that go with it, and you can see, there's different styles, and colours. They're well suited either in canteens or in your home or in our offices, restaurants, you name it.
What are you offering this weekend for Ideal Home Show customers if they stop by your stall?
Well, the Tolex chairs is like Louis Vuitton. It's very rarely ever discounted. So when we wanted to do the show, they said that we could discount by 10%. The cookers are a different matter altogether, because we're doing the show. Some of them have been discounted by up to €4,000. So you can buy something like this with 16,000. I think this is at 11,500 or something for this cooker here, which we don't get it that often, that's for sure.
Absolutely, that's a bargain for something so top end.
It is, Laura, yeah, it is indeed.
And for those who cannot make the show this weekend, where can they find you and get in touch?
On our website, which is the usual www.sho.ie, or our telephone number is 01816 2101.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
That's Laura Butler there at the Showtime exhibition stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Homes show. Okay, we're going to go out to our roving camera here at the RDS, and I do believe our man Paul is making his way around the floor. He's at a stand here that's selling clocks. Dare I ask, Paul, what time is it? Maybe he can zoom in. on a clock that's telling us the accurate time. It's certainly not 12 o'clock by my reckoning, but he's obviously making his way around the floor. When we crossed over to him earlier on, we found him close to an ice cream stand, but we managed to drag him away from that. But as you can see from that shot, that's a taste of the atmosphere here at the RDS. You can walk along the various aisles and you can just walk into the various exhibition stands selling their various wares. There's a stand selling some lovely doors, gates, etc. This particular stand is selling security items. There's almost everything you need for the average modern home here at the RDS. Whatever you're into, everything from paintings to wallpaper to kitchens to fireplaces to carpets to sofas to electronic gadgetry and the like. It's all here in the RDS. We're just getting a look inside a Nissan car. Laura was at the Nissan stand earlier on, and there was some very impressive technological gadgetry in the new Nissan cars. The GPS systems in particular are most impressive. There's a very impressive furniture stand selling nice armchairs and the like. And as you can see, there's the price on offer there. There's a Queen Anne chair, and it's selling now for €590, was 738. That's just a taste of what life is like here on the floor at the RDS this Saturday afternoon. Okay, it's back to the floor, and Laura is now at the Argos stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to the Harvey Hall stage, which is located at the back of the hall, where Stephanie Williams, the Harvey...
Walked into the Argos stand. I'm here now with Aoife Sweeney. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well.
Welcome to our Argos stand.
Thank you. This is your first time at the Ideal Home Show.
Yeah, so it's our first time here. We're very, very excited. Would you believe it's actually our first time to do an exhibition like this in the UK and Ireland? So it's a big one for us, but obviously we wanted to use this event as an opportunity to kind of create awareness about Argos as a home and furniture retail number one. But second of all, here's our new Heart of House range, which is our own brand furniture range. And so we thought we'd use the show as a platform to launch it here today. So it's great. And the feedback has been absolutely brilliant, really, really good. Customers really can't believe that this is Argos, that we, number one, sell furniture, which is great. But number two, like, they're able to see the quality of the product, but also the price, which is absolutely amazing, you know.
It's very competitive.
Yeah, very, very competitive. So yeah, I suppose here we are in the bedroom, and as you can see, it's for the classic elegance is the trend that we've gone with here in the bedroom.
A lot of lovely pastel colours.
Pastel colours, but also...
Powder blue is huge, isn't it?
Powder, and this is actually duck egg, would you believe? So this is kind of like, we've gone for that classic elegant look, and you can see with the accessories as well, that really epitomises that. So, you know, we've got the lampshades, you know, the photo frames, the candles, you know, and it's great, like, and obviously the paintings on portraits on the walls as well. So yeah, and look, we've got this lovely chair here, the Philby chair, and also the Philby bed to match. So
it's all very intricate and girly. It's beautiful.
And this has been a huge hit, actually. Would you believe? This particular room has been a huge hit at the show. So we're absolutely delighted.
And when did you launch your own homewares range?
So we launched initially back this time last year, but to the Irish market here, we decided that, you know, this would be the official launch. So we used the show obviously as official launch for the Irish market. Yeah.
Well, the showroom looks spectacular. So take us to some of the other rooms.
Yeah, of course. If you want to walk through, we'll do that.
Going from this room, obviously.
So we're moving in now to the dining and living room area, and this is back to nature, so it's very much about wild landscapes. And as you can see here, we've got our sofa, our little sideboard table, and some lovely, lovely accessories over there, as you can see, with the lamps, you know, and obviously with our plants and that as well. So the deer, you'll see, that will create the kind of wild landscape feel into the room. And as you can see, the paint, you know, and the paper as well, which actually all comes from our sister company Homebase. So we've collaborated with them for this. These pods here, knitted pods, have been very, very popular.
I was going to say, I'm actually in the market for one of these myself.
Would you believe? They've been so popular. So they come in all different colours. So there's duck egg, neutral and charcoal. So they've been extremely popular here with customers today. Again, we're creating that like kind of landscape feel with our cushions and bringing in the soft tones as well. So yeah,
It all really complements each other, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. And then obviously when we're looking at dining, you know, you've got your dinner, you know, accessories here as well to create that feel. Again, going with the tone, the back to nature kind of trend on that.
One overall theme. I think people sometimes forget that Argos is a one-stop shop.
Exactly, yeah. We sell like over 20,000 products, and people were traditionally known for tech toys, but actually, you know, this year we particularly focused on our home and furniture range because, you know what, we've great brands in, but this is our own brand.
Yes.
There's 1,500 products in this range, and for spring summer there's 400 new products in here. So we're absolutely delighted, and no better place to showcase.
Absolutely, when there's people in the market to buy.
Exactly.
So talk me through the kitchen element here.
So the kitchen element here, so this is actually, this table, would you believe, again, it's another hit because it's quite affordable. So it's really good quality, but it's quite affordable in terms of that table alone is just €400. And today, for the weekend, we're offering Ideal Home, obviously visitors an extra 20% off. So it's special promotion.
For the entire 3 days?
Yeah, and would you believe actually we're extending it till the 10th of May. So they get a voucher. They come to us here and stand and get a voucher, and you know they can take it back to store then.
Which is so essential because you can't make up your mind on the day, so to speak. Sometimes, you know.
Yeah, and as well, obviously, we have the opportunity for customers to check and reserve on Argos.ie here today, but also order for home delivery via the phone. So we have that here, but sometimes they kind of want to take away the literature, go back and read it, and then go into store. So yeah.
And another thing about being in the Ideal Home Show is that people can come actually in here and walk around and have a feel for everything, touch things. I'm very
exactly
like that.
And
I like to sensory.
You know what? That's the one thing with Argos, obviously, and people have said to us here today, it's fantastic to see you guys here, see your product out on display, so we can actually sit down on the bed, sit down on the couch, you know, sit at the dining table. I had a lot of people actually, you know, sitting around the dining table, actually seeing how to position when they're eating their dinner, you know. So practical product is what we're all about, and this, you know, this table in particular, you know, it's good oak table, and what we're doing is kind of making sure, you know, you've 6 setting here, you know, you can fit 8 people if you want, so we're kind of taking into account the modern family, you know, so be it you have a family of 4, you have a family of 6 or 8, so yeah, that's certain. So this is as I said, this is the Back to Nature range. Again, you can see, you know, our copper, you know, our copper pan set. This has been a big hit this year. It's something a little different, you know, that we want to offer customers. Really, really good quality, and obviously our chopping boards there as well.
Fantastic. And lastly, what would you like to show us?
Yeah, so we're moving in now to this.
So we'll go in here. So this is a lot more masculine looking.
Yeah, so this is the trend that we're going for here is global traveller. So it's very much, you can see the dark, rich wood here, you know. But for the kind of global feel, you know, with the pictures, the lighting, the accessories, you know, the glasses, and that creates that kind of global feel. Again, these 3 mirrors have been very, very popular. And
they're now on my wish list.
And would you believe lots of other retailers here in Argos, or here in Ireland, sell them, but actually Argos are the cheapest for these. So we're delighted with that.
Because they can be extortionately expensive.
Yeah, so we're very happy. And again, look, here's your pod again. You know, another little favourite with customers here. So lamps, you know, we're trying to create that as much lighting as possible. And then personal favourite of mine is the ladder bookcase. So you can accessorise in any way you want with this. You know, we've had baskets, we've a dining set, you know, our plants, our books, and obviously then our photo frames. So yeah, certainly, you know, again, given that rich wood, given that good, you know, kind of global travel feel. So
a very successful start to Argos at exhibitions.
Yeah, so look, this is our first, as I said. You know, we'll see how the weekend goes. The footfall has been really, really good. Feedback has been really, really good from customers here today. They're delighted to see Argos product on show, number one. And they get to talk to the guys here, talk about the product, you know, and then make a decision if they want to reserve it here today or go back in store. And I suppose 20% off, can't complain.
Absolutely, thank you so much.
No problem, thank you.
That was Laura there at the Argos stand. We're coming to the end of our coverage from the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show here at the RDS. The place effectively winding down. Of course, we're back again tomorrow with a full house expected between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. Okay, we're going to go back out to the floor, and our cameraman Paul, I do believe, is making his way around the floor. Yeah, that's our cameraman, and that's just typical. I mean, you know, you pay a guy a fortune to do a day's work, and when you most need him, there he is, out for the count. And he'll then have the nerve to ask our boss, Pat Fogarty,
to be paid at the end of the day. You just can't get the staff anymore. It's just shocking the way things have gone in this country. But as it turns out, that is what I'm told is a massage chair. And that chair was selling for €2,600. But if you just happen to be here today and you just happen to have €2,295 in your pocket, they'll let you take one of them away. They're a bit like a lazy chair, but apparently they do a full sort of body massage as well. So if you are one of those people that suffers from stress, that type of chair might just be the thing for you. Okay, we're going to go back to Laura. This time I do believe she's at the Barona Interiors stand.
By the stand of Barona Interiors. I'm with Leona Daly now. Hi Leona.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So talk to me about your business and what you do.
Well, we've just launched today officially Barona Interiors, which is our interiors business. It's an e-commerce furniture website, and we also offer home staging. So anybody trying to sell a home who want a quick profit, maximum profit, a quick sale, we can come in and we can work with their products and our own beautiful products and sell them. So our website is live from today.
Fabulous,
and,
congratulations.
These are all our beautiful pieces, and we have 2 stands, not just 1 but 2, so there's plenty on offer.
So talk me through what we have here.
Well, this over here is our Tuscany range, so it's very white, muted tones, which would be ideal for somebody who's trying to sell a house, because what you want is furniture that has a universal appeal, so that yes, and where you can put your own personality onto it. So it's very, very beautiful, very French country in style, shabby chic, so very much on trend. We get the furniture in from all over the world, from as far as South Africa. So that's the main body of our business. We also have another stand across the way that does orchard, Farrow and Ball painted furniture, country range of furniture. We do soft furnishings, accessories, giftware. Pretty much everything you can ask for. Yeah, wedding lists, everything.
And you do upstyling as well, I see.
We do.
Walk around to this beautiful chair over here.
We work with a fabulous company, and what they do is they find beautiful pieces for us, or our customers can come to them with pieces, vintage pieces, old antiques that they want upcycled, and they will work with pieces like this, and they'll just do a fabulous job. They upholster, they upcycle, they upscale, and just give you a unique product. So it's a product that nobody else will have, one of a kind. And the stuff is really spectacular.
It reinvigorates and injects some life into an old piece, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, that doesn't look like an old piece to me. That just is a statement piece. It's
that's
really
fantastic.
Stunning. Yeah, no, they're fantastic, and we're very lucky to be working with them. So that's another side of our business. We have a vintage boutique on our website, baronainteriors.ie.
Fantastic. And let's walk around the second stand you've got. Not 1 stand, but 2 stands, Leona.
2 stands, yes. Oh, well, you know what? We said we'd go in strong.
The whole hog,
yeah,
absolutely.
Well, I mean, we're launching the business, so we may as well make a statement about what we do.
It does, it's all fantastic.
And this is our country range, and as you can see, we also have some accessories too. So we have tableware, soup bowls, things like that. Everything from bonsais to signs, many different types of cushions. We have cushions from Biggie Best, South Africa's biggest furnishings retailer, absolutely wonderful. We're the only ones in Ireland to have them. We also have this beautiful range too, so everything from trunks I bring you into to have a little look. We've got chairs, we've got lots of different kinds of kitchen servers. This is the kitchen servers.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, they're beautiful, and this is another upcycled piece, which is a stunning console table, which is painted in a beautiful sage green, which comes with a beautiful mirror, and that's another one of a kind piece. So
people can bring in their own pieces as well, which is so nice, because
yeah, they can indeed.
It's something that they treasure and they just can't bear to part with it, but it's not really on trend anymore.
That's exactly it, and we'll make it on trend, and we'll work with the current styles, whatever is in fashion, and also we work with people's needs. Some people don't want to follow the trends, they just want to be themselves and get their personality onto a piece, so that's what we do. So we have the range that's very much neutral and has a very universal appeal, and then we have those special items too. So.
And you said a lot of wedding gifts and things like that are popular too?
We do things like lanterns, we do bird cages, lamps, romantic gifts that people would love, so a lot of very feminine gifts too. So beautiful for Mother's Day, Christmas gifts, and our gifts, everything in our store, it starts as low as €5 to €10, so you don't have to be intimidated, and we're reasonable on price too. And with the home staging, we work with people's budgets.
And how popular is home staging now?
I think it's coming back now, because I think people are starting to sell their houses again, and a lot of people just need a little bit of help. So even if we can go as far as working with somebody's own furniture and offering them tips, I mean, there's simple tips like, depersonalise. Nobody wants to see, even though we love our child's beautiful drawings on the fridge, that's not what people want to see. They want a home that they can turn the key in and see themselves in it. So all of your personal stuff gone, and beautiful pieces from Barona Interiors to complement your home. and to make everybody who walks in the door want to make an offer.
And is there
that's what
anything
tends to happen.
Is there anything for the homeowners or buyers in the market who are coming to the Ideal Home Show this weekend and they stop by Verona? Are you offering any promotions or anything like that?
Yeah, well, what we're doing is we will do a competition. We've taken a lot of names where people will join our list, people who are interested in home staging, and we'll offer a free home staging consultation. And if anybody wants to join our mailing list on baronainteriors.ie, what they can do is they'll get a voucher and they can come and it'll give them 10% off once they spend €50 or more on the stand. So, I mean, you know, everything at this show is at show prices. So we're looking to make our mark, to launch the company and to make people happy and want to come back to us. So that's what we're about.
Well, no doubt you'll start strong. And for those who cannot come, the website again, please?
It's www.baronainteriors.ie.
And where are you based?
We're based in Ratoath, but we are primarily an online store. What we do is we do hold home staging and furniture events by invitation in our home, which is staged. Every room in it is staged with a shop up the top. And the other thing we do is you can come by appointment and view our stock. So it's great, but it's going to be very much an online business. We'll pop up in different pop-up shops. When you join the mailing list, you'll see that. We'd have a Christmas shop, we'd have a gift store, something for Easter. So we'll pop up all around Dublin and hopefully the surrounding counties too if things keep going the way they're going. So
I'm sure they will. You've seen them here first at the Ideal Home Show here in Dublin. Thank you very much, Leona.
No, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
That's Laura there at the Verona Interiors stand here at the Ideal Home Show here at the RDS, brought to you by Permanent TSB. Some very classy furniture there indeed. So if you're in the mood and have an appropriate budget to upgrade your home, Verona Interiors are certainly worth talking to. We're running out of time on this Saturday afternoon here at the Permanent TSB Ideal Home Show, and of course the show continues tomorrow as well, from early morning until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Everything is here, everything associated with modern living in a typical Irish home. It's all here under the one roof. Okay, we're going to go back out to Laura. Laura's been pretty busy. This time she's at the Internorm exhibition stand.
So if you're looking for state-of-the-art dooring and windows, we've now come to Internorm. Hello there, Paul. How are you?
Hi, Laura.
So talk me through this. This is a state-of-the-art system we have here.
It certainly is. This is our timber aluminium slider. It's a passive slider, 0.64 U value, one of the lowest rated products that we do. They come in a very large size, up to 5 metres wide, up to the 3 metres high.
People are very much looking for floor to ceiling now, aren't they? Glass has become a big part of it in the home. It's all about lighting and about space and all of that. This is obviously back door into the garden, creating another room.
Architects are looking for more glass facades. The great thing about this system is that you get great light, but also you get great solar gain. So with this technically advanced glass, it heats your room. So it then means that you're going to have lower fuel bills. Cost-wise, for what it is, it's a fantastic system. It's a bit more expensive than the standard products out there, but it outperforms.
And you're saving money in the long run.
You're saving money in the long run. And any rail colour on the outside, choice of 2 different timbers on the inside, which have different finishes, right the way through from a painted finish through to
I was going to ask, you can paint these finishes?
You can, yeah, and a dark stain.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Very low threshold and a great locking system, so anti-bump, anti-snap. Basically, it's the best slider on the market, we feel.
And with the solar element, that's pretty unusual, I believe, is it? I mean, that's real state-of-the-art, top quality.
When you get down to passive houses, this far and exceeds. A passive house rating is 0.8. This is down to 0.64. There isn't a better slider on the market to give you heat retention, sound retention. So there isn't a product on the market that will outperform it.
Fantastic. So next, we're going to be having a quick look at the windows. You've got obviously a lot on offer here this weekend.
We have many different styles. We do 4 different styles. There's from the studio line, which is this window here.
Yes.
We do a slider over there, which is PVC aluminium. We do a home pure system here, home soft window here, and there's another studio window here. But now, would you show Laura about this window?
Hi, Niall.
Hello, Laura. How are you? This is the HB 350 window from Internorm. It has an integrated internal blind, which is solar powered. As you can see, we have a solar panel here. So there's no electrics going to the window at all. Completely solar powered, as I said. It can be controlled remote from here. It's a wee bit slow to start. It also can be controlled from the iPad or a remote control.
Everything's very James Bond these days, isn't it?
It
By
is,
app,
yeah.
by iPad, by phone.
Yeah, all that, yeah.
That's
so
such a flush touch, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And can also then on the tilt, obviously.
Let's take a quick look at outside, obviously, because
Yeah, not a problem.
architecturally it's quite good looking, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, this particular window here is done in the studio version, which is the most modern look. The sash is flush with the frame, as you can see, and it sort of gives that sort of modern look with the Internorm brand, as you can see. This window is available in any RAL colour you wish. You pick a RAL colour, it can be spread to any colour. So, an excellent product on the market at the moment.
Has there been much interest in this so far this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. We've had a lot of leads now coming through at the moment. Now we'll probably just take a look through them tonight and see how we get on. But no, a lot of interest in the product, all right.
Because it is very unique.
It is, yeah. And people are taking a bigger interest in their houses these days, and are like to put a bigger input into window types and insulation and all of that. It's a big key at the moment,
Very much a feature as well in the home.
It is, yeah. Most definitely, aye. And this modern look has really took off, that Internorm provide.
Fantastic. For those who cannot come to the Ideal Home Show this weekend, how do they get in touch or find out more about your products?
Well, they can go onto our website, www.jnnwindows.com, and also we can be contacted on 0044 77 625 24052.
Fantastic. Now, thank you very much.
No problem. Thanks, Laura.
That's Laura there at the Internorm exhibition stand here at the RDS. We're coming to the end of our programming for today. There's still people here in the hall at the RDS. In fact, we're actually going to go back out to the floor right now to our cameraman, Paul. You will recall earlier on we caught Paul napping, but we're told he has woken up since. Now, that is a thing called a €20 note. The fact that Paul is spending €20 note is worthy of a news story in the Irish Times on its own. But there it is. He is spending €20. The only problem is he's looking for somewhere to spend it. He has found a taker. And what's he getting in return? He's getting, is that a cucumber I see? Is that a cucumber? I thought the camera might shake from left to right or up and down, but no. It is a cucumber. It is a cucumber. And he's moved over now to another stand where it seems there's some card tricks going on. Maybe these are people who can predict the future. They look like these cards where, yes, they're tarot reading cards. That's exactly what they are. Paul seems happy enough with that. The news is good. This next stand that he's going to looks like clothes, bags, shoes. Yes, Paul, those shoes would suit you to a T. No, not your scene. Anyway, we'll leave Paul on the floor. Right. Yeah, that's our cameraman Paul spending €20, which in itself will be the talk of the place for the next 6 weeks. Anyway, we're running out of time on this Saturday evening. More people to talk to, and Laura this time is at the Insulex exhibition stand.
The owner of Insulex. Martin, hello, how are you?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Now tell me a little bit about your company and what it is that you do.
Well, basically what we are is we're a one-stop shop for heat retention and renovation. That really means what we can take anybody's property, being a brand new property or a €200 property. We listen to what you want to say, and then we come up with ideas on how to keep heat in, keep it structurally safe, and make it nice and cozy and comfortable.
Perfect. Well, there are fabulous examples in here if the camera can pan and have a look. And you might talk me through what you did and what your service.
Every one of these photographs on the stands are actually projects completed, and some of them are still not even completed in their full. Like this is a period house here. It's probably about 200 years old, and the specification from the client was she didn't want to change the character of the house. So we use modern products like external wall insulation, which you see on the stand there, to bring out a finish on these walls. We kept the old structure of the walls to bring a finish like this. So we maintained the exact same character. It's still an 18th century house. The walls are still 600 millimeters wide. We put a new roof on it, changed around the rooms inside, and now she's living in a very modern, comfortable house, very efficient. and it's still an old house.
It still has plenty of the character and the tradition and the features as well, as you can see.
Yeah, we didn't change any of the design of the windows, just tweaked a few things, but that house will run approximately under 500 euros a year on money terms. So it's really efficient and very simple cosmetic or heating products, you know. We're not going into fancy renewables. We listen to what people want, and if people are looking to stay efficient and green, we can give them that. You know, so that's really what we're about. And then you can take it to modern day houses, which are say 30-year-old houses, and we can just tweak them up with new windows, external wall insulation, bit of attic insulation, and then we'll help them how to change the way they heat the house. So when you get all that together, you can really turn anybody's house into, without spending a fortune. That's the trick. It's about like putting the right thing in the right place.
It's about knowing what you need, exactly. And how are you different then to other companies in the sense that you obviously go out to the homes and you do advice sessions for people like myself, perhaps, who are in the market for a renovation but don't really know what I need?
Well, I think the uniqueness of Insulex is that we're not selling one product. We can sell you 200 different products. We'll sell you what the house needs. And that's a big difference. It's not what you need, it's what the house needs. So we listen to you, how many people are living in the house, and exactly what you need. So that is the big thing with us, you know. So what we're looking at is say, okay, what do you actually want? I want to be warmer. I want to be more comfortable. So then we will turn around and we'll say, okay, you could need external wall insulation. You may not. You may need cavity wall insulation. You may need a new window. You may need to fix an attic. You may need a lot of different things. So that's where we come up. I don't know of any other company can actually give you the full one-stop package on heat retention the way we can. Because we're coming back from having a building construction trades with a lot of college experience of renewable energy, and we married the two. So that's the uniqueness of Insulex.
You're obviously doing a lot of talks throughout the weekend at the Ideal Home Show.
I've been lucky enough that basically I've been asked to give seminars here on the RDS. So again, on the heat loss aspect, and it's about getting people to understand what they actually need. So for me, I will try and educate people. Look, this is what it's about. People think of insulation as a way of keeping heat in. Insulation is a product. It's about keeping air in. So I've been asked to come back. I'm actually giving 2 talks a day now for this weekend. So it's getting more popular. It's getting very popular because it's something that people need. And that's the difference.
What would be one of the most common problems that people come to you, like an exhibit, like in a show like this weekend?
2 main problems are they find the house cold, and they have a lot of mold and dampness building up in houses. So they can't understand, and actually the same problem is causing both, or it's the same situation is probably causing both problems. So once you identify the problems, and that can only be done on a host survey, once you identify the problems, it's easy enough to come up with solutions. You know?
And you have teams that obviously go out nationwide to homes to assess the damage, so to speak.
We're basically a majority a Cork-based company, but we have an office here in Dublin, so we would actually work from Dundalk all the way down as far as West Cork. And we are doing that, and thankfully we're very successful in that.
How long has the company been in business, Martin?
We specified in insulation and air retention completely at about the last 10-15 years, but the company itself has been in operation for over 30 years now. So,
fantastic. So it's obviously a successful operation.
Yeah, and I think the success of it is we stick to really quality, tried and tested products. And we always look for, say, relationships with our product providers. I won't actually supply a product if I think the company that's supplying the product to me is not going to be in existence next year. It's a little bit like ourselves. We believe we'll be here for the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and hopefully somebody will take it on and take it forward after that. The companies we're buying our products, we think that's the same with them. Because a lot of the problems people have is they buy products and then they look back at there's a problem with the product, and a year later the company provider is gone. So it's about family relationships. That's the big thing. Like, it's about relationships. The relationship between the customer to us and us to our providers.
A long-running connection.
Yeah, and it seems to be working quite well because you don't have unhappy clients. You know, that's the difference. If you know what you're talking about and you can sell it properly and you make the people understand what they need, and sometimes less is more.
And for those who cannot make it to the Ideal Home Show this weekend, how can they get in touch with you guys?
Well, basically, we're on a website, www.insulex.ie. Talk to basically any service providers like in the Grafton Group, Kingspan Insulation, all them. Everybody will know Insulex and they can contact us through that.
Fantastic. Martin McCarthy, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arnold.
At Slora there at the Insulex exhibition stand. Of course, insulation being one of the key themes of this Ideal Home Show here at the RDS, brought to you by Permanent TSB. hundreds, even thousands of people around the country who have houses that were bought prior to 2006 are availing of the grant scheme from Sustainable Energy Authority Ireland that allows people to, if you like, insulate their homes and they get a portion of the actual cost back. So the actual cost is quite reasonable if one needs to, if you like, insulate a home from escaping heat and intruding drafts and so on. We're running out of time here at the RDS on this Saturday evening. Of course, the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show continues here tomorrow until 6 o'clock. Everything for everyone who's thinking of either building a house, expanding a house or revamping a house. So it's all here, everything from floors to doors, bathrooms to kitchens, even gardens as well. But of course, those of us who have homes, if there's one thing we want apart from a nice cozy sitting room, a nice comfortable bedroom, nice kitchen and so on, is the knowledge that we can live in a house free of theft, free of intrusion, free of burglars and the like. And of course, one of the key themes here also here today is the issue of home security. Laura is now at the Be at Ease exhibition stand.
And Dermot Brown from the Alarm Watch Security Group. Gents, hello, how are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi Dermot, how are you doing? Talk me through your business, please, and what it is that you do.
Right, we're a bunch of individual alarm installers, right? We formed a group of our own called the Alarm Watch Security Group. This weekend we're at the show and we're introducing a few packages that are very good value for the people. The first one over there we have is...
Let's walk over here and have a look at the packages.
We have a 6-sensor wireless pack, very good price, $5.99, and if people buy that at the show, we're doing 3 years monitoring at €99 per year, and that's normal rate of $180 a year, so it's a very good deal for people.
Exceptionally cost effective. And can you take me through the individual products?
Yeah, well, everything that's there these are GSM modules that can go on if you don't have a phone line, stuff like that. You want monitoring or you want it to notify you on your mobile phone. That's what they do there. We have smoke detectors, CO2 detectors and heat detectors, all that can be added onto it. There's nothing you can't really put onto that system, you know. So, and this one here is the big brother of that. This would be for taking over old systems that are there. So you could update your alarm system with this, and that panel gives you the exact same features as that. A starting pack on that to upgrade the panel, bell, battery and keypad would be $420, which is a very good way to start to renew your system, you know, especially if it's 10, 15 years old. So that's that. And then this one here is an offer we do. We were formerly with contractors with Aircom Much, who no longer exists now. They're a new company. But we can maintain, monitor and service all their old systems. And again, we're doing a very good price on that. We can monitor those for about $160 a year on a landline or $195 on a GSM. People will know what they are. And those are the 3 panels there. And again, it's nearly half the price that they'd be paying to their existing.
Can't really go wrong there, can you? And a lot of it's Wi-Fi now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Everything is wireless now at the moment, you know. So Dermot might have a few things there to say.
Yeah, we're also doing a special offer on the CCTV.
Right, this side too?
We're doing a special offer on the CCTV. We're giving two analog cameras, a 1 terabyte 4-channel recorder, and an 18.5 to 19-inch LCD screen.
Very neat and tidy. Go in
yes.
Wherever you like, under the stairs, even in your home.
Correct. And we can even connect it to the TV as well. But for that package, it's $750. If you want to go up to the next level of a HD, 2 HD cameras with the recorder, we can connect them onto your TV without the monitor for the same price.
All installation in one day as well?
Yes, definitely. You can link it onto your broadband then, and you can view it remotely as well from anywhere in the world.
Can we just take a quick look if the camera can pan in on this little gadget here? Very neat and tidy, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed, yes. That's a bullet camera, that's a HD camera, and you can get them in a fixed lens or you can get very focal, wide angle lens, narrow, you know. You can get them smaller than that as well. Depends what colour you want as well, black, white, grey, we can do it.
And you do residential and commercial?
Residential and commercial, yes. The main business would be residential, however, commercial now is coming in full stream as well to us, you know.
Full CCTV systems for both?
Exactly, because when people's alarms goes off, they want to be able to dial in, have a look, see is there anyone there, and before they attend the premises, you know. So That's what
I like the fact as well that you always have the option of securing your home and monitoring everything from your phone now. We're in this 21st century age that you can check on things via phone, you know?
That's great. That's correct. Yes, the app is brilliant for that. You can dial in. It's also very good if you have an elderly relative living alone. You set that system up in the house. You can dial in and say, well, it's 12 o'clock in the night. Mum hasn't turned on her alarm. Why? You can press a button, turn it on for her. If she hasn't turned it off in the morning, you know she gets up at 9, 10 o'clock religiously, and it's 12 o'clock in the day, you know there's something wrong. You can call to the premises.
Gives you complete sense of peace, doesn't it, and mind at ease.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. No, that's the way to go with the GSM, you know.
Gents, thank you very much to the Alarm Watch Security Group. Back to you.
That's Laura there at the Be at Ease stand with some very good advice there on home security. Well, we're coming to the end of the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show for today, Saturday. Of course, the show continues here tomorrow until 6 o'clock. Earlier on, you would have seen Laura speaking to Jeff Howard of Howard Roofing Construction, and Jeff joins me now. You specialise in flat roofs. Are flat roofs as popular today as they were many years ago, or are people still staying with the V-shaped roof where the water can run off into drains and gutters and so on?
Well, they are still as popular. You know, we're very busy. You know, there's been a misconception that flat roofs are no good, that they hold water. You know, it's wrong. If they're done right, they will last a lifetime. You know, our systems there, 25-year systems, they last a hell of a lot longer.
You were saying to me earlier on that you provide a 25-year warranty. Is that the normal life of a felt roof, or does can it go on forever and ever, or with weathering and so on, will it eventually just break up?
It will go on for 35, 40 years, you know, maybe longer. The 25-year system is actually backed by our supplier. You know, they will sign off on a job. They warranty their material. They're a massive company. And they'll deal with the customer as well. So at the end of the job, they have to sign off on it before the customer pays a penny.
Yeah.
So it's a good way of doing business, and it gives the customer a bit of reassurance compared to the have-a-go roofer that comes in and will talk the talk and doesn't walk the walk.
One normally associates felt with a flat roof, but is felt used on V-shapes as well?
No. It can be used on a slight pitch with a fall. But that's about it,
Yeah.
Just for flat roof.
Have you noticed any sort of a pickup in business? A reflection that, the economy is picking up and there's a bit more activity in house building?
Yes, definitely. There is. There's a pickup, thank God. We've took on an extra couple of lads to
deal with
cater for that,
Yeah.
We're happy.
And is it that new houses are being built, or that people perhaps have an extra few quid in their pocket and they're just simply revamping perhaps an old kitchen roof?
It's a bit of both, really. People haven't had the money to spend, and we did a job earlier on in the year, and the woman had a bucket underneath the leak for 6 or 7 months. She hadn't been working, and she got back into work. When she had the money, then she got the job done. And there's new builds that are coming along now as well. So yeah, there is a definite turn up in business.
And even with the way house design is going these days, are architects now building in a type of flat roof, a sort of kitchen extension, or are flat roofs now only be applying, we say, to the likes of garages and so on?
Oh no, we've apartment blocks, and architects are actually designing houses with flat roofs now, and it might have a green roof system, or it will just be a standard flat roof.
Very good. Yeah. Okay, if people want to get in touch with you, where are you?
We're based in Santry, and you can get us on the website, howardroofing.ie, or give us a call, 087 2733 170.
Very good. That's it. That's Jeff Howard there from Howard Roofing Construction, joining us here at the RDS. Okay, back to the floor, and this time Laura is talking to people from Eurotech.
Tech stand here at the Ideal Home Show exhibition, and I'm here now with Gerard Duffy. Gerard, you operate a very high-tech, highly efficient system. Please tell me about it.
Yeah, what we're doing is we're using energy from nature, and we're taking that energy and putting it into people's houses to heat their house and to make their hot water. So our philosophy is very much that
Gone are the days when you need to burn something to make heat and make hot water. You simply take hold of your own energy. And in Ireland particularly, the biggest available energy source is humidity. Everybody in Ireland talks about the humidity outside and we grumble about it, but it's actually free energy. And when you think about free energy being humidity, you stop grumbling.
So how does that system work then?
So what you do is that this table, we call it an energy table. And it was invented in order to take that free energy and turn it into usable energy inside in the house. So what it does is, it's very important that it's horizontal, because it sucks the humidity in from underneath. And as it sucks it in, it removes the energy from it, and it turns the humidity into water. Now, we're not interested in the water, but the byproduct is the energy that we can put in the house.
Highly energy efficient.
And because of this technique, it's highly, highly efficient. You're absolutely right.
And this sits in the garden?
This sits outside in your garden. It must be in the atmosphere because the energy source is the humidity, and if you take it inside, it can't get hold of that. So there's no such thing as oil or gas, or you don't need any backup system. You simply rely 100% for your heat and your hot water in this system. Like, for example, in Wicklow, we have a centre of excellence there for Wicklow GAA, and they have no boiler there. They have 72 showers, makes all their hot water, and they have 1,200 square metres. So when it comes to doing this job in a private house, it's really a very small challenge to make it 100% perfect. And that's what we aim to do, is that every project has a perfect system by engineering the product specifically to each project. There's no off-the-shelf system. Oxner is the company in Austria that make the product for us. And every single customer has an individual serial number on each product that identifies it to their project. So it's precise for the part of the country it's in, never mind the particular country it's going to, the precise area in the country, what the humidity is in that area, what the conditions are, what the system needs to do. When it's manufactured, it absolutely suits these conditions, so it works perfectly every time.
So you're obviously operating nationwide, and tell me a little bit about, if I was coming to you as a customer in the market for a product like this, what would I need?
Well, the first thing for us is that we need, if it's an existing house, we need a record on your energy consumption for the previous year. So we can see how much energy the house is using, and we can now develop a system to suit that energy production, and we can also advise you on other things you might do with the house to make it better, so that when the system goes in, you have absolute minimum running costs. Our ideal situation is to create a condition where a 3,000 square feet or 300 square metre house can be heated for less than €400 for the year for heat and hot water.
That's pretty substantial.
That's pretty good, yeah, that's pretty good. Our best performance system at the moment is 337 for the year, and that customer's really satisfied. You know?
I would imagine they absolutely are. So obviously this weekend you're talking people through your system and what it is that you do, but you are promoting one particular product as well this weekend.
We are promoting this product here, which is in the corner.
The camera might pan around this way and we can have a look.
We have an integrated system here, which is a little miniature heat pump on the top and a hot water tank underneath that. And what this system does is that it extracts the waste energy from your bathroom, and it turns that waste energy back into hot water, so that every time you take a shower or a bath, you use fresh water, but you use the old heat again. So you're recycling the energy and you're only using the water.
That's very high tech, isn't it?
Yes, it's very good. And we add a little PV panel on the roof, and by adding a PV panel on the roof, this system has no cost for hot water for the entire year. So there's absolutely zero cost for your hot water. It doesn't matter if you do all your showering at night or in the daytime, you don't pay anything for the actual running cost of your hot water system.
100% savings. I like the sound of that.
100%. It's absolutely brilliant. And we have a special offer on for the show where we do this supplied, designed, installed, commissioned, serviced and up and running. And the first 2 years we make sure we look after it free. And in that whole offer, everything is included for €4,500. So you have a completely free hot water system with 300 litres of hot water ready to go, on a high pressure system for as little as that.
I'd be sharing all day because you definitely get your money back.
You definitely will get your money back. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, it's a fantastic system.
And for those who cannot make the show this weekend, where can they find you, get in touch? Because obviously you do come out and do home assessments.
Yes, we do. First of all, they'll find us on the eurotechgroup.ie website. That's one good place to go, or the Auctioneer Ireland website. You'll also get us there, because we are joint partners with Auctioneer since 1984. So a lot of people to the show came today and they said, we didn't know about a heat pump. We didn't know you could heat your house from humidity outside, and to us this is something that's very old-fashioned. It's not new technology. So nobody needs to be afraid of it, you know. To us, the mystery is, why do people buy energy when they have access to energy that they own already? You can't tax the humidity in the atmosphere.
And as well, it's being educated about the fact that it's not just a heat pump, it's not an old-fashioned air conditioner, this is a new system.
This is a new system, and this is a new system that's specially tapered every time for every individual customer. That's really special. That makes sure that the end result is really special for them.
Jared Duffy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's our reporter there, Laura Butler, there at the Eurotech stand here at the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show. Well, we're almost coming to the end of Saturday business here in the RDS, and I suppose to reflect on today and indeed the event itself, I'm joined by the main man, the man who puts it all together, Sean Lemass. Sean, good to see you again. We were with you last October, and we're back again. A packed house this weekend. Is that reflective of, if you like, renewed confidence in the Irish economy?
Well, I think it is. We're full to the door here for the first time. The show's been booked out for over a month now, and I think that's really to do with the improvement in the economy and the fact that the show has worked well for the exhibitors who are participating in it, in just putting them in contact with people who are looking to do home improvements, extensions, or whatever it is.
Yeah. Do you get any sense that there's any particular area where there's a lot of growth? I mean, one thing that seemed to keep coming up today for us was things like insulation and solar power and all that type of thing.
Well, they're obviously important areas, and there's a lot of interest in them. There's still grants available for people to improve their energy efficiency in their homes. But I think primarily home extensions and renovations are the big drivers for the bigger spend for people looking for doors and windows and kitchens and bathrooms. We're also seeing an increase in the number of high-end furniture companies here, because the spend has changed from trying to save money to being more aspirational, to lifestyle, to quality.
How does this show, we'll say, compare with similar shows, we'll say, in Britain?
Well, I was just talking last week to the organisers of the Ideal Home Show in Olympia. It's moved from Earls Court to Olympia, and to some of our exhibitors here who participate in that show as well. And they had a very good show. It runs for 4 weeks, the London show. Something like 250,000 people go to it, and it's long established, and it would be similar, only obviously bigger. It's a bigger population.
Yeah, I know this is probably a difficult question, but today, for example, can you put a figure on what sort of business might have been generated here today?
We do survey that from the visitors as to what the spend was, and we extrapolate that by the number of people who attended. We expect about 25,000 people over the 3 days. And you'd be amazed, it could be 30 or 40 million will be spent at or as a result of the visit to the show, because obviously not all decisions are made for big things that have to be designed or coded for. That business might not come into the exhibitors for weeks or months.
Yeah.
But it can be quite substantial.
How important is a show like this for, we'd say, small companies to, if you like, show their wares to people who are not from the area that the company is based in, if you know what I mean?
Not only that, but we have here online companies and non-store companies like Argos who don't have showrooms, and we have some online furniture companies where they have an opportunity here to show their product. You can't touch it or sit on it online or in a catalogue, so that gives them an opportunity to go offline, if you like, and to meet people face to face, let people see the products, and they've brought a great business. And indeed, there are a number of startup companies here, and I've seen this over the years, going back to when we started first running an engineering show. I've seen companies who take a small stand in an exhibition, find their customer base, find out what the market is looking for. It's as much about the information they get as the information they give, and grow into larger companies over a short period of years.
Do you find that, with the commentary that the economy is picking up, that you're probably now in a very comfortable situation where you don't have to go pitching to companies to display here, that they're actually coming to you saying, can I get in?
Well, we're very fortunate having big brand names here like Permanent TSB as our title sponsor, Harvey Norman, Kilsaran Concrete, Colour Trend Paint. You know, we've got some big brand names partnering with us, and that's really very positive for the event. But of course, the fact that we're full at this point means that it makes our sales job easier.
Yes.
Because it just changes the dynamic. It means that an exhibitor who doesn't send back the booking form knows that somebody else will take the stand.
Sure.
And it makes because we spend a lot of time on sales, obviously.
Yeah. And how many now of the exhibitors here would be what's called repeat people?
Probably 60 or 70%. You know, and maybe more. But we do have some new companies here, like Carndine here behind you, and a couple of other very high-end doors and windows, flooring, furniture, several new furniture companies, bespoke, custom-made furniture in the show this time. And you like to see change and new content, so we don't want to have it all the same, repeated all the time. We want to have some new content. But the market changes. It's not the same people. You might buy a new couch at this event, but you won't need another one for 10 years.
Of course.
So the market refreshes.
Sure. I was struck by the amount of businesses here who are from beyond Dublin.
Sure.
And the thought crossed my mind, you know, is it an idea you've ever played with that you might hold an Ideal Home show in Galway maybe in May and a separate one in Cork in June?
The big problem is that there are no venues. There's no big venue in Galway or Cork. We did run the show in Cork about 5 years ago in a big marquee, and we got filled 4,000 square meters of space, but that was a temporary building and it's gone. And if you think of Galway, I mean, there's Leisureland. There's no decent sized venue where you can put together a show that has the content that makes it work.
The bulk, in fact, I think all of the exhibitors here, apart from the corporate names who have, you know, the likes of Argos, who have a big foothold in Britain, they're all based in the Republic. Does this event appeal in any way to, we say, business people in the north?
To exhibit?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sure. We have quite a number from the north exhibiting, and it's always been like that. I think it depends on where their products are coming from now. Some, obviously, with the sterling euro situation, it's more difficult if you're manufacturing in a sterling zone to sell into euros because you're disadvantaged. But on the other hand, Irish manufacturers it's given them a considerable advantage. And I heard one of the people you were interviewing earlier from Monaghan on Catch Expo making that very point. He said his business was up 70%. And a lot of it is to do with the fact that he's selling into the north.
Yes.
In sterling.
Yeah, it works in his favour at the moment because of the difference.
Yeah,
but you know, when things go the other way, margins are a bit tighter. Yes.
To make hay with the sun shines.
I was, as I said, struck by the emphasis on things like insulation and solar power. In all the years you're doing this, has any trend emerged with the passage of time that makes you say, oh, this is a new thing that's coming in, that's the way to go?
Well, I mean, for a while there, energy saving was a big part of it, and people were coming to see how they could save on their energy bills. But that's less so now. I think the trend now is more, the focus is changing as the economy improves, disposable income is improving, and so people are looking for nice things for their homes. They want to be proud of their house, they want to invite their friends, they want to socialise and entertain in their homes, and so they want to, and of course they're seeing programs like Room to Improve and Grand Design. It's giving them the ideas that a normal semi-detached house can actually be turned into a very modern, open
little palace.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
There's great potential, and we generally have big gardens that allow us expand into them.
This wraps up at 6 o'clock on Sunday evening. How soon does planning for the next event start?
Well, we've already started, really. You know, we have already got quite a number of stands sold for the autumn event, and we've had several exhibitors telling us already they want to participate, and all of our sponsors are signed up for the autumn.
So that makes your life somewhat easy and somewhat less stressful.
We might get a few weeks off between this and then.
Okay, well hopefully Sean Lemass, we'll see you again in the autumn. Thanks very much indeed for popping in. That's Sean Lemass there, the organiser of the permanent TSB Ideal Home Show here at the ODS. Now we're just going to go out to our camera in the main arena, and Paul is out there, and while Paul departs studio, our reporter Laura Butler is just going to come in for a chat about today, and then we'll be closing down our programme for today. As you can see, Paul is just taking a look at what's left of the activity here in the ODS for this Saturday. Less of a throng than there was. A lot of people sort of leaving the venue around 5 o'clock this evening. But still some business ongoing, people having a cup of tea and a bun, a sandwich. And of course tomorrow, Sunday, this place will be packed again from 10 in the morning until 6 tomorrow evening. And as you heard Sean Lemass say, he's already getting inquiries about the autumn show. So it looks as if the Ideal Home Show here in October will be just as busy as the one now. Okay. You can hear the PA system overhead just advising people about leaving the place. Before we wrap it up, we'd like to thank everybody who helped and assisted us here throughout the day, everybody involved with Media Pool, and indeed the kind staff here in the ODS. I'm joined by our reporter Laura Butler, who you saw in all our reports. She had a very busy day out and about. Laura, of all the things you saw, what impressed you the most, or did any particular stand jump out at you and say, this is amazing?
There were actually several, because there are so many newcomers this year. Obviously we saw Argos earlier, we did them in a VT package. It's their first time to ever do an exhibition in Ireland or the UK. They decided to come to the Ideal Home Show this weekend, and she told me it was absolutely fantastic. Aoife Sweeney was in charge of the home show there. They have basically, what they've done is they come in with their brand of homewares, so bedding, furniture, linens, everything, and it was such a success for them. They have 4 rooms set up, they had a whole team there for the whole weekend, and it was just packed from start to finish. They've only literally just sat up and put their feet up at their dining set and tables. Verona was another one. She's an online gifting store. She's actually launching this weekend at the Ideal Home Show, so it's another first for her. I was really impressed because she's a home staging company as well. So if you're in the market to buy your home, or to sell your home, or to rent your home, and you want to jazz it up a little bit but without spending a fortune, she can come in with her own products, with her own furniture, accessories, paintings, anything at all like that, jazz it up for you and depersonalise it. Because let's face it, when you're selling your home, you might want to put away the kind of, you know, the kitchen paintings on the from the children that they did in the fridge magnet, that kind of thing. Nissan, they were another very popular one.
I saw your report there with the Nissan car and all the gadgetry on the screen and so on. Just remind me again of what was there.
It was very good. They had 7 cars, so the 7 cars in the range, they were all there, but the 2 most popular by far, and the 2 that people were really kind of flocking towards, and particularly the families, was the X-Trail, which is obviously, we've known that's been around for years. It's been a very family station wagon. They've kind of tweaked it now. They're launching it again this month, the newer version. It's more high spec, the features are nice, there's lovely interiors, the quality of the leather and all of that. The curves on it now are slightly different. It just looks more modern and more fun as a family car. That's been really, really popular this weekend. And also the Leaf, which is their electronic car. I got to sit in that. It's quite nice, quite sporty, quite fun, and he talked me through all the chargeable aspects of it. That was quite an interesting talking point for people as well. Another one, I have to say, energy efficiency, that is massive still. I mean, we saw last autumn that the solar paneling and solar control heating for your homes.
And insulation and so on.
And insulation, it's still massive. Everyone's talking about it. There's so many of them here. I'd say there's more than a dozen I spoke to over the last 2 days. And they're really, they're talking people through it because people still don't really know. They want to be educated. And 2 really nice ones that stood out for me were LVP renewables. So they obviously heat your entire home. You've got constant hot running water at the touch of a tap, literally, and then you've got across the way you've got Energlass, and they're involved in framing windows. Basically, they come into your home. If you've got an old period home with sash windows, you don't need to have to worry about the fear of taking these old 100-year-old windows out from their frame.
There'll be a preservation order, I presume, on them, yes.
Absolutely, and you've got, basically they come in with their high-tech glass. They're launching, again, everyone's launching things this weekend. They've got a new glass, a new fibre, a new speciality that they've brought in this weekend, specifically for the Ideal Home Show, and they talked me through all of that. So I've kind of left there feeling really educated.
Yeah, there's a whole new world emerging before our eyes, and it's all on display here. You were here in October. Did you get any feeling that perhaps the crowds were even bigger today than they were last October, and the weather was really good today.
Absolutely. I thought the weather would actually deter people from coming down, but it hasn't. They've been here in their droves. The footfall has been enormous. I was talking to people earlier on yesterday. We think the footfall might have been between 8 and 10, and definitely over 10 today, which is more than it was last autumn. People are really just spilling in, and so many families, Ken. There's really just people walking around, buggies everywhere, and I'm sure everyone's feet are just absolutely wrecked. You know, they're still here in their droves. They're only starting to leave, and it's just been a constant stream, but throughout as well. I mean, sometimes you have the popular, the usuals that people flock to, the very jazzy looking and the very colourful, but it's across the board. It's for everything.
Okay, well, you've had a very busy day. I'm sure you're looking forward to putting your feet up this evening, because you're certainly busy.
I'm looking forward to go to the Cart Door ice cream stand for some cold ice cream, put my feet up.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Laura, thanks very much indeed for giving us that appraisal of the event here today at the ODS. That's Laura Butler, who you saw on so many of our reports today, and that's just about it. I certainly hope you enjoyed our coverage since 11 o'clock this morning. We've had a very, very busy day, and as you saw in Laura's reports, plenty of activity here at the ODS, everything from doors to floors to kitchens to bathrooms to walk-in wardrobes to garden development. It's all here. If you're around Dublin 4 tomorrow, Sunday, pop in anytime between 10 o'clock and 6. I think you'll be truly amazed. On behalf of all the team here in the ODS and myself, Ken Murray, until the next time, bye for now. Into the gate.